hold the minute. Hold a minute. The gas is already gone. Yeah, the gas is already gone. I haven't even taken down the racing rig from yesterday, so we're just gonna have to enjoy this launch like this. Welcome to the EJ coverage of the SpaceX coverage of the Maxar 2 mission. I'm still eating, so you know, just gonna
Quite a show, because you're gonna
put them on.
Sonic booms.
Booster landing leg deployed.
That sonic boom is great for us.
That thunderclap
Right on, you boob.
broke the sound barrier.
Side booster separation confirmed.
Just heard the 2 sonic booms here in the room.
Booster landing confirmed.
To date, we've landed
sick
Falcon 9
individual.
338 times, and we'll be listening again today for that sonic boom as the first stage returns to LZ-1. Now turning our attention back to Falcon 9 on the launch pad, above the first stage is the second stage, which has a single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC engine, that ignites after the first stage separates. This is what will carry the Worldview Legion satellites to orbit. And located above the second stage is the payload fairing, which is the
Frosted
large barrel
Flakes.
structure at the top of the rocket.
They're great.
At 17 feet in diameter, the carbon composite fairing protects satellites on their way to orbit. The fairing halves are jettisoned approximately 3 minutes into flight and returned to Earth to be recovered by our recovery vessel, Bob. The fairing halves supporting
Hi,
today's
James.
mission are both
Yeah,
flight
we need to-
proven, just
we need to
like
cover
our
this flight,
booster,
dude.
with one half flying for its 17th time and the other for its 7th. This mission is the second of several SpaceX launches for the Maxar Legion constellation that support national security, defense, and humanitarian response for the United States and allied governments. Once complete, the constellation will revisit each part of the Earth 15 times a day, which we'll learn more about in just a minute. The 2 Worldview Legions on board today are Maxar's first satellites that will fly to a mid-inclination orbit, or MIO. MIO means the satellites will orbit around the
We don't
Earth's
know about
mid-latitude,
LC-37NG,
instead of
but
over the poles, like
yeah.
the rest of the Maxar
Yeah,
satellites
dude, they've been making
currently in
moves, man.
operation. MIO enables dawn to dusk collection and increases Maxar's ability to deliver near and real-time insights. For more on today's mission, let's take a look at this video from Maxar.
The next era in Earth intelligence is here. Okay.
Gorgeous views of our rocket on the launch pad there. And at
Oh, yeah.
T-minus 4 minutes and 36 seconds, Falcon 9 is tracking no issues. And of course, the payloads are healthy. Falcon 9 has been loading propellants since T-minus 35.
Strong back lower has started.
There's confirmation that the strong
Watch.
back is preparing to retract away from Falcon 9.
The arms are gonna open.
We are expecting fuel loading to finish up on the vehicle at around the T-minus 2 minute mark. And as you heard that call out from Mission Control just now, next up, the transporter erector will retract away from Falcon. Right now, you can see those clamp arms opening up around stage 2. Now the TE will begin to pull away from the rocket slightly. And at T-minus 0, ground hydraulic systems will pull the TE even further away from Falcon 9 as it lifts off and clears the pad. The first stage is connected to a launch mount at the base of the TE, but the structure is hinged so that it can do that retraction away from the vehicle in preparation for launch. You may also hear it referred to as the strongback by the launch team. We use the TE both to roll the rocket out to the pad and raise it to its vertical launch position. It's also used to route the vehicle's fluids, power, and telemetry umbilicals from the ground systems to the rocket and payload until Falcon 9 transitions to internal power and clears the pad.
Yo, Sammy, what's up, man?
Now, at this point in the countdown, both the first and second stages are nearly fully loaded with 1 million pounds of kerosene fuel and liquid oxygen.
Hey, Moob. How are you? Ron, what's going on? We're about 3 minutes out from the Maxer 2 flight here.
Standing by for
SpaceX.
confirmation of first stage loading completion.
This is Booster 1076 on its 16th flight on a
There's the
38
call out right on time.
38-day
now we are also
turnaround.
expecting the second stage to finish loading around the T-minus 2 minute mark.
SpaceX's 80th mission
Of
this
course,
year.
those white clouds you see around the vehicle are the chilled gas above the LOX tank venting overboard to maintain pressure in the tank.
Program,
as
what's
needed
going
and
on?
are totally normal.
Are you staying us for the
When
rest of the day
oxygen
or
comes
going
out
back
into
to
the warm
adulting until
Florida air,
noon?
It condenses into actual clouds, giving us that classic pre-liftoff view.
We'll see. We'll see.
At T-minus 60 seconds, Falcon 9 will enter startup mode. That means that the rocket's autonomous internal flight computers have taken over the launch countdown. Just inside of T-minus
took so
2
long? The
seconds,
drone
we
ship,
will
dude.
light the M1D engines for liftoff.
Thomas, you watching from your backyard? Heck yeah, man. Where's my Space Coast gang at?
Stage 2 locks load complete.
There's confirmation that Falcon 9 is fully loaded and stepping into the final minutes of terminal count.
Oh, dude, look.
The two
look.
Worldview Legion
Hold
satellites
up.
continue
Hold
to
up.
be
Quiet for a second. You could see the Space Operations Center right there, the Spock. Look, they're extending the roof. That's ULA doing that right there. They're extending the height of the building so they can build rockets in there. Super cool. Here we go. Hey,
Those
Grab.
gas closeouts on the vehicle also include venting of the TE LOX line, which is giving you those extra clouds.
They
at the
could
bottom of
probably
your
turn
screen.
them around in 2 weeks, Element.
Great views
the
of
drone
rocket
ships.
today.
Seriously.
Looks like a beautiful day in Florida.
Of course, every day is a beautiful day in Florida. Hey, Tara, what's going on?
Falcon 9 is in startup.
We'll see.
Confirmation that Falcon 9 is in startup mode, and with that, we are standing by for the launch director's final call for go for launch.
Go for hamster. LD should report go for launch
LD, go for launch.
right now.
There you heard the LD give that final go. So with just about T-minus
Yeah, I know,
37
right?
seconds to go, all systems are go for the launch of Falcon 9 and the Worldview Legion satellites.
All systems are go is
30
over
seconds.
there. Just chat. Inside of 30. There's the vape cloud. Ground gas closeout here. 20 seconds.
T-minus 15 seconds. T-minus 10.
Sound suppressor is on.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Ignition.
2, 1.
Green flash.
Ignition. And liftoff.
Send it.
Falcon 9. Go Worldview Legion.
Worldview 3 and 4. Maxer 2 launch is in the air on this early Florida morning.
Switching down range.
No, Tara, I'm good. T plus 20 seconds into the flight. Liftoff, separation. Everything looked good there. Hello, baby.
At T plus 30 seconds and counting, Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Space Launch Complex 40,
Roll program.
carrying the Worldview Legion satellites. After clearing the tower, we tilt or gimbal the engines to initiate a roll maneuver, which you're getting a good view of on your
Oh.
screen right now.
nominal.
Confirmation
call.
there that power and telemetry for Falcon 9 are both nominal. That gimbaling maneuver that we're watching enables the vehicle's antennas to stay in the best position for
They might
both
jack source.
communicating
Who
with
knows?
the ground. And with that call out, we also know that Falcon 9 is now moving faster than the speed of sound. So right now, while the vehicle is still going up, it's also moving horizontally
Discovery,
away
throttle
from
up.
the launch pad.
Neo.
And there we heard the call out for max
Maximum
Q,
dynamic
which of
pressure.
course is the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. Falcon
Yeah, we
9
do
has
have
this max
wildfire
Q
smoke,
once the
Jim.
air
You ain't
density
wrong. It's a little
lowers
hazy
faster
out.
than the increasing speed of the vehicle.
And back in flight, chill.
Now, the rocket needs to go about 17,500 miles per hour horizontally.
27,500 miles an hour, or kilometers an hour.
So you can, of course, keep an eye on that stage 1 telemetry at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen and watch for these speed changes throughout ascent.
Telemetry's in metric. Gives velocity in standard.
MECO, then stage
I'm sorry,
separation.
that's funny to me.
Stage 1 flip, SES-1, and first stage boost back burn. MECO will see us shut down all 9 M1D engines on the first stage. Stage separation is when
These
the
are
first
light
and second
payloads,
stages
Jim. They're
of
only
Falcon separate
1,500
from one
kilos,
another.
so
And second
that's like
engine start
3,300
run for
pounds.
SES-1
That's not a
is
lot.
when we will
So we
lightly
might
ramp
see a
up
stubby
engine on the
today.
second stage for the first time.
Mars Polar Lander moment.
MECO.
Main engine cut off. Gas purge. Nope, no
Separation
stubby.
confirmed.
Separation. Upper stage ignition. Should get a little bit of a green flash there. First stage turning back around for a return to launch site burn.
Back startup.
There you heard and are getting
Watch, first
great
stage.
views
Boop.
of those
There it
events
goes.
ongoing.
Oh,
Again, these were MECO,
that's
stage
still cool,
separation,
man.
stage 1
That's still
flip,
cool. There's the
SES-1
second
with that
stage.
great view of MVAC on the right-hand side of your
That's
screen.
still cool.
And confirmation of first stage
Damn.
boost back burn begin. Next up, we are standing
That's
by
still
for fairing
that's still
separation.
cool. After all these years, it's still pretty neat, man. Should be coming up on fairing separation. Yeah, I know, right, Brandon? It'll never not be cool.
Bearing separation
It's cool, man.
confirmed.
Oh,
There's confirmation from Mission Control that the fairing halves have jettisoned away from the payload.
and it's gone. The fairings are gone.
We
They're
will
all
be
gone.
attempting to retrieve these fairing halves again today once they fall back to Earth with our recovery vessel Bob, which is currently stationed in the Atlantic Ocean.
Desperation is a stinky cologne, JDG.
And confirmation that the boost back burn on stage 1 has shut down.
No. Did I want to check it out? We'll see. This is the 16th mission for booster. I think we
It is
have
T plus
1076
3
is flying
minutes and
today.
48 seconds into today's mission, and the next major milestone we're tracking is actually around the T plus 6 minute mark.
Nominal trajectories.
Confirmation
It's like when they
there that
disappear
both
in KSP,
vehicles are
yeah,
following
yeah.
nominal trajectories. And as always, you can keep an eye on both stages.
So the first stage is going all the way back to the landing site, Eric. This is going to landing zone 1, which is about, I don't know, like this thing launched out of Space Launch Complex 40. Landing zone 1 is probably about 10 miles, maybe not 10 miles, like 5 or 6 miles south of the launch site. If there was a landing pad next to the launch site, it could land right next to it. But yeah, just because when SpaceX was first going to land boosters and they made the landing site, the Space Force made them make it like as far away from everything as possible, which is funny because it ended up right next to Slick 36. It's next to Space Launch Complex 36. It's next to New Glenn's pad. It was out in the middle of nowhere when they built it. There was nothing there. I mean, there was only old Titan missile pads. Titan and Atlas missile pads. But yeah, this thing is, she's going all the way back to the landing site this time because these payloads, the Maxar 2 payloads, Worldview Legion 3 and 4, are very, very light satellites. For Falcon 9, they're 1,500 kilos with 2 payloads. So that means each satellite is 750 kilos. So that's about 1,500 pounds a pop. Maybe a little bit more than that. They don't weigh very much. Or they don't have a lot of mass. That gives Falcon 9 basically the performance to boost all the way back and land, which is cool.
Side there.
One little oopsie could derail another provider. You know what? Falcon 9 landings are. I mean, yeah, Moise. That's why they made them put the launch site all way out in the middle of nowhere. Actually, look. Check this out. So, see that's Cape Canaveral right there. That's Point Canaveral. The landing zones are like out here somewhere. That not out there somewhere. It's almost at the very tip of the peninsula. That's a very remote spot. LC-46 is actually at the tip. 36 is right there, and then the landing zone's right next to it. Oh, supersonic retro propulsion from the
Confirmation
business
of burn
end.
startup, and the
Oh,
RX
my morning is
entry burn
made,
lasts for
dude.
just about 20 seconds.
Yes! Falcon 9's doing an entry burn. The entry burn is the heat shield. Look, the flames are shaped like a heat shield because it's flying business end first. That's the freaking... Oh, that's still cool.
Confirmation
I've watched 1,000 of these. It's still cool. Don't care what anybody
The
says.
Merlins on the first stage are optimized for sea level. These achieve
Here
about
we go.
190,000 pounds of thrust.
We can
both
start to
during
make out
ascent
the
and
HIF at Slick
descent.
36 right there.
At liftoff,
46
Falcon
is right
9's
there.
first stage has
The
thrust
landing zone
greater
is
than
right
five
where my mouse
747
cursor is.
airplanes at full power.
No
The
more
MVAC
Bring it on home.
engine on the right-hand side of your screen has a much wider nozzle and is optimized to 220,000 pounds of thrust.
I know, NG. LC 14, 16, 20. Oh, it's great, man. It's great. It's a freaking
Coming
it's a
up next,
freaking
we are
renaissance.
waiting for the
Porter!
landing burn of
Porter!
the first stage. Then we'll shut
Supersonic
down
retro
the engines on
propulsion.
the
I feel like I
second
haven't
stage.
shared an SSRP with you guys in a long time. It makes me happy. Oh, I'm really happy I woke up today. Oh, green flash, landing burn. Oh, that is the freaking coolest thing ever. Oh, that's good. That's
Incredible views
that's
of
good.
that landing burn for the Falcon 9 booster on your
Whoa.
screen right now. And there was
Dude, that shot was like
final
right up the business end. Come on. Come on, 1076. Bring it on home.
Stage 2 FTS.
Stage 1 landing light deploy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it loves it. Oh, it loves it. Oh, yeah. Dude, freaking ace. That's so goddamn
That was
cool.
the
Stage
16th
1 landing
launch
confirmed.
and
It's so
landing for this
cool.
first stage.
Come
You
on.
just heard that confirmation from Mission Control.
That was
That
money.
landing marks SpaceX's 339th
It's so
recovery of
freaking
an Orbital
good.
class rocket, including
Makes me
first
so
stage
happy.
landings for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy.
Second stage engine cutoff 1. Stand by for the call for nominal orbit
There's
insertion.
the confirmation of SECO 1
Nominal orbit insertion.
and confirmation of nominal orbital insertion.
Sherman,
Our first payload deploy today will be happening.
oh, you're talking about all this crap that's right there? That's solid oxygen. Yeah. So those are vent lines on the first stage, or on the second stage engine, on the Merlin vacuum. Why are there vent lines? Okay, so 2 reasons. When you go to start up a rocket engine, you have to make sure the rocket engine is particularly the turbine machinery, so the fuel pump, right? You got to make sure it's at the right temperature. If it's not at the right temperature, you could spin a bearing in the turbo pump. Spinning a bearing, if that sounds bad, yes, that's very bad. That blows up the rocket engine. You do not want that. So what they do is they flow propellants into the turbine machinery. They basically prime it, right? And that's what those vent lines are for. They prime the thing, and then they vent some prop overboard to make sure that it's fully saturated, right? That gets the turbine machinery. I mean, it primes the motor, and it gets your turbo pump down to cryogenic temperatures. The turbo pump is not designed to work at room temperature because they're using liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen's super freaking cold. Why are they using liquid oxygen? Well, there's no oxygen up there. You got to bring it with you. It's easier to bring it with you as a liquid, right? So the vent lines are venting gaseous oxygen that was used to cool down the turbine machinery, right? It's just like an engine. You got to get it to the right operating temperature, like a car engine, right? So, there's the satellite right there. The 2 satellites are stacked next to each other. They're side by side. So the vent lines are used during engines, like right before they start up the engine, to prime it and get it ready to go and get it to the right temperature. What happens is that gaseous oxygen gets vented overboard, and in that split second where it gets introduced to the vacuum, the temperature drops like crazy. Now everybody says, oh, space is cold. Space isn't cold. Space is nothing. There's nothing there. It's the absence of heat. There's nothing. So when you get that gaseous oxygen, whatever energy is left in that thing in the form of heat just gets immediately zapped out, and it freezes instantly. And then it just stays like that in the vacuum, right? So that's all those snowflakes that you see flying off the engine. That's what that is. It's solid oxygen. Now, I said there's two things. It's twofold, right? So, okay, here's the thing. You're using liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen oxidizes things really badly. You don't want rust forming in your turbine machinery. The turbine is behind this blanket right here. You don't want rust forming in there. That would be very bad. You'd go to start it again and it wouldn't do it. Because, I mean, you think salt's bad for your car? Liquid oxygen will really make stuff rust real fast, right? So when the engine shuts off, like at second stage engine cutoff, when you said something, what they do is they shoot helium through the turbine machinery, right? And that purges out all the gaseous oxygen and any leftover propellants. You got to basically clean the thing and get it ready to be primed again for the next burn. Yeah, so you see a couple of vent lines right there. There's 3 on either side. So 1, 2, and 3, and you can still see there's some solid oxygen accumulated on it. But here's the thing. Notice that one of them doesn't have it. Now, so I said they purged it out with helium. So helium is going out those lines. But the thing is, it's easy to get solid oxygen up there. It's really difficult. You're not going to get solid helium just because of phase changes over different elements. Helium is really hard to get to solidify. Like, you've never heard of that. You've heard of helium being a gas because basically helium exists as a gas from basically like 5 Kelvin to, who knows how hot, like basically as hot as the sun, right? So you're not going to get helium to solidify. So when they outgas the helium, it stays gas in there, even despite the temperature dropping. Yeah. Oxygen, on the other hand, though, freezes at a certain temperature, and that temperature is not near 0 Kelvin like helium. It's not near absolute zero, so that's why the liquid oxygen and the gaseous oxygen, when they vent it, it solidifies, and the helium doesn't. Yeah, pretty cool, right? Why helium? Okay. Yeah, no, good question. Why helium? It's light. Well, remember, we're talking about up in space, so weight has nothing to do with it. It's mass. If you look at helium on a periodic table of the elements, it is one of the lowest mass elements around. Helium it's inert, it's non-reactive, very conductive of heat, which is good. Those are all 3 good things, right? And it's super freaking light. Super light. Thanks for the extensive explanation. That was the simple version, Sherman. Rocket science is complicated, homie. Yeah, that was the simple version. I'm sorry. That thing is complicated. But yeah, there's a big fuel pump in here. The fuel pump has 2 impellers on it. So there's 2 pumps on a single rotating shaft, right? Shaft. And they move liquid oxygen and RP1, which is basically diesel fuel or jet fuel. It's more like jet fuel into the rocket engine. And what's driving that pump is a jet engine. Yeah. Rocket engines use jet engines for fuel pumps. Yeah. Not a turbojet, a jet engine. Differences. Yeah. Cool, huh? So sometimes you see that solid oxygen get stuck on this recirculation manifold right there. I just said that, it's a jet engine with a fuel pump attached to the front. Think like a gas turbine, like a helicopter engine that's designed to make shaft horsepower, but it's turning a fuel pump instead. Dude, it's pretty friggin' metal. It's pretty awesome. And it also is made out of metal. That recirculation manifold is where the exhaust from the jet engine goes. They pipe it right into the nozzle to keep it cool. Because the jet engine exhaust is cooler than the rocket engine exhausts. Yeah, all about relative heat. Yeah, rockets are the most metal thing around. It's like, dude, let's take this jet engine, right? And let's use it to pump fuel. And then let's blow up that fuel and oxidizer and shoot it out the back. It's metal. It's freaking sick, dude. Cooking Fat here, reporting for duty. What's up? What's up, Cooking? Over in the YouTube chat. Yep. Now let's put humans on it. Well, they're going to very soon. So this looks to be about a 50 degree, maybe a 45 degree inclined orbit here. Notice they went northeast out of the Cape. It's not 50 degrees. 50 degrees, they'd go over Shannon. But this is going over southern France. It looks like it's going over the Pyrenees. So this would be like a 45 degree insertion. There. What does that mean? Okay. EJ plain English thing again. I'm nerding out. Sorry about that. The orbit is tilted relative to Earth's equator. So the orbit is like kind of going northeast, I guess. And if it's a tilted orbit and when it crosses the equator, it'll make an angle. And the angle that it crosses, the differential angle that it crosses the equator, that's not differential, right? When it crosses the equator, if you make an angle, that's what the track is. It's an inclination. It's 45 degrees. That's what it looks like. I'm taking a guess. What mission is the next human flight? Polaris Dawn is the next one, which is a ballsy-ass mission from SpaceX and from Jared Isaacman and his cadre of flight engineers. You're up early? Hey, man. Yeah, I'm up early because I wanted to watch the Maxer thing. Here, they're in a coast right now. AP, check this out, dude. Here, let me back it up. X video. Wait. Okay. Watch. Back it up over here. Ah, dang it. We can't go back in the cast because X video. I'm gonna keep calling it that, dude. Don't type that. Yeah, no, it's good. Ah, we can't go back, dude. The landing footage was choice. SpaceX had to have posted it. Here. This isn't the best part, but... Oh, yeah.
Incredible views of that landing burn for the Falcon 9 booster.
Dude, they cut the footage, though. Like, I don't mean to interrupt, right? They had the footage of the booster coming back, and you saw the triethyl aluminum, triethyl borane explosion. You saw the igniter fluid go off. You could see the engine start. Like, they were looking up the business end during the landing burn. It was sick. Like, they didn't show it in this footage. That's what I want. That was the best part. That's the part they usually don't show.
Incredible views of that landing.
Not that they have a camera to show it, but...
Booster on your screen right
Oh,
now.
hell yeah.
And there was that sonic boom.
Oh, yeah.
Stage 2 FTS.
Oh, mama. Frick, that's cool. That never gets old, man. Okay, so for the uninitiated, you don't know, that thing is 15 stories tall. It's as tall as a 15-story building. It's a freaking skyscraper coming back down and landing. That
Incredible views of that landing burn for the Falcon 9 booster on your screen right now. And there was that sonic boom.
Speaking of triethyl aluminum and triethyl boron, the SR-71 had T-tab as an igniter for its afterburner. It's not for the afterburner. It's for restarting the J-58. They had to restart it. Why did they have to restart it? Well, when the J-58 is in ramjet mode, you shut the turbine off. The ramjet will work by itself. You don't need the turbine. But Dax, they had to have a way to restart those engines, right? So they used T-tab to restart the J-58. That's where it came from. Yeah. T-tab, triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane. When you TEATEB. When you take those things and you combine them, it makes a super awesome chemical that I know nothing about. And when you combine those two, if they find oxygen, they become hypergolic with oxygen. So in a rocket engine, you remember I was telling you guys they pump that liquid oxygen into the motor to get it to prime. They shoot T-tab into the oxygen. It's a little bit more complicated than this. They mix T-tab into the oxygen. It combines and starts the jet engine. That's how SpaceX starts their motors. That's what that green flash is. Dax, on the SR-71, they used it to restart the turbine section of the J-58. Yeah, that's where it came from. It's a good idea. Let's get up to live here. They shut down the engine for ramjet combustion. Yeah. You guys still believe that oh, look at that. Buenos dias, amigos. En la península de Iberia. Look at this. A nice shot of Spain and Portugal right there. Oi, Portugal, como você está? Are you somewhere else? I don't remember the lighting like this. Jazos, I upgraded the lighting a little while back. As for this, I was playing Summer Car last night, so I'm sitting in my racing chair. I didn't pick up my racing rig last night, and I didn't put it away because I had an idea when I was playing Summer Car that for every beer that I drank in Summer Car, I drank a beer in real life. That was not a good idea. That was not a good idea. That was not smart, but I did it anyway. that was not my best decision, but hey, it was a funny one. Say the astronauts trapped on the ISS. They're not trapped. I'm surprised you made it to launch this morning, dude. Me too. Dude. I came in from work last night and I'm like, I am not going to have a good day tomorrow. But I woke up at 7 o'clock and I was like, I'm good to go. I'm ready to watch a rocket launch. I have no idea how I'm not hungover right now. Body's going to pay for that one later somehow. That's what happens when you're in your 30s. There are repercussions. You can drink like you're in your 20s, but there are repercussions. Okay? Then he said this. Yeah, I saw the footage. Yep, Moo. Yep. Common stream W right there. Oh god, that footage was righteous. Wait until you're 40. Yep. No, we're probably gonna pay for that one later. I'm probably gonna get to like 8 or 9 o'clock tonight and be like, you know. Do you have the corona? Yeah. 40 hits you like a brick wall. Yeah, don't remind me. Yeah, Dead Crew, that's probably accurate, dude. But you got to remember, you want to know how they sleep on the ISS? You take a sleeping bag, you Velcro it to the wall, and you just kind of sit there and float. That's how you sleep. It's awesome. You ever be tossing and turning in bed? You don't know what to do with, like you're trying to put your hands somewhere. You're like, okay, where do I put it? Put it on my side. Put it this way. Astronauts, you sleep. They sleep. Your hands just kind of do this. You just sit there and sleep. Dude, I'm sorry. That must be awesome. There you go, Screaming Seagull. Yeah. I haven't noticed much change between like 31 to 36. I don't feel any different. I just lost hair. That's about it. Feel the same. Now, it's not how I was when I was like 21 to 29, right? No. The article showed that the author had no idea how they sleep in the station. They made it sound like the worst thing that could be happening. Dude, there's plenty of places. You can sleep anywhere. Now, Dead Crew, you don't... Okay, we're coasting a little bit. On the ISS, they do have bedrooms. There are bedrooms. The bedrooms are... How do I put this? The bedrooms would make a porta potty look spacious. Yeah, you sleep in a broom closet. Because think about it, right? You have a room, right? What's the usable space in a room on the ground, right? Usable space in a room on the ground is the floor. You can hang pictures on the walls. Hanging pictures on my wall, right? And you can put like bookshelves up and put stuff on the wall. But the usable space is not the ceiling, right? But on the ISS, you take that and there's no up and down. There's no left and right. There's only orientation relative to the station. But the bedrooms are about, like I said, they're about the size of a porta potty, maybe a little bit smaller, but you have so much usable space because everything is the floor. Think about it. Everything is the floor. So a space that's seemingly about the same volume as a porta potty is actually quite spacious on the ISS. That's a lot of room. Now, Barry doesn't have one of those. Neither does Sunny, for what it's worth. There's only a certain amount of beds. On the ISS, there was once upon a time when it was Space Station Freedom, there was supposed to be a HAB module that was a kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, stuff like that. That module got canceled when Space Station Freedom became the ISS project, and they've just put all the things that they developed from that HAB module into other modules. So the sleeping racks are in Node 2. Yeah, they're in Node 2. They're in the Harmony module. The bathroom is the bathroom is in Node 3, right? By the cupola, believe it or not. Yeah, the bathroom's got a great view on the ISS. Yeah. But here's the thing. The biggest thing about this is that I just said they took those components and they just put them in other modules, right? The kitchen is in Node 1, by the way. It's in the Unity node. That's where the kitchen is. Yeah, that's where the galley. Yeah, they use nautical terms, so galley, head, stuff like that. The modules are completely reconfigurable. You can reconfigure them for anything. You could put a couple of racks of scientific experiments in a slot on the modules, or you could put a bed. It's like IKEA furniture, but it doesn't break. Bathroom should have been in number 2. I mean, I kind of agree with you, man. Like those Japanese sleeping pods. Yeah, Merc. Yeah. Kind of like that, but instead of like horizontal, they're vertical. Actually, they're not vertical. There's, here, let me draw it while we're waiting. So, like, if you're looking at the front of the modules like this, you've seen the interior shots of the ISS. Here, let me make a nice circle for you there. You've seen the interior shots. The interior shot is a square, like that, right? Well, in this aggregate space right here, right here, and right here, that's where the bunks are. So, yeah, you have spaces like that. You know what I'm talking about? And then this is where you can either put a bunch of scientific experiments or you could put a bedroom. Yeah. The ISS modules on the US operational segment are, well, just as their name implies, they're completely modular. You can do whatever with them. You can reconfigure. They don't. There's no reason to, right? But yeah, you can reconfigure them like that. And so the bedrooms are kind of, zenith, nadir, port, and starboard. You can basically put them anywhere here. So in that regard, yeah, I mean, they basically can go anywhere. And like I said, in the modules, here's a picture of Samantha Cristoforetti in one. Like I said, about the size of a porta potty, you Velcro a sleeping bag to the wall. That's it. See? That's basically how it, like I said, about the size of a porta potty, but that's a lot of usable space on the ISS. Yeah, you got plenty of room, dude. So there's 4 of those, right? There's 4 of those, and then on the Russian side of things, there's 3 bedrooms over there. So Butch and Sunny really don't have a place to stay, right? So basically what they're doing is they just find a spot. You can just go find an empty locker and you can sleep in that. So yeah, Dead Crew, say he's roughnecking it on the Columbus module or the Japanese module. It's kind of, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. You're on the ISS. It's pretty cool. I guess no rolling over, dude. You don't need to roll over. There's no need to. You just sit there and sleep like this. That's it. Seriously, your arms like kind of float. It's weird, man. Like I've seen footage of astronauts sleeping, which when you say that like that, it sounds really bad, especially on the internet. No, it's from a documentary called The Dream is Alive. It was an early shuttle documentary, and it shows the crew of a shuttle sleeping on the mid deck of the shuttle. And they're all sitting there like this. You creep. Yeah, I know, right? What, that doesn't sound as cool when I said it out loud. Just stick yourself to a wall with Velcro and you're good to go. Yeah, and guys, honestly, that sounds superbly comfortable to me. Like, if you think about it, it's super comfortable. You don't have to roll over. You're not stuck on your side. Your joints are all decompressed because you're in microgravity. That's probably the best sleep you ever got. Yeah, no back pain. Nothing. Dude, I'd sleep like a baby up there. In fact, I think it'd be, I think in the future, you know, if space tourism and the commercial space industry in low Earth orbit takes off, I think a physical therapy space station would be quite profitable. Seriously, you go up there, if you're older, you go up there for 2 weeks, decompress everything, let your joints kind of heal, then come back down to the grav well on Earth. Dude, people would buy that. I'd buy that for $1. Space spa, bingo. Or yeah, absolutely. Except for the loud hums through the night. Nathan, I've heard the background noise on the ISS. It sounds like you're in a server room. You just hear fans humming and machinery humming, that's all. I don't know about you. I grew up in the city. That would make me go to sleep. I grew up next to a highway. My house was right next to the freaking highway. Yeah. I cannot fall asleep in dead quiet, guys, because, once again, grew up in the city. Always some idiot revving their engine up and down the road, or a garbage truck, or a street sweeper, or a train or something. I have to have white noise when I sleep. So, I'm telling you, if I ever got on the ISS, I would just be like... you know, fall right asleep. Yeah, Theo. I can't sleep in dead quiet, dude. My ears will start ringing. And I don't know about you guys, just while we're on the subject, I like sleeping in an icebox. My wife hates it, but I gotta sleep in an icebox. If I don't sleep in an icebox, I will just overheat. I gotta sleep in an icebox. Like, if I could sleep in a walk-in fridge, I would. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, all right. I'm not the only one there. I gotta sleep in an icebox. It's gotta be freaking ice cold. Are you one of those 65F people? Yes. Yep. Yeah, exactly, AP. Yeah, summer's... yeah. No, I got you, man. Try sleeping in an Australian summer. I would have very much trouble getting sleep down there, Scrim. If it was like 40°C outside, I'd be like, I hate everything right now. This sucks. Please, air conditioner, fan, something. Yeah, right, 48. I'm right there with you, dude. Yeah, John, I'm the same way. Summertime, just give me a top sheet and that's it, dude. I grew up sleeping in ADF, right, Panda? Yeah, exactly, man. Right, just... I mean, a good, like, you can sleep in ADF, good for you, man. It's got to be ice cold, or else I will overheat, man. Freaking space heater. What's the plan for the Clevis? We'll start up the modeling stuff at about noontime. Primo's like, meanwhile, I got a hoodie on, freezing under the covers. Yep, like I said. Primo's like, oh my God. I'm like, no, come here, I'm the space heater. LOLs 26 hit you like an anti-satellite test. Oof. Nice. All right. Where are we right now? So stage 2 is making its way over Oman. Moving over towards Ethiopia and the Gulf of Aden here. Can you imagine? 35 minutes. Halfway around the world. I need an icebox also. Cole, I gotta sleep in Sub-Zero. Which is weird because I like heat. Like, I like the heat. I love summertime. I can't sleep in the summertime. Try the bed jet. Oh, that's the like bed that's like heated, air conditioned. Yeah, that's kind of cool, man. Or yeah, positive. That part of the world right there is not going through some stuff right now. The brain temperature while you're sleeping drops low. That's why cold is good for decent sleep. Interesting.
so hot inside in Germany, I make a full circle before it even reaches 360 degrees. Your AC is crying right now? Okay, we're coming up here on second stage engine start. 40C, that's rookie numbers. Spend a couple weeks in the UAE desert. 43 at night, 100% humidity. No, Baron, I'm good, brother. I'm good. I don't want that at all. Dude, I was having trouble when it was like 90 Fahrenheit in this office with like 70% humidity. I was having trouble talking. I'm like, let alone sleeping in that? No, I'm good. Do we have a date window for IFT5 yet? Second week of September, Cornelius. The schedule's still in flux, though. Second week in September is a guess for me. Yeah, JDG, I saw a YouTuber. I think it was Cletus that advertised that. Yeah, Milan. Yeah, you're the same way. Yep. You got a whole house dehumidifier last year and it made a huge difference. Yeah, pulling the humidity out really. 70 degrees at 70% humidity is not 70 degrees at 30% humidity. That's two different things. Zombie, hey, I've seen a video of something called the Brook Flight Plane, where it would carry planes that had engine failure or any other failure sometime in 1961. Was that a thing that was actually considered? The Brook Flight Plane. That sounds like, Zombie, I don't know, but that sounds like something that 1960s aerospace engineers would come up with. That's me for 2 weeks that you spent there. Baron, I did... Oh, there we go. Signal reacquisition. Telemetry's updating? Yep, okay. That was a ground station handover right there. Because those numbers over there, that's live telemetry. So that's real time what the stage is doing. Obviously, this is an animation. If those numbers stop and then they click and the thing updates like that, they have reacquisition of signal. So, there we go. There's an engine chill down. Or nope, that's not engine chill down. That's RCS. The RCS is aligning the stage for the burn here. We should see these vent lines turn on here in the next 2 to 3 minutes. If I'm looking at this right. It might be a little more than 2 to 3 minutes, but you'll see the vent lines start to turn on. This pulsing right here, the snowflakes that are coming off, solid nitrogen. For the same reason that you're getting solid oxygen here. Falcon 9 second stage has a nitrogen attitude control system, so it's cold gas nitrogen, similar to the first stage. They use that for basically to steer the stage when the engine isn't on. And when you outgas cold gas nitrogen, it solidifies in a split second before it enters the vacuum. Because you're going through phase change, because the temperature drops really quick because vacuum, and then the temperature becomes nothing. Yeah, once again, to understand why that happens, you need to understand what space is doing. Space is not anything. It's not cold, it's not hot, it's nothing. It's the absence of heat, absence of matter. So zero temperature, 0 Kelvin, nothing. So in that split second where the gas is still a gas, right? And it hits the vacuum, the pressure is going to drop. And when you have gas and there's the vent, when you have gas and the pressure drops, right? It freezes, right? Ideal gas law. So you get solidification there of some certain gases. See, there's the gaseous oxygen, right? They're priming the engine, just like I said. Right now what they're doing is getting the turbine machinery to operating temperature by basically flooding it. They're flooding the fuel pump. Similar to like if you have a car with electronic fuel injection, if you turn the key just for a second and you don't turn it to start, you click it for a second, you'll hear a buzzing noise. It's the fuel pump turning on. Right? Same idea. They're priming the fuel pump. The two cameras are on the back of the engine on opposite sides. These cameras are here, not for our viewing pleasure, even though pretty good. These cameras are here to watch the nozzle. The reason why is because the nozzle radiates heat through black body radiation to keep itself cool. you'll know when the engine lights up, the engine will start glowing. That's how it cools itself. It cools itself by radiating heat. Not convecting, not conducting. It radiates heat. So these cameras are here to make sure that the cooling on the engine is uniform. Because if you get non-uniform cooling on the engine, bad stuff can happen. Or on the nozzle. Part of that cooling is assisted by this gas recirculation manifold that's right here, this collar-looking thing that's on the rocket engine. That's basically the regenerative cooling. The turbine machinery here, that fuel pump thing that I was telling you about, when it turns on, it has a lot of exhaust gas, right? And that exhaust gas gets shot into the nozzle and does something called film cooling here. It'll film cool it. So when the engine starts up, guys, you'll see that basically the collar right here, right below the recirculation manifold, will be nice and cool. It won't change color, but the rest of the nozzle will. Yeah, they film cooled the Merlin vacuum because, yeah, it's really hard to get rid of heat in space for the same reason that this gas solidifies when it hits the vacuum. You can't convect anything. There's no air flowing over this engine because there's no air up there, right? So, and you can't conduct it. You can't put a giant heat sink on the engine. I mean, you could, if you really wanted to. Like, that would be pretty mass inefficient, right? You don't want a lot of rocket on your rocket. Less rocket you have on your rocket, more fuel you have on your rocket, the further you're going to go, right?
Hello and welcome back
But
to our mission today for Maxar's
yeah, they cool with
satellites.
light radiation
We are
here.
coming up
It's
on our
pretty cool.
second ignition of the MVAC engine, which we'll hear called out over the nets as SES2, which stands for Second
I'm fine,
Engine
Gee.
Start 2. We're expecting this burn to be pretty quick, lasting just 4 seconds.
Yeah, 4 seconds might not even be enough to light up the nozzle here. But the engine's primed, the vent lines have stopped. Oh, there's a little bit of additional.
And of course, always keep an eye on our Stage 2 telemetry in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen.
Okay, T-Tab should get a green flash here in a second. The vent lines are still going, though. Green flash.
And back ignition.
Boom. Watch, it'll light up.
And shut down.
Wasn't even enough to light it. That was a very
There's
quick
confirmation
insertion
of
burn.
MVAC
There's the helium
SES2
purge.
And SECO2. So with that, we'll be back in about 2 minutes. Just in time.
So now they're venting down the motor. Guys, the reason why this looks so ridiculous is because it's the Falcon 9 is at the terminator. It's going into nighttime. So the sun is backlighting the venting plume, so that's why it looks like a big strobe light going off. But see, there's that gaseous oxygen solidifying immediately when it hits the vacuum. You can see it shooting out. It looks like a winter wonderland up in here. This is the plane. Let me see. I don't think that was ever made, Zombie, but it still's cool. How do people figure out all this witchcraft of sending stuff into space? Panu, it's really ridiculous, isn't it? Right? Like, how the heck do you even think about this stuff? Well, long story short, a lot of trial and error, a lot of explosions. Yep. Yeah, a lot of explosions. On a little bit of a darker note, actually, it's not really on a darker note. I suppose I could just tell you the history here, like a quick summary. So, I don't know if I could do it in 2 minutes until deploy. Look at that, man. Oof. So, Newton came up with some math for, Isaac Newton came up with some math for governing how, like, stuff flies. And then Kepler kind of, but from looking at the stars, Johannes Kepler, right? Looking at the stars kind of figured out, like that stuff's moving around up there and kind of came up with some rudimentary stuff. I say rudimentary, it's not really, but for how stuff moves around and up in space. And it really didn't take off figuratively until about 120 years ago. JDG, shut up. So Panu, there was a Russian scientist named Konstantin Tsiolkovsky in basically the late 1800s, early 1900s. So Tsiolkovsky was a recluse. He was self-taught. And he went up in a cabin in the woods, Ted Krasinski style, like complete nut job, and started reading about Newton and Kepler and how, you know, there are formulas about how stuff moves around outside of the Earth, right? Like how stuff moves around Earth. And he used that to figure out basically the math for governing how rockets fly. He did it in a log cabin in the middle of the woods outside of Moscow. Like, it's pretty impressive. Like, this guy was totally self-taught. His only influence was basically a book from Newton and books from his like local library. The guy was a recluse, right? He came up with the math governing. Oh, there we go. That's one deployed.
Awesome shots of that spacecraft just following deployment. Again, that was the successful deployment of the third Worldview Legion spacecraft. We'll be back in about 19 minutes or at the T plus
Yep.
1 hour.
There's
and
another
7 minute
satellite
mark
over there.
with SES-3, the third of 4 total second stage burns on today's mission. We'll see you soon.
4 burns? Wow, that's nuts. See, there's the other satellite. The satellites were parallel to each other on the payload attachment fitting. So, right? So what happened from there? An American in the 1920s, actually late 19-teens, early 1920s, an American from my home state, Massachusetts, a guy by the name of Robert Goddard got his hands on Tsiolkovsky's math and said, okay, I think I can make something that's powerful enough to maybe eventually get up into space, go fast enough. Because the name of the game in spaceflight is speed. It's how fast you can go. It has nothing to do with distance. Faster you go, the further you go. It's that simple. All right? That's why I like it. It's about speed. Hot, nasty, badass speed. Eleanor Roosevelt, 1936. Anyway, so Goddard came up with the idea of the liquid fuel rocket engine. He came up with the idea of mixing liquids in a combustion chamber. You just saw a liquid fuel engine fire a second ago on the stream. He's the guy that invented liquid fuel rocket engines. Solid fuel rocket engines have been around for hundreds of years. They were invented by the Chinese. Fireworks. True story. So, he invented liquid fuel, right? Liquid fuel rocket engines. And he successfully tested his first prototype on a golf course in Worcester, Massachusetts in 1922. Right? So from there, a little more time goes by. A young German in 1930s Germany, right? A couple of years later, some stuff has happened. A young German started a rocketry club, you know, when he was in school in the 1930s in Germany. His name was Werner von Braun, right? He started a rocketry club because he thought Goddard's work was really freaking cool. He got his hold on Goddard's work and he said, look, you have a pressure-fed liquid fuel engine. Basically, it's a liquid fuel engine where you have 2 jugs, right? And they just flow liquid fuel. They just use gravity and they just put the liquid fuel in and you go. It's very simple. He said, if we could figure out a way to make a fuel pump to pump the fuel faster into the engine, you could make the engine work, and then you could make something that's powerful enough to basically prove Tsiolkovsky's math. Right? So von Braun started in his rocketry club. He started with the Aggregate 1 rocket in the late 30s. And by the late 30s, early 40s, Germany was doing some not good stuff. Yeah, not great. And von Braun continued his work, right? He continued his work on the Aggregate 2 and the Aggregate 3. He came up with a rocket design called the Aggregate 4. The Aggregate 4 was basically his idea of using a turbine to drive a fuel pump to feed an injector. That right there. So Goddard invented the first liquid fuel rocket engine. Von Braun invented the first turbocharged liquid fuel rocket engine. I say turbocharged very loosely. It's not a turbocharger, it's a turbo pump. He was the first one to come up with the idea of using a turbine to drive a pump and feed an engine that way. That gets you the flow rate that you need to make an explosion in a big enough rocket engine to move something useful up into space. So he was working on the Aggregate 4. Guy didn't have a lot of funding. Rocket turns out that this, I mean, in the 1940s, doing precision machining like that, like the tolerances required for a rocket engine, is very expensive. The German Chancellor, Hitler, he saw this. He saw what he was doing and he said, oh man, you could use this as an artillery piece. And he funded von Braun's work, right? And he rebranded the Aggregate 4 to the V2 and put a warhead on the front. And now, yeah, that sucks. Douchebag. Like, not saying that guy was good. Von Braun's okay. His rocketry research put us we skipped probably about 10 to 15 years of rocket development. But that was because it was defense spending from Nazi Germany. But hey, whatever. That's the history. You can like it, you can not like it. That's what happened. So, by the end of World War II, by 1945, right, the V2 was very good at what it did, but ultimately useless because way too late, right? Way too late in the war to make any difference, just like most of the crazy innovations that came out of Nazi Germany, like the first production jet fighter, pulse jets, liquid fuel rockets. So the US and the Soviet Union knew that Germany was screwed, and what either country did was we tried to go after. So what ended up happening is the Soviets got all of his hardware. They got the factory, Mittelwerk, I think is where it was, and Peenemünde. Peenemünde was where the German Space Center was. It's in northeast Germany on a peninsula over the that shoots out over the Balkans. Or the Baltics, not the Balkans, idiot. Sorry. Too many B's. So the Soviets got the original rocket factory. They got all the hardware, but all of von Braun and his top scientists willingly surrendered to the United States because surrendering on the Eastern Front in World War II for either side is death. So he said, nope, not doing that. So he packed up all of it as much as he could, packed up all of his scientists, and went into Bavaria and surrendered to the US Army. And then from there, you know, the Soviets were going after the stuff. I don't know what their program was called, but the US had a program called Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip was the Office of Strategic Services plan to round up all the German technology so the Soviets wouldn't get it, so we could have a strategic advantage when we eventually would go to fight them. Ultimately, that never happened, which is good. So von Braun and all of his top engineers went to work for the Army, for the US Army. They emigrated to the United States and were given a clean slate. Now, some people think that's controversial, some people don't care. I'm just telling you the facts. You wondering how this all came to be. This is how it all came to be. From there, the US basically had von Braun continue his research on the Aggregate rocket and made the Redstone rocket. The Redstone rocket was the first rocket to move an American past the line, the kind of universally regarded line of space. It moved Alan Shepard into space in 1961, but that comes a little bit later. Von Braun was doing research for the Army Ballistic Missile Agency in Huntsville with his buddies, right? With all of his top engineers in Huntsville. Come 1957, Sputnik happens. Sputnik was a ICBM that was launched by the Soviet Union. It wasn't carrying a nuke. It was carrying a little satellite about the size of a basketball that beeps, just doot 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 doot. But that showed that the Soviet Union could hit the United States with a missile, like getting a missile to go that far, it was actually pretty damn impressive in the 50s, right? So it's interesting because all throughout the 50s, von Braun was pressuring the US government. Von Braun and his buddies were like, look, we need to develop these rockets. You're not giving me the funding that I need. We need to develop these rockets because the Soviets got my factory. They got my factory. They're figuring it out. And if we don't figure it out, they will. And then he proved to be right, which is really funny, actually. Proved to be right. A young Soviet engineer named Sergei Korolev, who's the chief designer on the R3, the R5, and the R7, and the N1, if you really want to be technical, basically was the rocket engineer over there that reverse engineered all this stuff and, you know, figured out kind of how to do integration, how to put a launch vehicle together, like how to, you know, strong back, like Korolev invented all of that stuff. And kind of getting a two-stage rocket working. Like, I mean, we had two-stage rockets in the US, but it wasn't like the R7. The R7 was light years ahead of what we had in the late 50s. I mean, we had Atlas missiles in the late 50s. They were okay. Titan 1 was all right. It was two-stage, but it wasn't anything like the R7, right? So, come 1958, as a response to Sputnik, right? Eisenhower makes NASA, and he promises first of all, he's like, von Braun, I want you to work for NASA. And von Braun's like, no, I'm not doing that. You're not putting me in some puppet government agency for like peaceful space exploration where I just sit there and play backburner. He's like, no. You will get the funding that you need. So von Braun's like, yeah, of course I will. Sure, fine. So him and his buddies go, the Army Ballistic Missile Agency in Huntsville gets absorbed and becomes Marshall Space Flight Center in the late 50s, right? Marshall Space Flight Center is still around, by the way. And from there, you know, they start work on heavy lift, basically heavy lift rockets. So two-stage rockets are now a thing, right? And what they do is work on fully cryogenic hydrolock second stages. That was a big thing. Like, you know, doing the engine chill and using thermodynamics and the vacuum to your advantage, you know, instead of trying to fight against it. Well, I mean, an RL-10 and Centaur stages don't necessarily do that, but long story short, von Braun and his buddies in the early years at NASA pioneer heavy lift launch capabilities, something that is still, that every country that launches into space wants, or even countries that don't. Heavy lift launch capability is the ability to put 25,000 kilos up there, right? Everyone wants that. Everybody still wants that. Like, North Korea wishes they had a rocket like that, right? So him and his buddies pioneer heavy lift launch capability. Now, the funny thing is that Falcon 9 is basically that too. Falcon 9 is a heavy lift launch vehicle, right? So, you know, they're pioneering heavy lift, and then Cuban Missile Crisis happens, and then Kennedy comes along, the Apollo program happens. And the Apollo program is probably the biggest reason why this witchcraft works the way that it does. That's the big one. But you have to understand how we got to that point, right? That's the biggest one, right? So why is the Apollo program such a big deal? Well, von Braun told the US government, he's like, I'm not going to do civilian space exploration unless you give me the money that I need. The guy was always trying to fight for more funding for peaceful space exploration, right? But he knew the money for research was in defense, so he was like, if you're going to relegate me to some backburner space agency that's not really a national priority, I don't want to do this, right? So Eisenhower gave him the funding. Kennedy comes along, proposes the Apollo program, and then gives von Braun and his buddies basically a blank check. And what happens from there, once again, pretty much is how all modern rockets work. The advances that were made, obviously Apollo program, they put somebody on the moon. The advances that were made during the Apollo program, digital flight computer, how avionics are made, stage design, communications antennas, how all the innovations that came out of the Apollo program are basically why this witchcraft, the way that it is the way that it is now. Venting down engines, purging out engines, that did kind of come from earlier efforts, but the Apollo program was really one of the first needs and use cases for multiple engine restarts on orbit. That's a hard thing to do. And now there are some rocket engines pre-Apollo or kind of around the same time that can do it, like Atlas Centaur. It could do that, sure. The Centaur can be restarted a bunch of times because all you need is some heat to get that thing to start. It's really easy to make it start comparatively to other rocket engines. But restarting big, powerful, ridiculous... RL-10 is just a little guy. It's a little rocket engine. Restarting these big boy rocket engines, like doing a lunar transit burn or a translunar injection burn, that really came out of the Apollo program, like multiple engine restarts and stuff. All that innovation came from Apollo. Yeah, it came from basically the U.S. government letting Von Braun do what he always wanted to do. And what did he always wanted to do? He always wanted to peacefully explore space, but he knew the money was in weapons development because Mustache Man back in the 30s gave him a blank check to make a missile. So, yeah, from there, I mean, obviously, you know, the Apollo program really kind of kicked off miniaturization of digital processors. And from there, the innovations have just kind of kept going with the technology, right? Yeah, so how does this witchcraft get done? There you go. That's the short story. Long story short, well, that was the short-ish story. The shorter story would be a Russian came up with the math, an American came up with the design, a German perfected that design, and then Americans and Germans perfected, and a Russian further perfected that design. There you go. Sorry, a little bit of a longer answer there. Believe it or not, that was the short version. How often do they maintain the turbines, or do they even at all? I mean, on like a reusable rocket engine, maintaining the turbines, you'd probably have to inspect them, but ideally you'd design something that could be able to withstand hundreds of restarts. Putting the Apollo program dollars in today's dollars is insane in comparison to today's budget. Most people don't seem to understand the breadth of the program. Apollo was ridiculous. But yes, yeah. It's a good question, dude. That's why I decided to answer it. It was a pretty good question, and it's important to understand the context, right? This stuff is ridiculous. Like, yeah, I mean, who thinks of this? Well, engineers. Yeah, there you go, John, right? Did you talk about it, the F1? F1 is a pretty crazy motor. That's awesome, Geek. Oh, here we go. Engine chill down. I hope to see a man on the moon in your lifetime. Panu, it'll happen. If we keep going on this current trajectory, we'll be fine. Yeah. Guys, yeah, if you want to talk about innovations post-Apollo, in terms of propulsion, stage combustion cycles are pretty up there with craziness. I feel like you could write a book on all your spaceflight knowledge. Probably. Newton 40. Hello, old streaming. Remember me? A lot of people come in here with the name Newton. I remember a person named Newton coming in here. I don't know if you're that person or not. That was a long time ago. The new Raptor 3 is crazy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. As an Aussie, I'm deeply embarrassed by her. She's a lecturer at your university. Yeah. AP. Sorry, man. That is the funniest thing I've seen in a long time. I'm sorry. I know it's kind of at your country's expense, but god dang, is that funny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sure Australia has many talented breakdancers, dude, but also. Dude, it was, that I watch that. I can watch that girl dance, and I laugh every time. And I know we're not, you're not supposed to do that in this day and age. I'm sorry, I can't. I just can't. It's hilarious. That's the funniest thing I've seen in a long time. Yeah. Sorry, man. Sorry, dude. I'm sorry. It's been like 8 years ago last time since I was online. Yeah, Newton. There's a lot of people named Newton that come in here. I don't recall you specifically, but yeah. The other breakdancers were super talented, John. It's just she's the one that made all the headlines by making a fool of herself. Well, she's reaping the fruits of that labor, Gravshard.
We're coming up on
here we
our
go.
third ignition of the MVAC engine. We're standing by to hear this called out over the nets as SES-3. This will be another quick burn lasting just about 7 seconds.
Yep, they're putting this Worldview 4 into a slightly different orbit. Yeah, JDG, there you go.
MVAC ignition.
Green flash.
Confirmation
Good
of
ignition.
MVAC startup.
Oh, this is a little bit of a longer burn. Shut down. See, the engine started to glow that time.
Confirmation of SECO-3.
Nominal park orbit.
Good
And
parking
there's
orbit
confirmation that we
reported.
have good orbital insertion. With that, we'll be back in about 34 minutes for SES-4.
Jeez.
Our last burn ahead of the final payload deployment today, which we are expecting to be just after T plus 1 hour and 49 minutes. We'll see you soon.
Wow. Is the foil looking part to keep the heat out or in? So, out, Zombie. It keeps the heat out of the turbine machinery. So here's the thing. Here's what's a big pain in the butt about space. I told you that it's not hot, it's not cold, it's nothing, right? But what did I say cools this? Light. That's what is up there. There's light. Light's up there. What's that thing that comes up every day that shines a lot of light? Comes up usually in the morning. Yeah, it's up in the sky. If you look at it for too long, your eyes start to hurt, right? The sun. Thermal radiation is a big deal up there. The reason why is because unless you have something that's really kind of designed to radiate light, turbine machinery is not. Spoiler alert. Everything can overheat up there because you're sitting in the sun all day. My dad's bald head? Yes. If you stare at it too long, your eyes start to hurt. All right. Okay. It's very reflective. Yeah. So, yeah, the blankets there are to shield the turbine machinery because the turbine machinery needs to stay cold. It is very easy for something to overheat in the sun in space. Yeah, very easy. The crazy part about this, guys, is that the side of the engine that's sitting in the sun versus the side that's sitting in the dark, right, when you're up there, it has about 100 C temperature difference. Yeah, 100 centigrade temperature difference between the front, actually about 200. It's 200 C. It's minus 100 to positive 100. It's ridiculous. We're talking about a ridiculous difference here. Now, like I said, think about all that. When you think about a rocket engine firing, the side that's in the sun is going to be hotter than the other side, right? Isn't that, dude, it's crazy. It's very weird. Can they not rotate it so that it takes turns on each side? They absolutely can, Zombie, and that's exactly what they do. That's part of the reason why second stages have RCS on the roll axis. So I'll use my Starship model here. They barbecue roll it like this. The Apollo program did this. Not a lot of people know that. While they were coasting out to the moon, they weren't just like, ha. They were doing this. There was a slow and steady RPM on the entire capsule and lunar lander as they were going out to the moon. The reason why was for thermals. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's absolutely a thing. It's called the barbecue roll. Yep. KSP, that's so funny. Any thermoelectric generators in there? No, not on this. No. Spit roast in space. You got it, man. Yep, they do that during certain missions. It really depends. RTGs, radioisotope thermoelectric generators are in KSP. RTGs are there. Is that why Apollo 13, when they were venting, stayed relatively stable and didn't absolutely spin because it was already rotating? Kind of. Coherent, I would say that, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say we don't need to curb federal spending, but honestly, NASA is probably one of the more fruitful endeavors of that, of spending. NASA gives you profit. NASA makes money. Yeah. They make money by stimulating local economies. Yeah. Oh yeah. Every dollar that you pump into a NASA facility, you're getting tenfold profit on tax dollars. That one federal tax dollar going into a NASA facility like Kennedy Space Center generates $10 in local taxes, which, you know, because everybody pays federal income tax on, you make more money that way. At least the Fed does. NASA, I would argue that NASA is actually one of the more profitable endeavors for the U.S. government. Interestingly enough. I mean, for what it's worth, guys, the defense spending is the same way, but I don't know. Just matter-of-factly, I'm not trying to make any point. Based on the speed we are advancing in space travel, how long do you estimate until we have steady traffic to the moon or Mars? Nothing is certain, dude, to be honest with you. If we keep going at this pace, routine traffic to the moon, 20 years, 15, 20 years, something like that. Isn't that an infinite money glitch, making tax money, returning it, and getting more out of it? Yep. I mean, and Hans, if you combine that with basing your currency off of, not a commodity like gold, but basing your currency off confidence, right? And the ability to repay stuff, you could basically make an infinite money printer. This is what the US did when we switched off the gold standard in 1970. That was what we did. We basically made an infinite money printer, right? And we drove the Soviet Union's defense spending into the ground because of it, and that's part of the reason why they went under, because they couldn't match us with defense spending. Because in Soviet economies, right, your labor is your currency, and the Soviet Union can't just make more labor. Can't just make more labor. That takes time. Infinite debt printer, more like. Well, there were times where we had the budget balanced with this, dudes. There were times where we had the budget balanced with spending. We weren't in debt 20 years ago. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So clearly there's a way for this to work, but I don't know. It's a good situation where soon enough GDP won't cover interest payments. I'm not saying it doesn't need to be fixed, guys. I'm saying that NASA is probably one of the things that you shouldn't go and gut when you're trying to curb spending, because NASA makes money. Then spent it all. Yeah, proxy wars. What do you want? This conversation's getting too real. I don't like it. Can y'all let me know when the talk of politics and taxes? When it's over. It's over now. Jurist. It's so true. Like, it's kind of true, but also I don't know how I feel about that. Like, you know, you play game. I want to play workers and resources after this for a little while before we start Kerbal. Before we start making those parts for KSP. In workers, yeah, debt is just a game mechanic. You know, it's just a freaking game mechanic. Like, oh. How would the discovery of extraterrestrial life, whether microbial or intelligent, change our place in the universe? What would be an educated guess? I guess it really depends on where we would find it, Zombie. Yeah. Life is a game, no? It's just a big RPG. Boys, it's just a big RPG. That's all it is. It's just a big RPG. Kind of pay to win, but that's the game, man. For seeing a good first rocket launch, what would be a good rocket to see? Falcon 9 would probably be the easiest one to see, Bargon. But Starship would probably be good for a first attempt. How do I install cheats into the RPG? I suck at this game. Run for office. Too real? Too real? Too real. Too real. Let's get back to space. Too real. Too real. All right. I'll stop. Too real. Okay. All right. That's where we draw the line. All right. Cool. Too real. Too real. It was a joke. Please. I'm just kidding. That just blew my mind. Sorry. Hey, guys. I've been sitting in my racing rig this entire time. While we're in the coast phase here, I'm going to get my regular chair. So I'm not sitting all the way down here, okay? So here, just enjoy the space tunes here for a second. Listen here, you little... What's the inclination? 45 degrees is what I could tell, Jim, from the track. Are we starting an MM today? No. But I'll get more into that in a second. Be right back, one moment. Okay. All right, I'm back, and I'm up here now. This feels weird all of a sudden. I'm used to being down there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Pinion, 82-month resub. Thank you, sir. Oh, boy. Oh. Yeah, so we're just... the stage is coasting. They're going to get around to the other side, and then they're going to boost their orbit again. When Titan? Titan is inside. I don't want to get workers fired up, and we can follow the rest of the mission in the background here. Because we don't have a lot of time before we got to start up KSP, but I don't know. It's up to you guys. How many times could they relight the engine? This particular engine, Hans, they can relight. 4 is actually kind of getting to the limits here. They use a pyrophoric igniter, so they have ignition fluid, and they only have so much ignition fluid. Once you run out of ignition fluid, that's it. You can't restart the engine. About when are you going to continue the modeling portion of the stream? I want to see UV and texturing. We will start probably noontime, 1 o'clock. Basically the regular Kerbal segment. Ah, nice. Yeah. I mean, I'm good with one dog, man. Once you start workers and resources, KSP is probably not going to happen. Are you still doing space news at the usual hour? So, first of all, no, Jim. I'll start it.
Discovery, go
When
at
we
throttle
need to
up.
start it, space news will be starting at the normal hour. And 2, you're kind of a douchebag for assuming that. Freaking guy. Coming here, you're going to be a wise guy with me? I'll give you a freaking fresh one, you punk. Arbalest, 58-month resub. Thank you. What happens to that booster now? They'll probably use the remaining igniting fluid to deorbit it, Hans. Yeah. I'm a freaking douchebag for saying that. Yeah, there you go. Now what? Now what are you going to do, you freaking punk Rhode Islander? What, you think we're the same? We ain't the same. You're from the freaking toilet of Massachusetts, guy. Got to make textures in hot pink. I don't want to do that at all. You too can be the 3rd most famous guy in a Dunkin' commercial. It's the armpit of Massachusetts. Get it right. Oh, jeez. All right. So I am going to move this to our second screen here. Okay, I'm going to move it to the second screen. And... okay, we're good. Do you prefer stubby nozzle? No, stubby nozzle is an abomination. Okay, cool. Switching it up. So yeah, the Maxer 2 mission is still ongoing, but we're going to start playing some games because I want to play a lot of different games today and we only have a certain amount of time. So we're going to start workers here until about noontime, 1 o'clock. Probably start up the Kerbal part modeling around then. Let's keep that on in the background here. Stubby is stupid. How about that? Does anyone live by the garden or know that area well? Go, what garden? The Madison Square Garden or the Boston Garden? I know the RS-25 did ground start and only had that, but
Discovery,
was the
no
SSME
throttle.
designed to be capable of restarts in space? No. No, it was not. They put the starter on the ground for a reason. Madison Square Garden. That's, I mean, you're basically Midtown New York. Any hotel is going to be good, man. How are you getting there? Hey, Gary, nice watching again after crawling out of my Olympic watching cave and getting back on the US sleep time. There you go, man. 74-month resub. Welcome back. Part modeling yesterday was awesome. Yeah, we'll do more of that today, Dean. Yeah, we'll do more of it. Maybe JDG, yeah. Rhode Island is the buffer to keep the Boston accent away from the rest of us. Yeah, but once you get on the other side of Rhode Island, you get into Connecticut. Half of Connecticut is that, and half of it is New York. You're going to get into this freaking accent all day? You're going to sit here, you listen to people talk like this the entire day? What the hell's the matter with you? And then after that, it's Philly. And Wooter. Wooter. Water. Wooter. We don't talk about them, right? Okay, we've retitled this stream Desert Republic. Enjoy or face wall, please. I learned a lot in the modeling segment. All right, cool. Yeah. Also, Baltimore. Yep, that's right. Have you seen the Aaron Earned and Iron Earn video? Yep. Workers, yeah, lulz. Workers for probably like an hour and a half here. And then Kerbal, we'll keep going with the hinge Kerbal piece. That we got to work on figuring out how to make a collider box today, and then UVing, which
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I haven't UV'd anything in an extremely long time, and I'm very worried now. Fundingo, 19-month resub. I'm just here for the accents. That's fine. You're flying into Newark. Yeah, just take an Uber through the Lincoln Tunnel. That'll work. Seriously, take it. Go get a freaking taxi or a freaking Uber to the Lincoln Tunnel, and that'll push you up right in Midtown New York. You'll be good, guy. The hinge was a good idea, like Kraken Tech parts when. Well, we'll see how it goes. All right, so we're gonna play some Workers. Workers is a Soviet-themed city building game. Yeah, it's an extremely difficult game to play with all the difficulty settings up, and that's why I like playing it. It's probably one of the best city builders around, despite the communist motif. Anyway, where did we leave off? We were talking about debt just a second ago. I have 3.7 million rubles to pay off in debt and $727,000 to pay off in debt. It's March 1971, and we need to get this desert Soviet Republic nice and profitable. I'm working on farm expansion over here. We're going to build a farm and start farming so we can give people food so we don't have to import it. Costs money to do that. Face the wall. Did you manage to fix the fuel issue? Yeah, Simon, I got that all untied. Yeah. Should be good. We missed out on probably $100,000 worth of profit, but that's okay. It's fine. Power plant is operating just fine. We're starting to... Basically, I have... That truck noise is a glitch on this save, guys. I don't know how to get rid of it. I sold the truck, and it still makes the noise that the truck's making. Profit and communism can't be in one sentence together. That's like cold fries or boiling ice. That ain't gonna work. Getting money out of communism. Yeah, you're not wrong. The best way to play this game is to run your entire country like a business. These people aren't... They aren't people. They're employees. Mandated employees. You run it like that, you're gonna have a much better time. So what I did over here is I started building out a new construction area. Yeah, I built out a new construction area, repair depot, logistics, technical office, road depot, and that's going to be to get this city that we're going to build here going. The reason why is because I want to get a refinery going over here because we're in the desert. There's plenty of oil, and exporting crude right now is not really working for me too well. So exporting fuel though is good. The cool thing about workers, guys, is that there's markets in the game. I know people are gonna be like, wait, what? There's markets. There's the foreign market. You can buy and sell resources, right? Certain stuff is super expensive. Other stuff is not, right? And the market is dynamic in this game. Your export market, it changes. You can flood the market and de-inflate the price on a good. It's totally doable. You can influence the market, which is super cool. For instance, it's 1971 and oil is trading at $38 a ton on the ruble and $39 rubles per ton and $39 per ton on the dollar. There's two currencies in the game because you can trade with NATO or Warsaw Pact, right? And yeah, all I've been doing is just exporting crude this entire time for money, and yeah, I've deflated the price a little bit. Just kidding, no hard feelings. Hans, you don't need to sit here and tell me that communism is an extremely idiotic idea. I know. It's a motif for the game. This game plays like every other city builder. Every city builder. SimCity 4, City Skylines 1, City Skylines 2, Cities XL. Every city builder has a form of centralization to it because if there wasn't, the game would suck. It would be impossible to get anything built. This game plays into that game mechanic with a Soviet veneer, but it's just a veneer. This game plays like every other city builder, which is why it's cool. What I really like about Workers, though, is that it's more realistic in this regard. Not realistic in that, you know, communism isn't going to do anything, right? Because, I mean, it's an absolutely atrocious idea invented by idiotic people. Like, you don't need to tell me that. I don't take offense to that. I think it's stupid. However, what I do like about this game is that if you want to build a power line, for instance, or a road, all right, where are you getting the resources from? What construction vehicles are you using? It's centralized, so you need construction offices. You need cement mixers. You need dump trucks. You need steamrollers. You need pavers to make all this stuff. And then you have to get the resources from somewhere. Those trucks have to drive somewhere to get the resources. If you don't have the resources, you got to drive to the border and buy it. The logistics in this game are legendary. Like, we're talking Factorio levels of logistics in a city builder, which is just awesome. I'm telling you, it's an amazing game. Like, see that bridge right there? That bridge took years. Not years. A couple months in game to make it. It cost a lot of money. And they, you know, you had to bring the resources in, and when they bring the resources in, you got to bring the labor in. And then if the resources are on site and the labor comes, then you see the bridge get made. It's not just plop it down and go. I wish more city builders were like this, to be honest with you. Are you using your headset mic or the real mic? Do you see a headset mic here? I have this. I have a Audio Technica AT897 shotgun mic. Why do you ask? But yeah, Hans, you don't need to tell us that communism is idiotic. Oh, I completely agree with you. But this game plays into it because every city builder is, at its heart, centralized, which I think is hilarious. It's really funny, actually. Because I hear something buzzing when you talk. It's probably the air conditioner. No, yeah, D, exactly. It's never gonna work. Never ever gonna work. Because people are idiots. Well, not idiots. People are contrarian in nature. Really, like, think about it, dude. You could give out 100 free lunches. Somebody will find a way to complain. There you go. But if you play this like a business, right? Like I said, it's not really Soviet Republic, because one, yeah, your people aren't corrupt. Your people aren't corrupted to the core. People just do as they're told, or they die, or they leave. It's funny if you start not giving the people what they need, right? They escape. They become dissidents and they escape, and your population goes down, or they die. Yeah. Yeah, which once again, it plays into the idiotic aspects of communism as a game mechanic, which I think is really funny. I think it's hilarious. Yeah, game's really good. If you treat this whole thing like a corporate town, then it makes a lot more sense. It becomes a lot easier. We got any monuments to click? We got Hakmena! This is the Haktu! Haktua! Yes, yeah, I said that. So what? Alright, so I do believe we can tell them to start building this place out. I'm gonna pave that road behind here, so. Yeah, so that, yeah, this has a place. Very nice communist block you got there, bud. Oh yeah, I'm trying to do my best impression of Toronto here. Sorry. I'm getting spicy today. It's probably because I didn't get enough sleep. Sorry. Spicy EJ today. Oh, the technical university is on fire. It's always nice with some spice. Any kind of hangover this morning? No. Don't understand that. I got sloshed last night. Like, I'm fine. I woke up and I was like, oh man, this is gonna be bad. Nope, totally good. Oh, hang on one second. Come on, mouse. Because we have second stage priming here for SECO or SES4, second stage engine start 4. There's the priming. Should be coming up on ignition here in a moment. A friend of mine never ever got hangovers, ever. Turns out it was because she was diabetic. Doctor confirmed it and was surprised. See you later, buddy. I gotta mow the lawn since it's cooled down and the BBQ doesn't light itself up. All right, Hans. Godspeed, sir. Yeah, Xanax. Mm-hmm. There's some solid oxygen there from the venting. Oh, the Geneva Convention's just a suggestion there, bud. Yeah. Oh, okay. Friend, if you drink lots of water before you sleep, you never get a hangover. Yeah, that's basically... I had a lot of food. I loaded up on some carbs, Fred. That's probably what did it. I made rice and corn and stuff and hot dogs. And yeah, I loaded up like 2,000 calories before I went to sleep, which is... That's the price I'm going to pay later, you know. But yeah. Good to go today. Come on. We're going to get back to workers just in a moment here.
Hello, and welcome back to our coverage of
Hi.
the Maxar-2 mission, carrying the third and fourth Worldview Legion satellites for Maxar. We are coming up on our fourth ignition of the MVAC engine, which
Now
will
I'm
get
over
called
here.
out over the nets as SES-4. We're expecting that to begin in just about 15 seconds, and this is going to be another short burn.
Circularizing up at 700 kilometers there. That's what we're doing here. So note the altitude isn't changing.
There we had great views on your screen of
Everything looks
SES-4
good.
and SECO-4. And there we hear confirmation as
Nominal
well.
orbit insertion.
And good confirmation of orbital insertion.
NOI, nominal orbit insertion.
So with that, we'll head back
No,
into
it's
our
not the
final
most read lights, but
6-minute
it's up there,
close-up
Hibbett.
today. We'll see you back here at T plus 1 hour and 49 minutes for the deployment of the 4th Worldview Legion spacecraft.
All right, cool. Pretty poggies right there. Cool. We'll pop back over for satellite deploy. Can't believe you just said that. Unsubscribe. I don't know if you're kidding or not, Jim Boy, but all right, cool. See you later. Fire extinguished. Nice.
Discovery,
Stormcrow,
go
31
and
months. Tyler, one more vote for the power stash. Yeah, gotcha. Why do they have the stubby nozzle sometimes on the Falcon 9 second stage? That nozzle, it's for performance, basically. That nozzle makes a lot of thrust, but it's not very efficient. But what they lose in efficiency, they make up for not using, not exhausting the supply chain of exotic metals that's the engine uses. So that's used when not a lot of performance is needed on Falcon 9. Stubby is not great. Stubby is awful. Starting to make some money off that tourism. Good. How's the road construction coming? Good. Oh, look at that. NASA TV will stop broadcasting over satellite on August 28th, and everything will be on its own streaming service, plus.nasa.com. I can't say exactly why, Clockwork, but I had a visceral reaction to that statement that is somewhat analogous to seeing maggots on a dead corpse. An animal dead corpse. But yeah, just yes. How can this timeline simultaneously be super awesome and so ridiculously bad at the same time? I don't understand. Anyway. How much? What's our monthly payment? 51 on that. Okay. Good. You were to change one thing aesthetically about the shuttle, and you have to. You can't say nothing. What would it be? Two Canadarms instead of one. I don't know if that's necessarily aesthetic, but... Which, I mean, the shuttle could do it, but they never did it. But who do they think is the target audience for paying to see launches and space stuff? BX, I'm pretty sure the NASA's Plus streaming service is free, but I think your point still stands. What? What? Why would you relegate NASA stuff to a single entity like that? I wonder if they, like, I'm genuinely curious if they're gonna, like, still stream on YouTube or something. If they, like, take it off satellite service and switch it to its own streaming service and take it off, like, YouTube and stuff, that would be about as dumb as putting all SpaceX rocket launches on one social media service. Satellite deployed. There it goes. Nice. Good job, SpaceX. That's a good mission. It's a pretty good view. Just saying, pretty good view. Stage is reorienting for a disposal burn there. Actually, that just could be in the imparted yaw on the thing. But either way, great mission. All right, dudes. We got workers now. That was the Maxer 2 mission. Excellent. Yeah, no, D, I'm kind of with you. I'm with you. That's... What are you doing? Like, you can hear the cringy freaking meeting that they had. Well, what do the kids like nowadays? Well, the kids like streaming services. Oh, I got an idea. Let's make our own NASA streaming service. Oh, that's brilliant. The kids will love it. Just... you can hear it. You can hear it in your mind. You just, ugh. Blech. You know it's true. No, the kids love merchandising. They do. What did I miss in the last week? I'm pretty damn profitable on the dollar. What's that? Okay. Pretty damn profitable on the dollar here from the refinery. We're stocking bitumen and exporting bitumen and fuel. I'm building out the city over here, Violent. Building out the city over here to get workers to that. I'm starting to build a city over here in Couvarud, the place by the bridge. That progress is fruitful. We got to get the drainage done though, before we do any of that. So workers and resources a pre-show before KSP. Yep. Wow, good morning. What brings you on this early? Falcon 9? Yeah, the Maxer 2 mission just finished, dude. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good mission. Great launch, great landing. Good stuff. So we'll play workers until noontime, 1 o'clock, somewhere around there, and then we'll start up Kerbal when we normally would. We're going to keep going with the modeling, guys. We're making money off that tourism. That's pretty good. Do you anticipate testing the new part in the game today? It depends on how much progress we make. Is your clothing factory still fully stocked? I think I built out more apartments over here in Nader. Yeah, I built out that apartment there to get the clothing factory to do its thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, there you go. Get up in that clothing factory. Yeah, baby. What new part in game? In Kerbal Violent, I'm working on... We started trying to make parts for KSP yesterday. Oh no. Not again. That's bad. Yep, not sure we're gonna be able to put all that out. But that's probably the one that's going to be the worst problem there. But they've already dispatched a fire truck to it. All right. Good thing we have that fire station. Are you fracking for oil? Not that I know of. Earthquake report, 5.6. What about that guy? Oh, if we get all the fires here, I'm gonna be pretty impressed. Seriously though, we need more people on these fires now. The electrical transformer there is probably gonna go, which sucks. But yeah, we gotta. The distro is for all the food, so we gotta get that. Oh boy. That's okay. Whatever. It took out the substation. But both apartment buildings are contained. That's okay. I didn't want that house there anyway. Seriously, I wanted to build a road right here. See the road? Yeah, I didn't. That's fine. Not upset. Just put out the fire on these apartment buildings and we're good. Actually, that went about as good as I wanted it to. Nice. That really wasn't bad. That really, Zaz, you joined to see a bunch of buildings on fire? Yeah, we had a 5.6 earthquake that came through. 15 people died in that fire, though. That's not ideal. But distro and the two big apartment blocks are fine, so that's actually probably the best outcome that we could have gotten. For real. They were not loyally fired, that's right. Yeah, this town we had an earthquake in this town last time. We're almost ready to do a drastic expansion on the city here, though. Which is good. Almost paved over there. Any bauxite?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You building your empire on fault line? In the game, earthquakes target your cities. What do we want to get in the research tree? Pause the game for a second. Anything that's blue that doesn't have a check mark. We could go for the steel mill. Get engineering for mechanical components. Vehicle production, railway production, airplane production, dry dock. Chemicals. Plastic. Semiconductors. Centaur 5 is complete with testing. Oh, nice. Cool. I heard bauxite is a cash cow. What does bauxite trade at? Not bad. Bauxite is used to make aluminum. Aluminum trades quite high. We could start to go down the nuclear tech tree if we want, but I saw the glint in DJ's eye. It's also a power hog to refine. Yeah. Bauxite is a cash cow versus the amount of workers you need if done in bulk. Yeah, because you just have bauxite and then you can refine it to aluminum oxide right there with the processing plant. If that works like gravel, then yeah, it's actually pretty damn lucrative. Okay. Ah, I see why people say do this. Yeah. Because yeah, it works along the lines of gravel. It works like this. You get your mine, put an excavator in it, and then you have a processing plant that doesn't take many workers, and you could dump that in an aggregate storage and get like 4,000 tons of it in a month. Okay. Sold. How long is that going to take? 1,300? That's actually not bad. Yeah, I can't even find where the bauxite mine is, but I don't even know where the deposits are. We don't have the research, but we'll find it. Okay. We're still paused, but I'm going to go over here, see what's going on in Aribi. Aribi! Yep, I'm having them make all the footpaths and everything first. Build out all the infrastructure and then start making the buildings, and then we'll move people in. This is designed to have enough people to basically keep that refinery going indefinitely. What's the end game? Make a People's Republic utopia. It's a city builder, dude. Yeah, what's the end game of Cities 2? Being successful, right? Like, make glorious republic, or make glorious benefit republic. We need to go to the Orbital construction, start building out the fire station. Add that gas station. Cool. One of the tanker trucks should get dispatched there. There we go. Will you ever play Cities 2 again? Yeah, probably. I'll probably give it another shot as more patches come out for its Storm. Yeah, this game scratches the itch that I want cities to scratch, dude. Hey, Das. Yes, hello. You busy? No? What's up? Not until noontime. What's up, man? 98-month resub. How you doing? Oh, yeah. Give me 1 second, man. Fellas? Yeah, I have got something to do. So, I'm gonna stop. Seriously, I'll be back in an hour. Yeah. Got some stuff to do. Pretty sure we're having a meeting. Are we, though? Hey, man, I needed to get in and cover that Maxer 2 launch. That's why I'm here. But anyway, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, meeting time. Meeting time with the boys. I'll be back in an hour, dudes. EJ, wait, don't stop. Wait. Stay. Keep going? Why? I'm confused. I'm very confused now. Jack is out today, so we'll reschedule. Give me 1 second, guys. I will be back momentarily. You're going to get some dead air here for a second, okay? Be right back. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that wasn't embarrassing. You know, scheduling a meeting and then forgetting about it. Yep, that's yeah, that's a little embarrassing. And then having everyone who was in said meeting, I scheduled a meeting with NSF about flame trench and stuff. They do that. We do every once in a while. We have meetings to, you know, talk about the state of the show and stuff. If you really want to know. And yep, totally forgot. Totally forgot. Totally forgot. Doesn't your phone have a calendar app? Well, John, it's really funny. If you cast your mind back, go back 14 minutes in the stream, my alarm goes off on my phone and I shut it off. I shut it off because my alarm goes off at 11 every day. I set 2 alarms at 11 and I shut both of them off because I was like, oh yeah, that's just my 11 o'clock alarm. I set an 11 o'clock alarm to make sure if I'm doing something else that I have time to get ready to go to the stream. 11 o'clock is like, hey, start heading out to the garage. So my alarm goes off every day at 11, and I had 2 alarms go off at 11, and I silenced both of them like an idiot. Oh my God. That's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing, dude. I don't like doing that. It's really unprofessional. But anyway, all right. We'll get back to workers here for about an hour, and we'll go. Yeah, I'm a little embarrassed. It's a little embarrassing. Anyway, okay, cool. It's the internet. It's not the most embarrassing thing I've ever done, but yeah, let's get back to it. Not EJ's fault. 2 other people couldn't make it, so we wouldn't have worked even if I was there. Yeah, Chris, I mean, I don't know how well you know me. I don't roll like that, dude. If you say you're gonna be somewhere, you be there. But yeah, I dodged a bullet this time, but that doesn't mean, you know, if that wouldn't happen some other time. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the launch? Excuse me, one hop. Excuse me, one hop, good sir. What's up, Alex?
Oh,
hey, Pleasant Gift of Sun to Chris, the Burgonator. Good morning. So did you forget about a meeting that was canceled? It got it got rescheduled, all right? But other folks didn't show up for the meeting either, so...
This is space. I'm in space.
Kevin. Jeez. Shouldn't get rewarded for being late. That's gross, dude. Gross. It's funny, but... I gotta pull my head out of my ass sometimes, dude. But anyway, Kevin, thanks for giving the subs. It's good to see you guys. You guys are more than welcome to chill in here during that aggregate meeting time if you want. I'm playing Workers. Adrian, if you're out there, Workers is amazing, and it will consume your life, so be careful. Okay, all right, NSF guys, it's probably better that we don't introduce Adrian to this. I just thought about that. Don't play this, Adrian. Don't play this game. Don't do that. We'll do working through the 242, 342 to other things I have on my list. All right, cool. Right on, man. It's good to have you. There's no horses in this game, though, man. There are trucks, though. Haha, yeah, all right. I have a feeling this is your type of game. Kevin, Workers and Resources is a very granular city builder, dude. It scratches the intricacies itch, I guess. So, like if you notice right here, I have a bunch of dirt roads mapped out for where I want my highway to be, right? Dude, if I want to pave that road, well, you know, you can pave it, you can tell it to pave it like that. That's all fine and dandy, but that does nothing, right? In any other city builder, you'd place the road down, right? In this, you tell it to pave a road there. guess what? You need 22 tons of gravel, 17 tons of asphalt, and 214 man hours to get that done, or work days, right? So you need people, you need gravel, you need asphalt, right? You need a bulldozer to spread the gravel, and you need asphalt, you need a paver to pave the asphalt, and you need a roller to roll the asphalt. And you need all the labor associated with doing all of that. Guess what? Where's it all coming from? So over on this side of my republic, I have a gravel pit right here. We have gravel processing. And the gravel pit here has nothing in it. Oh, it's because the aggregate storage is full if we unpause it. Yeah. There we go. So we have plenty of gravel here, but you're gonna need to send dump trucks. The dump trucks need to go down to gravel processing or get it from the border, and then they need to drive all the way back up there and start laying down the gravel. And you need a bulldozer to lay everything out. It's very granular, which is why I think Adrian would like it. It scratches the same kind of itch as like Anno almost, or Factorio or something. It is a gnarly good game. The truck noise is a glitch. I wish you never showed me that. So if I played Anno, then you'd like this. Yeah, exactly, Kevin. Yeah. Yeah. That's for buildings, any type of construction, anything. You want to make train tracks? Good. Where are you getting the steel? Where's that coming from? You need to feed your people? Guess what? You either import food or start building a farm. Dude, this game's hardcore if you turn all the realism settings up. Trash? You got to deal with the trash. What are you going to do with it? You got to export it or you got to burn it. Right? Dude, yeah, this game scratches the itch, dude. That intricacies glitch, that spaceflight. That I love about Spaceflight. Look, like every single technical detail, this thing does that. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Don't show this game to Adrian. All right, AP. Have a good night, man. Oh boy. Yeah. It's awesome. It's an awesome game. That truck noise is just a glitch. Oh, we got a traffic jam somewhere. What's going on? Yeah. This is the town dump. I have my garbage trucks from this city right here dump all their trash here, and then I have another set of trucks take it up to the incinerator. Regional and district distribution. I used to like SimCity on the iPhone, but it got way too busy and the locals complained about the traffic, so... No, it's great. You know, the locals complain about the traffic in this game. Chris, you think you just bulldoze their house? You have absolute authority. Face the wall, please, if you do not like. Yeah, the incinerator should have workers. Yeah, the trucks got stuck in a traffic jam behind the garbage trucks, ironically. Yeah. Yeah, no, this game is cool. The communist motif is just a veneer. There are markets in the game. You have the foreign market, you have goods. You can export goods, you can trade goods. Prices inflate, prices deflate. Yeah, it's hardcore. So if I flood the market with alcohol, right? You deflate the price and it goes down. Simultaneously, the market is RNG. Sometimes you might have an oil crisis, which is why in your policy building, right? If you go into the research tree for your policy building, you can join OPEC. If you're an oil producing country, you can join OPEC so the price doesn't deflate. Dude, this game is so freaking hardcore. I love it. It's really funny. Yeah, careful with this game. Alcohol? Hey, what's up, man? Oh boy. That's why it's fun, dude. It's one of the most it's one of the most capitalistic city builders I've ever seen, which is funny because it has a Soviet Republic veneer on it, which is, yeah, that's funny, man. I think it's hilarious. Give me 1 second. Explaining on a stream is funny. Hey, I like being honest with people, Chris. I'm honest with the people that pay my salary, you know what I'm saying? kind of an unwritten contract that I have. Anyway. Is the early game tough? It's a lot to manage. Base, it's a, or was it bass? Bass fast or base fast? It's a lot to manage in the beginning, dude. There's a lot to keep track of. You got to kind of understand how all the systems that are integral to like running a city jive together. If you're playing on the highest difficulty, I will tell you, your first time you could watch 1,000 tutorials, dude. Your first time you will fail. This is my 4th Republic. The other 3 just failed under crippling debt and bread lines, just like real life. How? Yep. Anyway, base face as an electric base. Ah, slap. Nice, man. What kind of base you got? Does it have a dodgy nuclear power station with an RBMK graphite moderated reactor? It's funny you mention that. Yes. I know you're making a joke, but also, yeah, you can make that. Yeah, you can make that. Hopefully, don't hit the AZ5 button, right? That's a bad idea. Let's not do that. Yes? Dude, this whole game is a meme, man. It's so funny, dude. I love it. You have a few? Right on, base. I have it's actually at my dad's house. Because I share it with my dad. He wanted it. We have it's a, what was it? A Fender Jaguar, but it's got Seymour Duncan pickups in it. It is a sweet bass guitar. Well, it's a 4-string, but Seymour Duncan pickups. So there's 2 pickups. It's gnarly, dude. That bass sounds insane. So when RBMK, I'm fine drilling for oil and burning that. Yeah, it's a sweet guitar. Metal? Yeah, the humbucking bass. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Dude, it's gnarly. And then I'll show you the axe. It's not a bass, but this is the axe. I love humbuckers. That's my favorite. Look at this. This is a Strat Squire. Look at the pickups, dude. You can make this thing sound like anything. You can make it sound like a Gibson. You can make it sound like a Fender. Yeah, it's pretty freaking sweet. Yeah, the bass is the same way. You can make it sound like whatever. Actually, the amplifier is piped into my microphone. Like, I have it that way for funsies, but here, look. Yeah, I have to turn off the compressor, but guitar might be a little out of tune. That go through?
Discovery, go and
Make
throttle
up. 28-month resub. Are you have the exact same Enroy? You have the same cream white? Nice. No stairway. Denied. All right, fine. Ready? Hold on. Let me. Pushing a lot of distortion. It's piped directly into a switchboard, dude. Bring it on home, Zeppelin. Actually, it's the 44th anniversary of In Through the Outdoor coming out today, if anybody cares. That's a good record. Not their best record, but a good record. Is the switchboard noise gated too? No, the compressor is post switchboard, dude. So I probably just have to adjust the sound, and we could adjust the settings on the amp. We turn that gain down, turn the local volume down, turn the master down just a little bit, switch it over to a high gain. Still waiting for you to learn to play an 8-note like in Edge of 17. Fleetwood Mac? Okay, I'm throwing down with a bass line with you right now. Oh, crap. Yeah, now we're talking, man. What was I learning to play the other day? The guitar is in tune for it. Here, hold up. We're not tuned for it. You need to tune to Dadgad to do that, but yeah. Van Whalen. Electricity problem? Yeah, it's probably fine. Yeah, it's just the thing. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, we're piped in. Actually, Chris, the funny thing is that I could pipe this into Flame Trench if we really wanted to. That would be interesting, but we could do it. Let me flip that over and mute that. There we go. If we don't get copyright strikes, I'll have to invent a song. Maybe we could do a metal cover of the NSF theme. You know? We'll do that. That would be awesome. We should do that. That'd be funny as hell. All right. Anyway. Oh, Timmy's video with Jeff just dropped, Mike. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Like the old metal KSP theme, dude. We should do it. And you know what we need to call it, like it's orange or something, or water towers can fly. Yes. It'd be great, dude. We should do that. My YouTube chat just took a dump. That's good. That's good. Thank you. NSF metal band, call it When Hop. It's a good idea. Okay, YouTube chat's back. I gotta grade my student's Pro Tools guitar, going on lyric. All right, bass. Keep slapping, man. Doodly-dee, doodly-doo-dee, doodly-dee-doo-doo. Slap the bass. Anyway, back to workers. Make an album called We Don't Need Any More of These. Yep, I don't know if that's the best name for it, but alright, that's a good idea. Has anyone ever won this game? I wonder if this has a built-in game mechanic to make it fail. I don't think so. I just think that the freaking game's hard enough as it is. Oh, we're out of prefabs. Oh, we have to go to distro. That's my local stockpile of resources. Yikes, you bet. It's gonna cost me some cash to fill those back up, but unload steel, unload bricks, unload boards, unload PP, prefabricated panels. There we go. On a Falcon 9, after the second stage releases its payload, what happens to the second stage? It depends on the mission, Quag. Depends on where it's going. The one that we just saw from Maxer 2 will perform a deorbit burn. Yeah, Yeah, it'll deorbit. It's only 700 kilometers up. Falcon 9 second stage could deorbit from there. You got to remember, those Maxar satellites were 750 kilos a pop. They were nothing. That's nothing. That's like having a big rig and putting like 10 pounds in the trailer and calling it a day. You have fuel economy for days. So the one from Maxar 2, they'll deorbit it. Yeah. It'll just burn up, sure. Yeah, they'll do a deorbit burn. They probably have done it already. The stage is probably going to re-enter in probably the next 20, 30 minutes. It's time to be in a disposal orbit over they basically make it burn up over the South Pacific, where there's nobody around. So yeah, you never see them deorbit. Usually, sometimes it does happen, but yeah, it's just gonna burn up. Yeah, there are other missions where, like a Starlink mission, they'll deorbit it. It'll just deorbit. But missions like geostationary transfer. So something that's going up to geo, which is like 23,000 miles that way, or 38,000 kilometers that way. Those stages, they deploy their payload. If they're going to geo and it gets up there and circularizes up there, they deploy it and then they put it in an orbit that's higher up, called a graveyard orbit. There's probably like 100, 150 Centaur stages sitting up there, and probably like 20 or 30 Falcon 9 stages up there. Maybe not 20 or 30. Other missions with geostationary transfer, so if you're shooting on a transfer orbit, so it's an orbit where your perigee is in LEO, right, and your apogee is at geo, right, geosynchronous low Earth orbit, right. SpaceX will have a radial in component to their burn during insertion, and it'll lower the perigee, so the stage will go out to geo, it'll come back down, and it'll burn up. Yeah, that just takes a while. It's got to aero brake a couple of times before it does. But yeah, most of the stages are disposed of. Some of them that aren't, you put into a graveyard orbit. You gotta be careful with that stuff. You don't want to do what those numbskulls over in China did. Yeah, Game of Tron. Yep. Yeah, the Timmy video just dropped. But yeah, that's a good question, dude. Thanks. I just started thinking about that when I was watching the launch. Yeah, right on, man. See, I mean, if you think about it, how many Falcon 9 launches has there been, dude? SpaceX has done 380 missions. Yeah, today's launch was the 365th Falcon 9 launch. That's 365 upper stages. That's not a small amount of money over the course of a long time, considering that these engines use a lot of rare earth metals. Like, that's why we see the stubby nozzle. So they save money on the nozzle when they don't need the performance, because that nozzle is expensive. It's expensive to get metals that can flux heat like those through they can radiate heat through black body radiation using some rare earth metals. Those are really rare. Those rare earth metals, it's right in the name. So those are expensive, right? So SpaceX, because SpaceX is supporting such a high launch cadence, I mean, that's the entire impetus for Starship. Starship is a reusable second stage. And when you think about it like that, it makes a lot more sense. It's a reusable second stage. Understand? Timmy doesn't want me watching. I asked him, Blackness, a long time ago. Timmy doesn't want his videos being restreamed. And that's fair. It's his video. So yeah, I'll watch it on your own time, dude. Go watch it on him. He puts a lot of effort into those videos. He deserves the credit. Can you do a quick recap of the press conference yesterday? No new news. Yeah, there was no update. They just thought they'd just give us an update that there is no update. It's too bad they can't park the second stage in Leo and then send Starship up to bring back a bunch at once. You would need to start fitting your second stages with some type of power generation component, John. Why do that? Just burn it up. The stages only run on batteries. Their battery time is only a certain amount of time before it just dies or deorbits. Let's get rid of that footpath right there. And then what I really would like is the road to kind of go through here and connect into that road. Not the most ideal setup, but we kind of worked with what we had here. Chad, I had to leave early yesterday. Did I miss anything from yesterday's announcement? No. Finish that road right there. Imagine it if the Workers and Resources Rocketry DLC will have you be able to build Buran and watch it land on one of your runways. Oh, Sea Kraken, if this game got a spaceflight DLC, I'd be screwed. I'm screwed. So Homer Hickam created created October Sky Beer. Cool. Word. Cool. Ah! I'm always in trouble with these games. What can I say? Okay, we're almost to the point where they make the bridges, and then we work on the highway extension, and then we're gonna have to sit here. We don't have time to do it today, but we're gonna have to sit here and figure out what we want to do with the highway. I really ideally want to get the highway over here, and then I want to make some type of interchange right here that connects in with this part of the highway over here, right? And then we need to, the hard part is making a highway that goes up past Shada here and past Shalak and connects in with that highway right there. Connecting all this stuff via highway would, yeah, we got to do it. So I take it with the new save, your last tactic to get all the loans and build early didn't work. It actually worked pretty good, Tessa. It worked okay. It worked good for the dollar. I think my big problem where I screwed up is I built Nader and I thought that my oil exports would be able to cover the expenses of the city. This city really doesn't make a lot of profit. The only thing it makes profit off of is clothes. I have a small clothes factory up here. What I would change this time around is have the city produce something, which is something we can still do. I gotta have them produce something aside from clothes. So building a factory or something like over here where they can get at it from walking, because I built that underground tunnel, would probably be a good idea. Building some type of factory over here, that's something that people can walk to, or just I can make a small bus route over here. Because Nader really operates at a big loss. My biggest screw up here is that I focused on, I started building 3 cities all at once. And the other 2 cities are built into pre-made towns. You know, Nader, Algalin, right? Over here, what I should have done is build out Kenevar. I should have just built into this city and then started setting this city up with production after I got the bridge set up. That was my biggest mistake. That's the big reason why I'm so in debt. Because yeah, we're exporting oil over here, but I'm exporting the oil and the amount of fuel that the trucks need to get all the way over to the border and back is basically offsetting my export. Yeah, unless the price of oil goes up, yeah, we're screwed. I should have done this in 1965. We should have built out the refinery here, just like we built out the refinery over there. That was my big mistake. If I do that, we're not in debt. we wouldn't be in debt. Yeah. No pipelines. What do you mean? No pipelines. There is pipelines. I just got pipeline pumping pressure. I got pipeline pressure, but I don't have it. You have to research trading oil through a pipeline. Pipeline connection with Western countries. What I'm going to do is I'm researching it. It's policy, right? So it's in the party headquarters. What I'm going to do, and we should probably do this sooner rather than later, is run a pipeline out of this refinery. I used up all the connections. We'll run a pipeline, a bitumen, or fuel. I mean, probably bitumen would be better. Run that pipeline with pumping stations right over here to the border, and then get rid of the trucks for bitumen export. And then eventually, if we unlock it again, we could do it with fuel. EDA tour video of Blue Origin office has a piece of the X-33 pad. That's an X-33 TSMU. Oh, what the f... What is that doing there? Should be on a spacecraft flying chat, but whatever. That's so annoying. It's so annoying. It doesn't belong in a museum. It belongs on the X-33 flying. Bah. Blech. Alright, let's put Corvarude construction on the refinery and that, and the pumping station. I'll have them start moving the resources over there. I've always wondered, if the X-33 was a viable project, wouldn't China be able to make a copy of it? No. No. China can't even copy Falcon 9. What makes you think they can copy an X-33? They do not have the technical base to be able to build something like that. Not yet, at least. Maybe soon. I wouldn't discount them, but no. Dude, the X-33 would be cutting edge by today's standards. That's how ahead of its time it was. It would be righteous. It's a crazy design, even by today. They're using carbon composite tanks in 2001. Hydrolox carbon composite tanks. No one's done that. No one has done that. Ever. Since. Ever. The aerospike doesn't work anyway? What are you talking about? The bilobe carbon composite fuel tanks? No, no one's done that. No one's duplicated. The closest one is Rocket Lab with their carbon composite fuel tanks. Yeah, cryogenics in a carbon composite pressure vessel. That's hard to do. Very difficult. They were doing it 20 years ago. Tori Bruno worked on that project, by the way. Yeah, dude, the X-33 would be hard for someone to make just in general today. The technology is there. I think the tech is there. I think if somebody made a small sat X-33, so we're talking about an X-33 with maybe 100 or 1-ton payload capacity to service the small sat market, basically exactly what Electron is doing, similar thing, very profitable. Could be very profitable. Oh yeah, absolutely. Was there a launch? There was a launch this morning, yeah. Why hasn't Tori revived it? Because there's no market for it, for him with with the market he's going for. There's no market. Yeah, he said he would really love to. I would want to see him do it. I imagine if ULA just cooked up that thing out of the blue, just said, "Yeah, we launched small sats too." I'm telling you, there's a market for it, man. Look at Rocket Lab. What do you think Rocket Lab, Relativity, Stoke? What market do you think they're all pining for, dudes? I'm telling you, 1,000-kilo payload capacity. You'd make a killing. You'd make a pretty good killing if you could figure out some of the technical challenges associated with that. But yeah, Lockheed proved that it could be done 20 years ago. If it could be done 20 years ago, somebody could figure it out now. Could you give the X-33 a first stage somehow, increasing its range and payload, like a Starship stack, but the second stage could horizontally land? Yeah. I don't see why not. I mean, you'd have to basically clean sheet a design. What was your reaction to the interaction Tori and Gwen had with Raptor 3? If you really want my honest opinion, Enroy, Tori Bruno probably saw something on Raptor 3 that was partially assembled that was not very apparent, or something that he can't talk about. So when people called him out on it, he said, all he could say was, "I stand by what I said." I'm pretty sure he saw something on there that wasn't apparent from the outside, but somebody that, with his expertise, would know that wasn't finished. And I don't think we'll know what that is. And everybody's like, take the L, take the L. Dude, the guy's like one of the foremost experts on propulsion technology in the country. I'm pretty sure he would know the difference. I got to give the guy the benefit of the doubt. Either that or he's just had Twitter brain rot and posted something dumb. Could be that. But I'm pretty sure he saw something that we didn't see, and he can't say it because either it's not right to say it or it's ITAR or something. That's my thought. I don't know. Either way, not good optics, no matter how you cut it. It's doing all right. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. Yeah, right, Enroy? Like, dude, you know, everybody's saying, like, oh, he doesn't know what he's seeing, he doesn't understand the tech. Dude, he understands the technology. Yeah, no, there's no way he doesn't understand exactly what that thing is doing. I mean, he's probably not well versed in the technical, like the more technical aspects of it because they didn't build the damn thing, right? But once again, to sit here and insinuate that Tori Bruno doesn't know what he's talking about is kind of silly, don't you think? Like, that's kind of silly. So, right? if you think about it from that perspective, right? He saw something that he can't talk about, and that SpaceX won't talk about, right? That wasn't apparent from any of the pictures. That's my only guess. Because I have to give him the benefit of the doubt. He obviously knows what he's talking about, but also at the same time, he's not just going to sit there and just, you know, say his competitor's engine is better than his, like, right? He's not just going to sit there and do that. He's not going to be like, oh yeah, my engine sucks, theirs is great. Like, he's not doing that. But Tori usually finds a way to do that with some class and, you know, so, like I said, just judging off prior character. That's all. Yeah, Raptor 3 seemed to have worked okay. The interesting thing about Raptor 3, guys, is, I mean, okay, so think about this, guys. Tori Bruner said the engine's uncompleted. It doesn't have any thrust vector control. And even that picture that Gwen tweeted of the engine on the test stand working had no TVC installed on it. It was just 2 bars to hold it in place because there's no thrust vector control capability on that test stand that they tested Raptor 3 on. So maybe that's what he was referring to. Like I said, he saw something that we clearly didn't. Because, like I said, Enroy, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that guy doesn't know a lot about rocket propulsion. I'm pretty sure he knows more than most. And the fact that he's the CEO of a company is actually super cool. Ah, sweet, these roads are done. More than all of us here. Yep. Thank you for answering. No problem, cheers. Sawyer, you should probably call your boss. If you don't have a CDL, don't touch the truck. Because the second you go driving around with a CDL, without a CDL, you go driving a semi around with a CDL, even if you know what you're doing, you will inevitably screw up. And if you inevitably screw up and crash, then you're liable. And your company is liable. That's a really good way to lose your job. Don't touch it. Don't do that. I'm just adding a footpath there. KSP question, how do you get a hydraulic to hinged load? Think like a bed of a dumping truck or something. Okay, and it's actually about time I should take a quick break and go. But anyway, all right, so you have the dump truck here. Here's your truck, right? Follow me, dead crew? You have your hinge here. Dumper is right here, right, in Kerbal. Obviously, that's just a hinge, right? Make another hinge here, and then put a hinge on the truck, like that. Take a hydraulic, attach it, right? And then right here, strut. Strut it. Strut the top of the flange on the top of the hydraulic to the flange on the bottom of the hinge. That'll make it work. Careful, you got to be careful about your hydraulic motion here. Learn a little bit about kinematics and stuff and how they work, because you can bind this and it'll break the whole thing. You don't want it to bind. But yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, no problem, dead crew. Last, please, question. What's up? So I'm just vibing with the military officers right now. Nice, Sawyer. Okay, what's up? I was just learning about EAS and the old Conelrad and learned that old cars had Conelrad indicators on their radios. Does Freb have a Conelrad indicator on his radio? No. Freb didn't come with a radio from the factory, Flykin. It was a base model truck. There was no radio in there. You got a steering wheel and some gauges. And a heater. Actually, it didn't even come with a heater, to be honest. The heater was added. Yeah, nope. Trucks used to be more, like, old trucks are more like tractors than they are like automobiles. For real. Yeah, Freb didn't come with that. I'm not 100% sure, O10, to be honest with you. Conelrad system, which would have warned American civilians against an attack by a hydrogen bomb. Oh, yeah, I got you. A Conelrad indicator indicates the emergency frequencies. Emergency frequencies on the citizen bands. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, no, it didn't have that. Hydrogen bomb specifically? I'm pretty sure it's emergency alerts, so probably just bombs. I mean, how's the hangover? I'm fine, Wolfie. I don't know how, but I'm fine. Yeah, still trying to figure that one out. Okay. Guys, we'll play more workers on the other side of Space News, okay? It's noontime. Time to jump in. Time to jump into figuring out this mod pack. I'm just gonna take a quick break here and go grab some coffee because, yeah, it's gonna be a long day. Modeling Thursday. Yep. You're playing max difficulty without fuel, so helis are very efficient. Oh, nice, nice. All right, dudes. I'm going to take 5 here. Yeah, I need coffee. Yeah, I'm not tired right now, but Yeah, this is gonna be a long stream. So I will see you guys in probably about 15 minutes. And then we'll bust out Maya and Unity and Kerbal. And yeah, we'll go from there. You will be. Yep, that's right. Be right back. All right. Okay, dudes. We're ready to get back into it? Not ready? Oh, okay. All right. Are you ready now? You ready now? Need backup rolled add time on a 13? All right, all right, all right. Tell me when it's over. Is it crit fail double add time? No. I thought it would be a great time to do it, to do the ad since we were waiting. Fair. I appreciate your attention to detail in the matter. All right, so are we good? We clear? Ads are done. All right. How do you know all systems? How can you see? IKEA, Prime, and World of Warcraft. What year is it? All right, so we are going to load up Maya here. I am titled under the Kerbal category, but we are making parts for KSP here. The part that I have decided to adventure on building to try and understand the pipeline for making parts for KSP is here. Yeah. So if you look, we have a hinge from KSP right there in the grayed out spot. And what I'm trying to do is make a hybrid tech assistance part for this. We are making a hinge reinforcement bracket that's going to use same vessel collision to reinforce the G11 hinge. Why would I do that? The robotic parts in KSP really like to move around a lot. They really like to move around. And we're going to get them to not do that today. But that starts with UVing this, which shouldn't be too bad, I guess. Smart man buying the software before they went to the subscription model. Yeah. No, you're not wrong. All right, so let's get some My Summer cards, Rich. Fine. If you speak Finnish, then it's probably not fine, but... All right, so... I think we actually finished everything from this. right. Tybot, you
Discovery,
just secured
go
your
and
first
drop up.
interview in months, laid off since December, ready for it to be over. Oh, man. Well, that's good, dude. That's good, man. Yeah. I've been in that position before, dude. It's not fun. Not fun at all. I hope it goes good, man. Let me know, Tybot. I will wish for your success in my thoughts. Got bit by the tech layoff season. Yeah. Hope you rocked the interview. Yeah, there you go, Cobb. That's the type of optimism we like in here. All right, so we got to UV this thing. So what is UVing? UVing is a process to basically denote how texture information is applied to 3D models. All right, so watch. Let me go into... Do we have a hypershade in my LT? Hold on. Window... Hypershade. Here we go. All right. Check it out. So, we have a hinge shader, and then we have a Phong shader. Let's make a new Phong shader, and we'll call the Phong shader Phong UV checker. Okay. So, let's move that over here like this. So what I want to do on this shader, we will get our color here, and then we'll add a checkerboard. And then, I don't know, you can make the colors of the checkerboard whatever you want. Go. How about NASA blue and NASA white? There you go. So now we have a checkerboard shader, right? This is a preview of the shader up here, and that I plugged in a checkerboard texture. So now what I'm going to do is select my hinge piece, right? The part that we went to make last night. Make sure we hit 5 so our shaded display is on, right? And then we will apply the checkerboard to it. I don't know if you guys noticed, none of that looks like a checkerboard. And if I hit repeat command, we can do it again to that thing. That actually didn't come out too bad, but yeah, there's a lot of stretch. Notice that we have triangular checkerboards here. That's not what we want. We need it to look like a checkerboard. So UVing is the process of telling these faces that they're not pointed in the right direction. So some of these things don't even have checkerboard on it, which means that the face is totally blanked out. So, all right, so now we're going to go into our UV editor. You know what? Blue and white is really hard on the eyes to see where the edges are. So I'm going to go, we're going to go back into the hypershade, and then I'm going to find that checkerboard, and I'm going to switch the other color to, we'll make it black and blue. So when we click on this, it's easier to see where all the faces are. So now we got to unwrap some things. So let's find that face, right? And if I move that, check it out. If I move that polyagonal face, right, we got to get it looking like that, because right now it's just a square. And if you try to overlay a square checkerboard into this diagonal polyagonal shape, right, it's going to be all screwed up. If we did something like this, right, squashed and stretched it a little bit, that's more or less what we want, but it's not going to work exactly how I want. So with UVing, we should be able to face project UVs over an axis. This is a should be a particularly simple part to get right. I just got to make the checkerboard look consistent over all the different sides. That's all. That's really what we're doing here. Can we do face projection here? I totally forget how to do this. Planer. Oh, nice. So, see that? What I just did there, that's what we want. See that? We did a planar projection, which is good. That's what we want. So that piece is finished. Think of like UVing, like kind of gift wrapping a present. Like you got to make sure that you don't have any seams, right? It needs to be consistent. You don't want any wrinkles in it. So I'll just keep that piece big for now to show people. But what we're gonna do, minimize that UV editor for a second. Now we got to do the same thing on the other side. Let's go into the wireframe, right? We've selected that edge, right? Now we should be able to do another planar mapping, another planar map here. Go into 6, check the shading. Score. Nice. There we go. All right, cool. That's actually not bad. We got most of this pretty much figured out. The hard part is probably going to be doing the inner circle here, but a spherical planar map should be, or a spherical map should be fine. Spherical projection. We have cylindric projection as well. That actually shouldn't be that big of a deal. So let me go into here. We're going to select, make sure we select all of our interfaces there, right? And then go down here like that. Check this out. So I've selected that inner roll of faces right there. And now let's do a cylindric map. Yeah, that didn't really do what I wanted. We're not mapping. We're not cylindrically mapping over the right axis. What happened here, and the reason why it looks like two pillars almost, is because the cylindric axis is going up, not sideways. So if I could get, I need to go into UV. And we need to go into cylindrical mapping. Insert protection before deformers. Create new UV set. No. Ooh, normal based. UV normal based mapping might get me what I want. Apply that. As someone who has absolutely no knowledge of this, what is UV editing? Ismic, what UVs are it entails the information of how a texture is applied to a 3D model, okay? So the reason why I have the checkerboard up, right? And why I plugged in a checkerboard shader onto my hinge part is because if you look, right, if I went to apply a texture to this, right? I mean, that side of we've already finished. If I went to apply a texture to this, it would come out nice and uniform. See how the squares are squares, right? But if you look at other parts of this, you get rectangles and you get stripes and you get some spots that are okay, but you get other spots that are completely messed up. Some spots aren't even a checkerboard. They're just blue. Some spots have insane deformation right there. See that? What I'm doing here when you UV, and this is for every 3D model, you're telling the faces basically how the texture information is applied to it. If I went to apply rivets, right? Say I made a riveting texture. Say we plugged in a bunch of rivets here, and when we went to paint our texture, we painted those rivets as perfect circles in like Photoshop or GIMP or whatever, right? And then we went to apply that texture information to this model, the rivets would be elliptical because it's stretched. Your UV is stretched. They basically, like I said, they basically denote how texture information is applied to a 3D model because there's nothing else to say. How does the software know what type of texture you want on there? It won't know until you tell it. So what I'm basically looking for, if you look at the clevis part right here, the part that I'm highlighting, see how that's perfect? It's perfect checkerboard. I need the rest of it to look like that. What I'm going to do here is take the I'm going to take that, I'm going to make it unselectable so we can focus on the part that we're mapping out right now. Yeah. Let's see. That planar mapping or the normal mapping for this didn't really Not sure what's going on, but I'm here for it. So, if you're wondering why I'm in the Kerbal category, I'm making parts for KSP. Specifically, I'm making parts to assist the robotic parts in KSP with working. That's a G11 hinge from Kerbal, right? What I'm doing, as you guys know, after like, what was it, Kerbal 1.2, the developers added same vessel collision, okay? So you can have parts on a ship collide with other parts. We've used that on my stream in the past to make hinges and stuff. What I'm doing here is I'm building a part, right? I'm building a part here, right? That's going to move with the hinge, but this part and this part will use same vessel interaction, and this part is basically a clamp for the hinge to remove hinge drift from the equation. Because if anybody here has played Kerbal with Breaking Ground, the robotic parts that are in the game, they do drift around, they bend, they flex. This is a reinforcement clamp for this to make it so you're using vessel collision to realign the hinge back into its default place every time. Does that make sense? I'm making a part that's basically going to clamp the hinge. So like, you place this part down. I mean, don't get me wrong, it'll be duplicated over to the other side. You'll place this part down, the hinge clevis, right? And then you attach the hinge to it, right? And then the upper hinge dowel here, you attach to the top of the hinge, and then there will be another attachment point on the top here. Keep in mind, these pieces aren't in symmetry. Like, these models aren't finished yet. It'll be over to the other side of the hinge. With 3D modeling, if you have a symmetrical model, you only model half. Model and UV half of it and then duplicate it. And yeah, you'll be fine. So yeah, what I'm doing here is making a reinforcement. Because on notice, you remember when I was doing like mission mode or anytime I have anything with robotics, the robotic parts, they just move around. It's such a pain in the butt to try to get them to hold straight. But we figured out a way that does it with hybrid tech by using hinges. We can make hinges out of RCS balls and thermometers and spectrometers and stuff. I'm making a more specialized part to try and work with hybrid tech this time around. This is more of a utilitarian part than anything. I'm not making rocket engines, but yeah, what I'm doing is, and I spent yesterday, I'm spending today, and I'm gonna spend a little bit of tomorrow, basically trying to put this part into Kerbal. or these two pieces. It's going to be two pieces, right? Are you the first one to cook up something like this for KSP? I don't know, dude. But yeah, Chad has expressed interest in a hybrid tech parts pack for Kerbal, like basically a clamping assist to make sure that the hinges don't move. We could do it. I could do it for everything. Easy peasy. This is for KSP 1. I don't play KSP 2. KSP 2 is dead to me. Yeah. The idea, like, unnoticed, if I'm going to build like a launch pad or something and the hinge needs to be able to take a bunch of weight, right? If the hinge has a bunch of shearing load put on it, or compression load, I should say, it'd be shearing load on the hinge pivoting axis, right? But if we have something like that, in the past, I would have to build hybrid tech for it. So I'd need to make an RCS ball, bunch of thermometers around it, and you need to attach that whole thing in a way where you're making sure you're aligned with your center axis and stuff. So you have your RCS ball hinge socket, and then you have the 6 thermometers around it. So that's 2 RCS balls, 6 thermometers per hinge, right? So now we're at 14 parts, and then you'd need the pivoting ball inside of that. So now you're at 16 parts. This piece will do the exact same thing with 2. Make sense? It's basically a custom built hinge that's designed to be built around the Kerbal hinge. It's because KSP1 is amazing. Anyway, I'm going to keep going. What I'm doing is I don't really want to spend a lot of time making a texture for this. I just want to figure out the implementation, and I want to get it into KSP, because like with a part like this, I have to test it with other pieces, right? So in game dev, like it wouldn't get, honestly, we could just give it the checkerboard and send the checkerboard texture right into send the checkerboard texture right into Kerbal. I wouldn't mind doing that, because what we need to do is we need to test this part. We need to make sure it works. I haven't even gotten into making the collider boxes for it, because that's going to be a challenge. And that's why I don't want to spend too much time on UVing. So I'm kind of just, I don't mind just sending this with the checkerboard for now. But yeah, that's what I'm doing, dudes. Just in case anybody's wondering why I'm titled in the Kerbal category, I'm making a part for it. You know? I'm making a part for KSP, and we'll be into, hopefully if I get this all done right before Space News around 5, so we got about 4 hour, 15 minutes, we'll be playing with this hinge in Kerbal with attached to G11 hinges, and we'll be doing load testing on it to see what it can handle. Exactly, texture it when it works. Yep. Okay, texture information is easily applied, but yeah, we just got to get the UVs done. So I got 2 sides of the UV done, 2 sides of the Clevis plate done. Let's get into our editor. You can see there's the pieces here. Think about your UV information like decals. They're decals for your 3D model, just like you'd have decals for a plastic model, right? Got to put decals on it, but you want to make sure the decal isn't stretched or like warped or crooked. Right? That you don't want to do stuff like that. You know what? That planar mapping was super easy to do. I really am curious what happens when I hit normal map on everything. Whoa. Are you you gotta be me right now. That's a thing? You could just click a button? That can't be perfect. No way. I mean, it's not filling up your 1-to-1 positive space, so it's not perfect, but button? That's bullshit. Oh. How am I have to spend in car figuring out how to do this manually? Oh. It's perfect! No! I'm not, I mean, I'm not mad, but I kind of am mad. Dude. It's so easy! Oh my goodness! How does anybody hate UVing? It's you just click a button and it does everything for you. No. This had to be a freak occurrence. Hold on. No. It can't be that easy. Oh, It's not fair. That's not fair at all. What button was that? What is this? What command is this? Create UV texture coordinates from selected objects using a spherical projection shape. What's this one? Create UV texture coordinates from selected objects or faces by automatically finding the best UV placement using simultaneous projections from multiple planes. It's easy if all you want is a checkerboard texture. Yeah, you're not wrong, Neo. I'm already noticing some... That's pretty good. That's pretty good for an automatic projection. It's not the best, though. It could be way better. There is some seamage in places where where there really doesn't need to be. Like right there, that face right there, that edge is a seam. See? If we go in here, move and sew... Hang on. Yeah, see? Yeah, that's not the best way to do it, but it's close. It was actually really good for this. Let me go in and inspect this thing. So those pieces came in amazing. Like everything down here is freaking perfect. Like all that, that's money. That looks really nice. I'll probably take this plate to UV shell and just rotate it. Yeah, that's actually, those are good. It's the rest of this that I'm kind of like, eh. So the bottom, that's the bottom piece. That's fine. What faces are these? Let me gray out the other one. Those are our top faces. These are the sides. And yeah, see, it made a seam right there. Actually, the seam is right there. Now, where's the top edges? Yeah, see? That is probably not the best way to do that. Once again, it's a decal. You see how the face that I have selected in the UV editor is more rectangular? But what the face looks like on the model is not rectangular at all. It's almost a square. If we go into textured view, right? It's hard to show it, but here, let me show you like this. Let me make this bigger so you can really see it. Look. We don't want rectangles. Oh, that's awful. That is awful on the eyes for you guys to see. Sorry about that. That doesn't play well with the encoder. But look. You remember, our texture is squares. It's a perfect checkerboard. We see rectangles, that's squash. So if your UVs aren't dialed in right, you're going to get what's called squash and stretch. That. Basically, you tore the wrapping paper. You don't want that. Right? Yeah, some stretching occurred with the automatic mapping. And that's not... Yeah, the automatic UV tool is close. It's pretty close. But yeah, there's still... It's not perfect. Which is good to know. So... Let me go into this UV tool, the cylindrical mapping tool. Can we set the axis for our cylindrical map? Insert projection before deformers. No. This is probably good for normal based projection. Can we project off the normal? Yeah, we can. Okay. All right. So take this, apply. There we go. See, that's what you want. This is where you're going to have to get into some custom stuff. Apply. Oh. Okay, hold on. Guys, I may have screwed this up a little bit. It seems like, oh, no. Yeah, those are individual seams right there. See, it projected these as individual faces. That's, yeah, see, the automatic tool is good, but it's not perfect. I'm pretty sure you can turn on something in the UV editor that highlights squashed and stretched UVs. Really? View? Oh, UV distortion. What the balls is going on here? Oh, dude. Yo, that's super cool. Jody, that's wild. I've never seen this before. Dude, you're gonna have to excuse me. I went to school for 3D modeling in 2008. So a lot of this stuff is super new to me. That's cool. All right, we could shut off distorted. Yeah, it'll highlight stuff. I saw the distortion thing. Everything was white, right? And if it turns red, that means you have a distorted UV. The more red the shader is yeah, that's cool, man. Good thing Maya hasn't changed since 2008. I mean, it really hasn't. It's pretty close. There's just a lot of different tools and stuff that there's a lot of quality of life stuff that I don't know about. Like that one. Dude, there was no auto mapper. There was no auto mapper for this. What I used to do when I would UV stuff back in the day is my buddy gave me a thing called Liquid Scripts, and Liquid Script was a Maya embedded language attachment that somebody coded at school for projecting UVs along the normal map axis of the face. Yeah. And that thing was super useful. But it very much seems like we have normal map projection here built in. Yeah, it was a pretty damn good script. And then, I graduated college and then I lost the damn script. And I was like, I have to go back to manually doing this. I don't want to do this. You know what, guys? Like, I'll be honest with you. I'm the most proficient in Maya, but CAD is CAD. You can learn any CAD system. Once you learn how to use one, you can learn how to use all of them. It's just a slightly different workflow. Think about it like if you learned Spanish, right, as a language, like like ¿Dónde está la biblioteca, chat? Like the language. If you know Spanish, it's not as hard to learn French, Italian, Portuguese. Are there different languages? Yeah. Are they different programs? Yeah, sure. But once you get one Romance language, it's pretty easy to understand most of them, right? Same idea. Once you learn the enunciation and the grammar, like you learn how to conjugate like sentences and construct sentences. If you can do it in Spanish, you can do it in Italian. It's not that hard, right? It's the same syntax, so to speak. It's just different there's different words for different things. Actually, sometimes the word is the same, right? I don't even know English. I only speak 2 languages, English and bad English. All right, so let's go in here. I'm going to cut that edge. Cut it. We're going to do that, repeat. We're going to do that and repeat. And then we'll do a normal face. Yeah, normal map-based projection. So Liquid Scripts, the script that we had, did that. It projected off of the normal map. So what does that mean? If we go to vertex face, right? Actually, not necessarily vertex face. We could just go to... Yeah, vertex face would probably be fine. So normal based projection, UV projection mapping is basically see the axis that all these shapes are on. It'll project it basically perpendicular to the axial, perpendicular to the face plane. So it'll basically just, the UV maker will line up so it's parallel to the plane like this and then just take a snapshot. Yeah, I had a script that did that automatically. Now it's just built into the program, which is super cool. All right, anyway, so let's go into our UV editor. We got to find these faces, right? So let's start with this one. We'll move that one over here like this, and then we need to find this edge. So what I'm going to do is go to move and sew, right? Now we have those two faces. Oh, it didn't do it. Oh, yes, it did. Oh. Oh. Do we have some backwards normals? That's no good. All right, undo that. My summer. You know, with the normal base projection mapping, this is not nearly as hard as I remember it being. Like, it's really not bad. All right, so we know those two belong together. So, see those two edges now? They're parallel to each other. We're going to go into move and sew, but I'm going to bring up this limit shell size, number of faces 10. All right, move and sew that. All right, cool. Now we sewed those two edges together. See, now the checkerboard is consistent across those two faces, right? That's good. Now we got to go here, find this edge, and move and sew it. See, that face is backwards because it's on the other side. I wouldn't mind having a seam at the top there, guys, but that's part of the hinge that, it's not really part of the hinge. You're going to see a lot, so check this out. We got to take that face. Rotate it around 90 degrees. Move and sew. Yep, it didn't like it. Oh, no, it's fine. Huh. Okay. It seems like some of our face normals might be a little bit screwed up, if I'm looking at that right. It's been, like I said, it's been a long time. If somebody knows more about this than me, let me know. I think my face normals are messed up. So, let's go into view. You could do the UVs if you like. Nah, Jody, I want to learn how to do it again, buddy. I appreciate it, though. I'm frankly kind of ashamed that I forgot how to do it. Show. Jody, how can I see face normal direction? What in the wizardry is going on? I'm making a texture for Alleviate. I'm making a texture for a Kraken or a hybrid tech part. I want to build parts for KSP. I think that would be super cool for mission mode, right? Making like, can you imagine like, oh, we need a service tower, right? We need a service structure that's 20 meters high and 10 meters wide, or I need a transporter erector. So, you know, we could go build it in Maya and Kerbalize it and put it into KSP. Like, I think for building ground service equipment, modeling the parts and making them look like they fit into Kerbal could be super cool. And it could be something that I think would really, really make a mission mode save way more fun. Because we're engineering the parts quite literally from the ground up, right? My first attempt at doing this, right, is building a hybrid tech part for the G11 hinge. So we decompiled this and we have the G11 hinge shape right there. That's the hinge from KSP, right? We put it into Maya. And now I'm building a part, or two pieces, I should say, right? I'm building two pieces that this bottom piece, I mean, it's not in symmetry yet. So this is a clevis piece. It'll look like a giant U. And then this piece will kind of interface with it. And if you look at it, what I'm doing is you place this piece on the bottom, you attach the hinge to it, and then you attach this piece to the top of the hinge. If you, in Kerbal, right-clicked on this, same vessel interaction, right-clicked on that, same vessel interaction, it's a hybrid tech hinge. Only it's 2 parts instead of like 16 parts to make an RCS ball and wrap all the things around. It's a big pain in the butt, right? That's a pain. Nobody wants to do that. It screws your part count completely. This is 2 parts, and what I'm trying to do is make it do the exact same thing. I really would like all my vehicles to stay stock parts. Yeah, I think stock parts with a stock alike mod pack for launch pads would be super cool, right? Only do it, like only make our own parts when we really need to, you know? I think that would be fun. Yeah, this clamps the hinge. Do you think it would be really hard to learn CAD software without some sort of classes on it? No, James. No, absolutely not. There's a bajillion YouTube videos out there, or you could just ask me. I still know how to model. Texturing and everything else, I'm like, you know, I forgot how to do that. That was like over 10 years ago. Like 16 years ago. Did you hear that Austin Dillon isn't allowed in the playoffs because of the last race? Yep, that's good. Can you please teach me CAD for free? Hey, if I'm gonna get screwed, at least take me out for dinner, Artusis. At least take me out for dinner, bro. Gee. Oh, shoot. All right, so Geek, you said, oh, I missed some of the UVing. All I've done is basically hit the auto UV button, and it's not bad. So Geek, you want to learn how to do UVing. Some other people here want to learn how to do UVing. Not a problem. I need to see face normals here. Give me 1 second before we go any further. There's a way to do it, and I totally forget how to do it. That's a play blast display. Lighting, shading, wireframe on state, X-ray joints, hardware texturing. 1? Checking online. Display. Polygons. Oh, there we go. Face normals. Not normal size face normals. There they are. So you see how each one of these things has a little line attached to it, and the lines are pointed outside? I'm looking to see if there's any lines that are pointed in. I don't think there is. Huh? Also, thank you. I remember the face normals lines being a lot. Oh, whatever. I'm assuming you could take a file like this and 3D print it? Yeah, sure. Why not? That was Jody. Oh, okay. It's tough to see it, but I can see them. So let's go back into shaded view. So Geek, the first thing that I did here is I went into my shader, the shading tool. So shaders are assigned material properties to stuff. Like metal has a, like in real life, metal has a texture, but metal also shines a little bit, right? It's reflective. Setting reflective, diffuse, like how much it absorbs light, that's what shaders are. You could like see transparency, ambient color, incandescent, stuff like that. This is everything that has to do with a texture that's not actually the texture. It's shaders are what make stuff look like skin, like on 3D models. Shaders, a skin shader or subsurface scatter is what makes skin look like skin, or metal look like metal, or wood look like wood. Good shader work coupled with really good texture work can make stuff, you can make it look pretty damn real. We're not doing that here because it's Kerbal. I'm trying to make it look like KSP, you know. But the first thing that I did here was go into my shader color, and I hit this key right here, and I plugged in a checkerboard. So I have a blue and black checkerboard assigned here. This is how I UV, and I don't know what CAD program you're using or whatever, but most of them should have a checkerboard in them. What will you be using for texturing? Probably GIMP, Jody. But I'm probably just going to paint this thing like gray or something to start off, because I need to test the part in KSP. And if I have to change some of the model, you know, then we have to go back and re-UV stuff, which is why I'm just trying to get it done, you know? Yeah. Yep. We gotta flip the faces. That's what it was. It's not backwards normals. It's just, yeah, we gotta, yep. We gotta unfold it. Where's the, let's take that edge right there. And I'm going to cut that edge, and then we're going to go to this face, and we got to flip this thing. Flip. There it is. Cool. Yeah, see how these are all blue? And those ones were red? It's because they were flipped. The UV face was actually flipped. That's why when we went to sew these things together, that didn't work. So take this thing. We're going to rotate it again. Now take those two edges, move and sew. Take those two edges, move and sew those together. Take that, move and sew that together. Bingo! Score. Now it's nice. Now we got a nice no seamage up the top. We can even blend it with these L's right here and make it look real good. So let's go in here. We need to go to UV. How do we get to shell? There we go. Just so I understand this, UVing is the process of taking a 3D model and laying it out flat so you can paint on top of it. UVs denote how the texture information is applied to a 3D model. The reason why basically. The reason why I assigned the checkerboard here is because it's really easy to see if it's not a checkerboard. That's why I use it. We're looking for uniform checkerboards. Here, let me show you. So let's go up here like this. Select these two vertices on the UV, right? And do this. Watch what happens to the texture, Geek. Oh. See? You get squash. Think about it like Think about it like wrapping a present or something. Like if you had a cube, what would the UVs look like? The UVs would look like a cross, right? They would look like a lowercase t, right? Because you fold up one face, you fold up another face, you fold that face on top, and you fold the faces up on the sides. But if you took that information and tried to put it on a 2D plane, you would have to unfold it and it would look, like I said, like a T. That's what UVing is like. It's like wrapping something in paper. It's like wrapping a gift or something in paper. But here's the thing. You have to wrap the gift and you don't want any overlap on your wrapping paper, so to speak. So like, you know, like if you're wrapping a gift, you fold pieces of paper over. You can't do that with UVing. I mean, you could. Depends, right? Like I'm used to making liveries for cars in Photoshop. Well, making the liveries for cars in Photoshop should have the UV shells all laid out. You probably have a box, like a square, that has just all the edges of the car, like all the surfaces of the car laid out onto a 2D plane. That's the UVs, yeah. Yeah. UVing a car would take a long time. UVing this really super basic shape is not. The wire grid, yep. Yep. UVs have to be projected in positive UV space, so 1-to-1 right here. And you basically have to fit all your shells into that 1-to-1 texture. It's harder to do with a bigger model, but yeah. So here, let me get back to this. So I'm going to select this shell right here. I'm going to rotate that. Then we should be able to go to that edge, moving so. And now look, now we got a really nice. Now we have no seam right there. See how that all moves as one in the. Oh God, you guys can't see that at all. See how the whole grid is one thing? There's no seam right there. If we go back over here and you look, see, there's a seam right there. That's the paper is cut. So you got to sew them back together. So I have this L piece right here. Go to UV shell, pick that. I'm going to take these edges, we're going to sew those together. See? It's hard to see, like, because the encoder screws with the selection piece, but if you look, it's hard to see, but the grid is all concurrent there. That's what we want. Seems to be seaming well. Now, obviously on the corners here, you don't want any overlap there. You don't need any overlap there. So I have seams on the sides. But if we put like a racing stripe here, right, up the center of this, I wouldn't want a seam right there. You'd want it to seem like one concurrent shape. So now, all that's left here, I do believe, is the inner cylinder here. Wait. Yeah, see, it made it didn't project all the way around on this cylinder. It got close. So take that. Now, let's take a look. Some of these edges, like that one right there, aren't exactly right. Yeah. What is UVing and why is it a pain? UVing, guys, with 3D models denotes how the texture is applied. So Tessa, I made this shape in 3D last night. the game nor Maya has no idea how the texture information should be put on there. You have to set it. Like I said, it's akin to wrapping a gift, right? You wrap a gift, you know, you want the paper to be flat on your gift, but with UVing, you don't want overlap either. So, like I said, a good way to show this would be like if I go here and select these two vertices, right? On my UV. See, in this, it's not messing with anything, but if I take, see what I mean? See what I'm talking about? If I had a texture that was like, a checkerboard on here, and we went to put this in Kerbal, see, my texture is a checkerboard. They're perfect squares. But look, that's not perfect squares. So you gotta take it, and you gotta make sure that it's perfect squares. But the thing is, you don't want to sew the whole dang thing together, right? Because like wrapping a gift, right, like wrapping a gift, you're gonna have seams. You don't want the whole thing to be sewn together. You just want sides to be sewn together. Enough to where the texture information on this is going to be nice. It's like wrapping a car in vinyl. Yeah, kind of like that. So I've noticed that some of our faces, like that one in particular, we know that when we made this cylinder, all these faces in here, there's 16 of them, all of them are the same. Because they're all made off of a primitive cylinder. Right? So, if we look in here, you see that they're not the same. They're not the same size. So, some of these faces didn't get projected correctly. How we're going to fix that is this. Go here, cut all those seams, and then we have to go to each individual face, and we could do a normal map there. A normal-based map. Project basically on the face normal. See, now that texture information is pretty concurrent, but the problem is I have a bunch of these overlapping each other. So we'll start down there. And just start sewing these edges back. Oh, see, we got a problem. We went to sew that, and it didn't, see, it overlapped. So, what we got to do is go here, grab that face. See how in here it's red. It's backwards. It projected it backwards. So that's easy to do. We could just flip them. Some of them projected backwards, some of them didn't. So take this one. Flip it. Do you have more hours in KSP or in 3D modeling? KSP by a long shot. Oh. Why did it make that backwards? I think I would be good at this once I learned how to do it. Well, isn't that the case pretty much with anything, dude? It's just those two that aren't projecting correctly. I frequently find myself asking this question. I hope you get an answer to this. Cargo Cult, you like this one? Yeah, I mean, once again, I'm tagged under the Kerbal category, but we're going to take this and we're going to put it into KSP. I'm specifically making a part for Kerbal, so I kept myself in the KSP category for this, and I appreciate you guys enjoying it. Yeah, putting that education to use. Yeah, I'm not sure why these faces came in incorrectly. Let's see what happens when I try to sell those. Okay. They were flipped. Those ones were flipped on you. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. They were, yeah, got it. All right, take this shell right here. We're going to rotate it. Rotate it again. So now obviously we can't, it's a 2D plane, right? UVs are projected on a 2D plane. So I can't connect, I can't have a seam at the top of the bottom. Picture we're cutting out a piece of paper for this thing. On a 2D plane, you can't connect the paper in with itself, right? That's not going to work. So where do you want to put the seam? I want to put the seam up there. The reason why is because people are going to be looking at this hinge most likely from here. And when this piece, if you have the socket in there, you're pretty much not going to see this anyway. But I'd rather put the seam up on the top. That's more of a artistic decision. So what I'm going to do, let's go here with this shell like this, and we're going to move that right there. And then we're going to move and sew those two edges together. So we have a seam up there at the top, but there's a seam where no one's going to see it. If you look real close at the checkerboard, see, the checkerboard is not, it doesn't carry over here because that's where we cut the piece of paper, right? But down here, see, the texture stays nice and uniform through all the different seams. Cool. And now this part is pretty much finished. Yep. Yep, I'm pretty happy with that. So, now what I have to do is take all these pieces and then make them fill this area up. You have to make all these fill this up, but you have to make them fill it up evenly. Like, you can't have one bigger than the other. And I think there's probably a command for it, if I had to guess, but... we don't need to look at face normals anymore. Shut that off.
Ja kun vähän kasvettiin, kaikki takaisin korkone maksettiin. Ja noista päivistä ei oo kuin rippeet jäljellä, mutta aikuisuuteen jotain parempaa. Niistä ammentaa, niistä ammentaa.
Why is the settings for this tool gigantic? What the frick? No, I don't want any of that. In the UV toolbox, there's an option to lay out the UVs. Okay, cool. It's layout. There we go. Yeah, that's the most efficient way of doing it. See? Yeah, that's... That's good enough. All right, so check this out. Here's the thing. Notice that I only have half of this, right? That UV is good enough. This is fine. It'll work. I mean, it's a little... It could be a little better. I'm gonna do that like this instead, because once again, you want your squares to all, if you're looking at the checkerboard just in your 3D view like this, you want your squares to be pretty much all the same. Like all the squares on all the different shells need to be more or less the same size. And you have to fit them all into this area here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to rotate that 2 times. There we go. This will be easier. It's going to make sure everything is relatively the same scale, but I'd recommend scaling up important parts for better res. Yep. It's close, but it's not exact. How I do that, you scale up certain parts like, yeah, I'm just looking to make sure that the squares are more or less all the same spot. So, I mean, the texture on this thing isn't going to be insane. It's just, I'm just going to paint it gray to be 100% real to start. But if anything, that's going to be the part that you're going to see the most. We could make that shape a little bit bigger so we get better texture resolution. But honestly, that should be good enough where it is right there. This one could be just a smidge bigger. And there you go. Done. Now note, like I said, note that I only made half of this. The reason why I only made half is because it's a symmetrical part. So, go over here, go into mirror. We're gonna mirror over Z. Nope. That wasn't the right axis. Mirror negative Z. What the hell? Oh. Yeah. Thanks, Illness. All right, so I duplicated the part. Now, once again, note that I UV'd half of it, and then I UV'd the other half. Right? So if we go in here, right, and we use our combine tool to tell Maya that this is one shape, right? Because right now I duplicated it, we mirrored over symmetry, and now it's two shapes, right? Those are two different pieces of geometry, right? But they're both plainly UV'd. Looks good, right? So now we got to take these, we got to go into mesh, and we got to combine. Now this is one shape. See? One shape. So, now we go into the UVs, and the UVs should just be overlapping each other. Yep, see, they're overlapping. If we wanted an asymmetric texture, right? Like if we wanted one side to have like an EJSA logo and the other side to have like a, you know, super awesome rotating hinge hybrid tech Orama 5000 or something, we have to unwrap this. But we don't need to UV this again. The shells are already there. They're just sitting on top of each other. So watch this. Let's go in here like this. Go to these vertices right there. We're gonna merge those verts. So now this thing, I basically just welded this whole thing together. Right? Now what we can do, take this edge. Actually, before we do that, go in here. Go to this edge. See? Now there's two of them on top of each other, but this one is flipped because we mirrored it. So let's flip it. Bingo. So I just sewed that all together. Right? And there's some other parts that we can sew together as well. Right? Some of these things we're obviously not going to. We got to sew this stuff together, and we got to sew the side pieces together. Side pieces should be fine. So take this. We're going to have to flip it, right? So we flipped it. So see, now it's blue shaded. Now it's correct. We got to rotate that twice. Now, take that edge, move and sew. So now that's all consistent. See? No seams. So those pieces needed to be sewed together, and I'll tell you why in a second. Now the bottom pieces, same idea. Go here. Once again, I don't have to do all the UVing work together. I'm just modifying some UVs here because, well, we duplicated them, right? So now we can move and sew that. G, repeat command like this. Select this shell, right? And now that's moving as one. See, the texture is consistent across that face. Now, this is the inner parts of the bearing, the race. I don't care about that. That's going to be the same texture. We're not going to make it different. So we could just take both of those and just move them over here. Those are the exact same. That's not a problem. Now, if we want different textures on this, we got to take that thing off, right? And then we got to flip it, right? And then we got to do the same thing with one of the shells here, right? We got to flip it. So once again, cell shading is blue. The shell shading is blue, not cell shading. Differences, right? If something is flipped over, it'll be red, like that. Flip that. Why do we care if it's flipped or not if the shape looks right? Well, if it's a flipped UV and I go to apply a texture on it, say I write ambulance on it, it'll put ambulance on it backwards, like looking in a mirror. Yeah, that's why you don't want them flipped. Now, I know because I scaled all these things together before that most of this is pretty uniform here. So, we're going to go back in here, and I'm actually curious to what this does. I'm going to go into this edge ring. I don't want to split it. I want to get rid of it. We delete it, save some geometry there. And yeah, and because I sewed those together, it's fine. It's in. Oh boy. Why does it have to fill that one square? Because that's the square where your texture information is going to be. That's Tim's video about the Blue Origin thing. Yep. Yeah, Nova, it's, believe me, it's been linked a bunch of times. Geek, it needs to fill positive 0 to 1 U and V because that's where the texture information gets applied. Think of this like a photocopier almost. That's the area where you make the photocopies. That's the area where the texture is applied, right? Have you seen the new tour with Jeff? I haven't. I've been streaming since 9 this morning, guys. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Tim doesn't want me to watch videos on stream. That's totally understandable. So yeah, I'm not going to be able to see it until later tonight, unless I take a break and go and watch it. Everything can be scaled. Yeah. So you only have that one square to fit all your shells in. Yeah, your UV shells. Yep. That's true across anything. Yeah. And then the texture information will get applied to this. Believe it or not, textures aren't like in 16 by 9. Textures are, for most video games, are square. They're because UV space is square. Yep. You could overlap mirrored faces to save UV space. Yeah, but that's how I had it. No, Dingleberg, that's how I had it. But maybe we want an asymmetric texture. I showed what it would look like if we overlap everything, if we want to have just a symmetrical texture on both sides. But I showed what it would look like, and now I'm showing what it would look like if we had an asymmetric texture on this. Now we got to figure out a way to fit all this in here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We might need to scale these down a little bit, or just change the texture res here just a smidge. And now it's just a puzzle. You UV'd the old Eureka model, never want to do it again? Well, UVs aren't too bad, dude. This is not nearly as bad as I remember it, Dink, to be 100% honest. This is not bad. It's just process. I mean, then again, I'm UVing a way simpler piece, but... You generally don't want to do this, but I'm going to make the bottom resolution on this thing a little bit better, or a little bit lower res. Generally, you want these things to all be around the same scale, and that's close enough. Oh, we're so close to getting that right. Crap. Why do they all have to fit, and why can't you make the square bigger? They all have to fit because this is where the texture information gets projected on it. This is where you plug your texture file in, Alleviate. Yeah, that's where you'd plug it in. Texture files are squares. That's the aspect ratio for textures. Now, keep in mind, you can make that texture as high a resolution as you want. You could make it 4K res. You could make it 4000 by 4000 texture. Texture would be super high resolution, right? But if you do something like that, you put a 4000 by 4000 resolution texture on a 3D model in a video game that can croak somebody's computer. Maybe not not modern computers, but yeah. Fitting it all in here just makes it so you can project the texture on it. You can project any resolution you want, and you can get the resolution to look nice. But texture resolution is a bottleneck in games. Oh yeah, big bottleneck.
Jopa maahan se rupesi makaamaan kun käskettiin. Onpa siinä viisas piski, ihmetellään ja ollaan niin ylpeitä, että...
Yeah, Birth G, that's what I'm doing.
Paperillinen algebran hyperpelifunktioita...
Yeah, Max, like I said, for modern games, it's probably not as big of a deal anymore. That was a big deal back in the day, like 2007, 2008. If you had like a 1080 by 1080 texture, people were like, whoa, you know, like, it's not a big deal anymore, clearly.
Mutta minä en olekaan koira.
Yeah, we could scale that down a little bit, get that to go over here. Here, move those over there. Put those ones there, right? And then we could put these ones down here, right? Take this sucker, put it there, take this guy. Oh, come on. All right, hold up. Put that over there. Yeah, now it's just playing a puzzle. Playing a puzzle game at this point. Depends on the part, Cargo, but yeah, the bottom part I don't mind making a slightly smaller resolution on either side. I don't mind doing that because yeah, those, you're right, those are the parts you're not going to see at all. And the inside of these bearing pieces, people are going to see them, but you only see it if the doesn't have the other hinge piece put into it, so. So now what we can do is take these, we could scale them up a little ways. Because this is the stuff that people are going to see the most. This is where we'll paint, like, if we have numbers and letters, this is where we're going to paint them. Not really too happy with how much smaller I made the bottom than the top. That's gonna look really weird, but it's Kerbal. You're not gonna have super high resolution textures. People aren't really gonna notice too bad. If you could choose a job to do except for streaming, what would you choose? Aerospace engineer. If I could choose anything. Why are you limited on image space? Because this is where the texture gets projected, drummer? Yeah, what Jack said, dude. Yeah, guys, once again, textures have to be square. They have to be square. That's just how it is. What you guys are asking is, wait, why is a piece of paper rectangular? That's how they did it. Because U and V, right? You're projecting 3D shapes on a 2D plane like this, right? It would be best to make it a square. I mean, that's what logically makes the most sense. It's about performance. It's about performance. We used the 2-to-1 ratio textures for tires back in the day. I mean, to be honest, you could put more stuff over here, but honestly, it's just going to repeat the texture. So it'd just be a repeating texture. There we go. All right, cool. That part is UV'd. Save our work. Get rid of it. Not the part, but she's good. So I assume if you save this file, imported it into another project, the UV mapping comes with it. Yes, but it depends on the file that you saved it as. Some 3D modeling files carry texture information and some doesn't. Like an STL. I don't think there's any texture information that gets carried over with an STL because a 3D printer can't print textures. Right? I mean, there are ways you could trick it into doing it, sure. By changing the filament or something, right? You can make different colors and different textures and stuff. But yeah, some model files do, some don't. It depends. What we're going to do is export this as an FBX. FBX carries texture information to it because Unity understands FBX. Okay, so now that part is good to go. We shouldn't have to do any more modeling with this piece, so it has all this transform information on it from all the history of building this thing. That's the entire workflow of everything that I did to make this. We don't need that anymore because it's finished. So we're going to delete the history on it, right? And then the other thing that I'm going to do is set its transform, so its origin point, dead center on the pivot point. That'll make it so this thing is easier to place when we get into Kerbal. I'll get more into that later. Cool. 148 polys. Perfect. Yeah, it's not a lot. That's actually super good. All right, now what I'm going to do is we will set the clevis to... That's the hinge. That's the collider box for the hinge, believe it or not. We are going to have to model the collider box for this, but let's UV the other thing first. Do you set its center of mass and all of that in this? I basically just did. I set its origin point, John. The origin point of the part is where center of mass is applied in KSP, if I understand that correctly. All right, so we'll blank out the other hinge. And now I started to UV this thing, but yeah, clearly there's some weird stuff going on here. It's not right. No, Mikey, no, this is so not right. Same with center of lift. Center of lift information for wing parts and body lift information is applied at origin of part, yes. That's the precise reason, John, why wing tessellation, like on my K90, we make it out of a bunch, in Star Raker, we make it out of a bunch of small wings. that gets you a better aerodynamic calculation about the shape of the wing and what it's doing. Because you're having your wing made out of a bunch of smaller parts gives you more points of sample for the aerofoil shape, right? It inadvertently you change the resolution of aerodynamic sampling on your wing. Instead of 1 point of resolution, like if you had one wing, now you have like 30, and it should theoretically fly more realistic. Theoretically, Kerbal's not that advanced, but you can make it seem more advanced. Wow, I never knew that. I thought you just did it to look good. Bro, there's a method to my madness. Okay? Yeah, baby. All right, so that's actually okay. Let's rotate that. Rotate that. Moving so. And then yeah, that's fine. Sew those edges together. Yeah, baby. Okay, that's fine. Move that over here. What about you? Once again, all I'm looking for is to have a nice uniform texture. That's why we're using the checkerboard. You want everything on here to look like squares. Okay, the end piece right there, that's fine. That's fine the way it is. We have to do some work with unwrapping all this over here. Cut all those edges. Now we got to do normal. We got to do some face normal stuff here. UV, normal based. I'm projecting it basically on the face of the parallel to the normal face, which is a perpendicular line that goes from the center of the polyagonal face. Camera projects UVs on the normal axis, right? And yeah, that gets you really nice shapes, but it also makes it look a little funky. Like we're gonna have to sew some of this together. Gotta flip that. Nope. Okay. Some of these, once again, some of them come in backwards. Watch. I know this looks ridiculous. Just, oh, that one didn't come in right. There we go. All right, cool. We'll start with this face right here. That's what we want. Something is wrong. This program saved me from insanity with UVs. Cool. What is the reason you're not an aerospace engineer? Because streaming came your life path or whatever? Long story. I realized that I like aerospace after I got a degree from college. Ah, crap. We didn't finish doing the model. There are unmerged vertices here. Hang on one second. I gotta shut that for a moment. So what I did was I checked. It won't let me sew these faces together. That means the game doesn't understand that these are the same edge. See? And they're not. See, I'm pulling it and that the face doesn't change. It just looks like it. So we'll go into vertexes. We got to just finish doing some modeling here. I'm just checking to see if there's anything else, any other unmerged vertices here. You can do that by basically single clicking and you only click one vert. Yep, see right there? No good. Doesn't seem like it's too bad. Yeah, sometimes split verts happen. I noticed it with the UVing, which is good. That one's fine. That's fine. Okay, cool. Easy fix. Load up the UV editor again. No, I don't know much about coding. Used to, a long time ago. Could have sworn I just merged those. KSP doesn't support Fortran, so EJ is out. I know what that means, Tabit. Look, I'm a dinosaur, but I'm not that much of a dinosaur. Jesus. What the hell is it about that face? I don't understand. It really just doesn't want to sew that face to anything. It's on both sides. What the hell is wrong with these things? Delete the face and remake it. So watch, we're gonna build this face and it's not gonna... Oh, it projected it perfectly. Nice. Yeah, alright, we'll append a polygon. Yeah, something was weird with those things. Yeah, they're working now. That one needs to be flipped. We're pulling an error up there in the console. What the hell's going on? I keep seeing it flash red down there. More than one object matches the hinged owl 16 shape. Fine, hinged owl 17 it is then. Let's rotate this. There we go. Good. Excellent. That just leaves that shape right there. You know what we can do? Go here like that. We should be able to move and sew that. Cool. Cool. There's the bottom. There's me sneezing. All right, now we just have this piece right here. And it seems to have done the same thing. What was that? It was the turbo. Obviously.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know what? I'm not too worried about slight texture squash right here, but you know what? We're here. Let's take the time and do it right. Cut all those edges. Select face. Let's go normal based. And just go around the horn. Cool. I reprojected all those UVs because there was a seam. And some of them projected backwards off of their normal face. See how some of them are red, some of them are blue? We want blue, we don't... Should be 16 of these. Once again, this is UVing, guys. I'm getting the texture. I'm basically telling Maya and then subsequently Unity and KSP how texture information should be applied to this 3D model. Yeah, see, if we go to sew that, that's backwards. So take that, see if we can flip it. There we go. Sew that. That one is wrong. So select that shell, flip it. Okay, looks like we got a couple of flipped ones here. Flip that along U. Flip that along U axis. There we go. Yeah, see, that didn't take very long. Done. Shell. Take that. Move that over here. Now what I'm going to do is go in here and select my layout tool. That should get everything scaled more or less, right? And by more or less, I mean completely wrong. Just messing with this a little bit. See if we can screw around with the scale here. Hang on. Let's rotate a couple here. Pretty good. All right, cool. That part should be good. Now we just got to do our modifications like we did with the other piece. Let's go down into the mirror tool. Try to mirror it over the same axis. There we go. But now our UVs are on top of each other. We want to do another asymmetrical texture, right? We want to write like EJ super hinge over here and then super EJ hinge over here, right? We gotta do some work here. So I'm going to take the duplicated mirrored object and we're going to go into mesh and we're going to combine them together. Now they should act as one object. So when I go into the UV editor, see how these are red now? They're overlapping. See? They're slightly overlapping and some of them need to be flipped. There we go. Now, what we should do with this thing is yeah, let's just some of this stuff we can overlap. That's no big deal. Like the inner texture here on the bearing, that's fine. Don't have to worry about that. I'm going to rotate that one. And we'll try to move that down the bottom. And then everything else, just move into position. You know what? I'll put those over there like that. There we go. Done. Now what we got to do real quick, what we could do is take the vertex, right? All those vertices, we got to merge them, right? Make sure that that's merged correctly, right? Go here, take the edges, move and sew them together. So create one shell right like that, right? Now what we can do, let's just shuffle these around a little bit. Move that there, move that there, move that there. Like I said, this is the puzzle piece part. You don't want to change the size of these pieces, but you also don't want to... you also got to get them to all fit. This one was a little bit easier than the other one, believe it or not. Just because of the way I wrapped the UVs. There we go. Good. Perfect. That's fine. So, let's save our work again. Get out of this. We go here. We're going to delete the history on that thing. And we did do a merging operation, which screwed up my pivot point. We need to set origin point again. And we can, if you hit insert on your keyboard and then hold X, you could snap the pivot point to origin. Hinge dowel. Hinge clevis. There we go. Perfect. Now make a texture be solid gray. Well, like I said, that's pretty much what we're going to do. The next thing we have to do is the collider box, which thank God we don't need the UV. Collider boxes aren't rendered. They're there, but they're not visually rendered. So like if you look, see that piece right there? That's the collision box for the hinge, for the upper and lower parts of the hinge. But the model of the hinge is there. We got to make the hitbox for these parts. But that's what this will look like in KSP. It'll clamp the hinge together. You attach the dowel piece to the upper attachment point on the hinge, and I'll tell it in the configuration file that there's an attachment point up here, like a node attach, and then I'll put a node attachment point on the bottom here, so you can place this hinge wherever you want, and then you'll be able to node attach the hinge to it, node attach the dowel to the top, right? And then if you did absolute snap on either one of those parts, it'll line it up perfectly. It's hybrid tech, Surfer. Hybrid tech for KSP. This is, if you add these parts to the hinge and then in Kerbal, on the dowel piece, you hit same vessel collision, and the clevis piece, you hit same vessel collision. Now your hinge is not going to drift. This will clamp the hinge in position. Your hinges won't move around, because every time hinges drift from physics reload. So quick saving, quick loading, loading up a vessel on a planet, or docking and undocking operations. If physics gets reset every time and it tries to drift the hinge and this thing moves this way a little bit, Kerbal will detect a collision there and force it back into position, basically making it so your hinge will never drift. It'll never do it. Don't you need a collider to collider the clevis? Collider the clevis. Yep. That's going to be the tough part, dude. The reason why, guys, is that you can only have convex mesh colliders. So this is going to get a little complicated. But yeah, there's our part. Save. The pin is not going to be that big of a deal. Like, the dowel piece is going to be easy. We can, yeah, that's not going to be hard at all. Can you invert a convex to get concave? No. It needs to be convex, so we're going to have to figure out some trickery here. Have fun getting like 72 on each side. Yeah, Joe. Well, there's got to be a way to do it. Yeah, see, and this will move with the hinge when the hinge moves. It'll clamp it in position. What the hell was that? Oh, that's the locator joint for the hinge. Whoops. Yeah, it creates an array of convex gliders. That's what Part Tools is for. Part Tools in Unity is for doing that as well. Not a knock on you, but I just didn't realize how complicated and time consuming this could be. This is actually super quick. We're making really good progress here. So you're saying the easy part is over, huh? No? Yeah, the modeling is fun. Modeling is the fun part. Building the thing out, that's the fun part. Sorry. Modeling is the fun part. UVing is a pain in the butt. Implementation in gliders is okay. This shouldn't be too bad, guys. It's not going to be the worst. So let's copy the hinge dowel piece, right? And let's call this hinge dowel collider. Okay, so what we could do is just say this is it and call it a day, but I don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. We got to be careful with this. Because if I tried to make this into a convex mesh collider, the collider would end up looking like a bread box. Yeah, it would just try to just do all of this. We don't want that. We need high fidelity colliders here, right? Fortunately, these parts aren't very high resolution to begin with. So because we can't make concave, we can't do that, we have to figure out some other solutions here. Is this a hinge? It's a hybrid tech clamp for my hinge, Milo. Yes. That's the Kerbal hinge right there. That's the G11 hinge, and I built this thing to go around it. You attach this to the bottom of the hinge and then attach that to the top of the hinge in Kerbal. Right click, same vessel collision on both of these. Now you have a hybrid tech hinge for 3 parts. That's probably the strongest hinge that you could make in the game. Yeah, it won't drift either. At least that's the plan. All right, you know what we'll do? You know what we'll do now? Let's get these parts into Unity. So I'm going to take the hinge dowel and we are going to export selection as an FBX. Include, nope. Good. Export. So this is hinge dowel. Hinge dowel 1 underscore, let's just put it 0. It's not going to export the checker on an FBX. That's fine. That's okay. It doesn't matter. The UV, as long as it exported the UVs, we are good to go. So export selection, FBX, export selection. This is hinge clevis. .fpx. Good. Export. Once again, unsupported maps. Convert file texture in the Maya documentation checker. It's not going to export the checkerboard. That's fine. Whatever. Don't worry about it. What we should do while we're here is go into our UV editor. And then we need to take this image, take a UV snapshot, and output it as a PNG. New KSP assets, images out UV. There we go. That's going to take a snapshot of the wireframes here and export it as a PNG file so we could start making our texture when we get to that point. We're not going to do that now. But that's what that does. Okay, so now let's just double check to make sure that we did that right. Go here. Maya projects, new KSP assets, images, out UV. Okay. Good. And we can use this, bring this into Photoshop and paint the texture on this and use that as the guide. Done. So that one is the hinge clevis map. This one is the hinge dowel. I'm a sucker for making sure everything is named correctly, guys. These other images are just source images I brought in for... I don't know why that's there, but that's super cool. That's also super cool. That's what we used to make the shuttle underside before. Nice. That's why you can't be an engineer. Why? Because I wanted... Wait, what? Wouldn't that make it better? Yeah, whatever. Can I make you a texture for that? Definitely not going to use Predominance livery as a base. No, I'm good. Yeah, no, Chivo, I don't. I can't stand it. All right, so we're here. All right, we got our UV maps outed, so we'll go paint those some other time. Now we got to figure out these collider boxes. So let me go into the outliner here. All right, so let's break this down. So what I want to do, we'll duplicate this, right? And we'll have this hinge dowel larg 1. Yeah, just said I'm good at naming. I want to name things, right? Like, all right, so I'm gonna need to make 3. Actually, that should be good. So this one right here, we're gonna look at this hinge piece from this angle, right? We're gonna take all the faces and bye-bye. Go to this edge loop, to edge loop and delete. It did screw up the UVs, doesn't matter. This is a collider box, who cares? Like I said, see how the UVs are all bent? But once again, just like resolution on your models matters, resolution of your colliders is absolutely a thing. You're gonna get screwed on performance if you don't mess with this, right? So you want to try to make these as low res as humanly possible. What I'm trying to do is make this Just a box. That. Good. Once again, the UVs got a little screwed up, but that's fine. UVs on collider boxes do not matter. In fact, just so nobody gets confused, let me go into my material editor and just reapply the regular Phong shader to both of these. That's just the default 3D model gray. So now why did I duplicate the hinge just to make that stupid square? What the heck's that about? Well, it retains its original transform. So if I take this and I move this back, see the transform? If we move it back right here, perfectly encapsulates that part. That's fine. Good enough. Totally okay the way it is. So let's put all these on transparent. Select that. Apply selected. Right. So now my textured pieces aren't selectable. But see, that's going to form part of our collider box here. You don't need to worry about edge flow with colliders. You just need this to take up certain spots. So like I want the plate. I want the part where you're going to attach something to this. I want that to be collidable. But we got to be careful here. Because when we go to make the colliders down here, we might need to use some trickery to get this right. But should be okay. Now, go to this piece up here. How do we want to do this? You know what? Duplicate it one more time. Just move that up there. Let's take this, and for these pieces, just get rid of that. Get rid of that. Remember, no convex. Can't be convex. So we can use multiple convex mesh colliders to fudge a concave collider if we really want to. And, well, spoiler alert, that's exactly what we're going to do. Once again, we don't need this here. We don't need any of these faces here. We can get rid of those. We can replace it with that because, yeah, that'll look right. So we can extrude this edge, move this edge over here, grab our vertexes, and then we hold V and you can vertex snap stuff. See? Now take these vertices right there, do a merge function on that, go there, do a merge function on that. Now, single select one, make sure that's one piece, good. And once again, we don't care about UVs here. There's no there's no reason to, right? Doesn't matter. So do this, right? Extrude the edge, go down, right? And then do the same thing. You just need the pin. Yeah, but I want parts of these hinge to be collidable. Like if it's bouncing around on the ground after something exploded all system, you don't want it to just bounce through this part. It's not just the hinge collision, it's the entire collision. So if it crashes, if it blows up, now, Control E, extrude the edge again. Go down like this. Take that right there. Take that right there. Good. Make sure you're in wireframe when you select your vertices so you don't select anything behind. Do the merge operation. Good. This is pretty high res. These pieces are going to be pretty high res for a collider, for the collider box, but also 180 polys for the parts each, and then maybe a collider box that's more or less the same resolution. Nothing. Kerbal wouldn't care about that, especially with modern graphics cards. Now, if it was 10 years ago, depends on the computer. I used the pen to polygon to make that last bit. Now we're good. So what we're going to do over here on this side of this thing is the exact same thing. Delete those. Go to that edge root. Go to the edge root, Hans. Delete it. And then we're just going to do the same operation again. Is there a different... just in case anybody was wondering, are there other ways to do this? Yeah. I mean, we might even be able to get away with using the append to polygon tool here, but the problem with that is that it's going to make triangles. Oh, no. No. Append does the exact same function. It's actually quicker, see, than doing the merge, because the append to polygon tool merges vertices for you. I don't want that, so we got to go into the cut. We got to get the cutting tool out and just make sure we insert an edge loop right there. It'll have problems trying to render like a 6-sided polygon like that. Your polygons, when you model, they should be quads. You should make everything 4-sided. And if you're stuck and you can't make something 4-sided, make it 3-sided. No 6-sided, 8-sided, 12-sided polys. Don't do that. That'll break your render tessellator. Don't do that. So now do that to the other one, right? No. Get rid of that. Duplicate, rotate 180 degrees on the y-axis. No. Save yourself some time. Okay. Move this transform back to 0. Keep these as individual pieces. Move that back to 0. And then I'm going to freeze transforms on these parts. And then we're going to delete its history. So there's our collider shape for most of the hinge. Now we got to do the pins. No pentagons allowed. Yeah, rule 8. Yeah, exactly. So what I'm going to do is, because we can't make the whole thing a convex collider, we're going to tell, I'm pretty sure you can tell Unity and subsequently Kerbal, you can have multiple convex colliders assigned to a mesh. It should understand that, it should understand that, it should understand this. Now, if we model the pins, it should be fine. Should be okay. This is the hinged owl collider 1. Hinged owl collider 2. And hinged owl collider 3. Done. Cool. Now the pins. Do that. Once again, your parts between the hitboxes for parts in KSP, your total polygons between the hitboxes and the actual shape of the thing should be somewhere between 2,500 and 3,000 polys. That's the maximum. Don't go over that. But yeah, some parts are going to be a lot more complicated than others. Like if you were making a capsule with an interior, that's going to be way more faces, right? Obviously. Why does the hinge have hoses? Because it looks cool. Artistic license, dude. The hinges in Kerbal are not hydraulic. They're electromechanical actuators. They all use electricity. There's no hydraulics in the game. So yeah, it having hydraulic hoses on it is a little weird. Just pretend they're wires, okay? This count isn't accurate because it's counting the G11 hinge in there. Well, yeah, of course. If I shut that off, it's nothing. Remember, these are two separate parts, but yeah, we're getting nowhere near it. I made these things intentionally low res and poopy doopy looking because our collider is, to make a part like this, your collider is going to take up a lot of that mesh budget. Not a lot. I mean, the part, like, once again, just like part count in KSP, poly count for a model, you want it to be low, as low as you possibly can. There's no need to put in extra edge loops. Like, there's no need to increase the res. Higher edge loop resolution won't necessarily get you a nicer looking model. It will not do that. So we are well below our budget, Flykin, but I'm still gonna make sure that we don't insert unnecessary edge loops into this design. Yeah, add the details on the normal map anyway. Yeah, right. Can a hole even be in the collision model, Mike? Yeah. We can't make a concave collider, but we can make convex, which means we can budget, so to speak. The colliders are basically going to look exactly like the Kraken hinges, dudes, if you really want to know. So the dowel pin's going to be a cylinder, or are you going to play fun physics games and give them some conic fun for a little clearance and self-alignment? I think we'll make them cylindric just for now, Poison. Have you heard of The Crust? People keep telling me about that game, yeah. Now, here's what I'm wondering. What about the coding? What do you mean, the coding? Making the CFG for this part is easy. That's not coding. That's just filling in the blanks. You need a .mu and a CFG file, Nando. That's it. The CFG will tell you like how much the part is, what temperature it melts at, etc., etc. There's no coding involved here, dude. This is the hard part. You can take a CFG file and you fill in the blanks. It's not coding. Trust me on this one. I know I don't know a lot about coding, but if I sat there and said filling in the blanks on a CFG template is coding, people would laugh at me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we laugh at you anyways. Yeah, tell me something I don't freaking know, dude. Okay, so I have a 16-sided cylinder here. Excuse me. I have a 16-sided cylinder here to make this piece. See, what I'm wondering is if we could use a surface model for the collider. And I'm not 100% sure you can. But you might be able to do it in Unity. Can you copy the visual part, delete all faces except for the pins, move it back down, merge the objects to the ears profile? Yeah, of course. Ears in profit, yeah. Can the pins have spherical colliders like the RCS balls? See, Thaney, that's where I'm at. I'm not sure. There's clearly a way to do it, but I don't know what that is. I'm not really sure what that is. I'm not really sure what that is.
How much do you think?
Not really sure what that is. It makes me happy.
Wait just 1 minute before
Weren't expecting this.
and listen to this incredible view.
Makes me happy. All right, that's enough. So, yeah, I mean, that's not Windows, that's a hinge. Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm thinking. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. So we have polyagonal components here, but we can also create... You can create surface cylinders in this game, like that. Now the real question is, will it understand that that's what we're trying to do? I'm not sure. Because those spheres, right? Those spheres that are in the game are surface. They're surface modeled. That's why RCS balls are so smooth. It has just a spherical collider. That spherical collider is made using surfaces, or what's called NURBs.
Discovery.
NURBs average positions between vertexes. Like, think about like making roads and city skylines. You can make like those nice curved roads because it's averaging the cells and then the control vertex. That's what these things have. They don't have regular vertices like a polygon. They have control vertices, right? And if you take it, it'll modify the shape. But the shape is modified by averaging points between your CVs. Someone said that's available in the Unity editor. I wonder if they have other shapes. Well, yeah, Aqualex, we should probably go and check that, but where I'm kind of at is, you know, we're going to have to put this into Unity anyway. Now would probably be a good time to see if this actually works. Right? Like, I'm not sure that that's going to pick that up like that, but I'm not sure if you can convert a NURBS mesh to a I'm not sure if it'll understand converting that NURBS mesh to a polyagonal mesh for a convex collider. That's what I'm trying to say. But once again, clearly there's a way to do it. Clearly, and it might be in Unity. So if that's the case, well, figure it out. The worst case scenario is you add it directly in Unity. Yeah, exactly. So, call me baby. All right, so what I'm gonna do here, we'll take that surface model, we'll just add it here, like that, duplicate it, rotate it on the y-axis 90 degrees, or 180 degrees. X. Whatever. Like, I'm not sure if it's going to understand this. I really don't think it will. But it's a great song. All right, you know what? Now's the time to test this. So how are we gonna do this? Well, you use PBR textures, could go for shiny metal. It depends if Kerbal can understand that. We're gonna have to export this as individual FBX. So let's go here like this. Go to export selection. Let's see if we can export as an FBX. This is Hinged Owl under Hinged Owl Collider 4. You gotta import each piece, each part of the collider that individually. So I did part 4 and part 5 first because I wanted to see if we could export those surfaces, but it seems like it's okay. We haven't lost yet. So I added the collider box on a different layer. Once again, I don't know how the heck that thing's gonna deal with that, but we'll see. So when are we making Raptor 3 for Kerbal? I don't want to listen to this song. I don't like that song. I had a bad experience once. All right, now we'll take this. Hinged Owl, file, export selection. Oh, we've already exported it. Cool. Excellent. Yeah, we've already done that. All right, so now we're gonna have to... How do you make attachment notes for KSP? You have to do that in... You tell it where to do attachment points in Unity. Yeah, I'll get more into that later. So let's... Jannasta päivistä. Jannoista päivistä ei oo kurippeet jäljellä, mutta aikuisuuteen jotain parempaa. Niistä ammentaa. Oli laudassa, loi käärmeellä sininen. All right, opening up Unity now. Amerikasta asti taaloilla tilattu. Tenniskentällä kevään ensimmäinen paljas kohta. Yhdessä hypyssä kesä pilattu. Radan varren metsään kaljat piilotettiin. Ja paljain takamuksi junia tervehdittiin. Yeah. No, skip that. All right, so we got our Unity scene here. Maniski. Ei saa menettää peliä. Pitää muistaa tytölle hymyillä. Scenes. Okay, so we gotta go here. Pailista. Take these parts, copy them. Where the hell is Unity? Users EJEMP new. Oh. Assets, models. Boop. And then it should pop up right here in the models folder. Yeah, there we go. Hey, all right. Nice. It didn't like the checker, but it took the color information, which is weird, so it's blue. Yeah. Oh, that's sick. Cool. Nice. Now we have all of our parts here. Let's just get rid of that. We have our collider boxes here. Now, because all of these have the same origin point, right? I can just set their position to 0, 0, 0.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, it didn't like that. Collider 4. Oh, yeah. Nope. Nope, didn't do it. It didn't take it. It hates it a lot. Get rid of it. Shoot. Oh, yeah, also truck. Truck for scale. No, get rid of it. Very good. Congratulations. Thank you. That song sucks too. Link for space news. Okay. We love truck. We do love truck. Truck is good. Truck is good. Truck is love. Truck is life. All right. I gotta turn that down for a second. And what we need to do.
Hello everyone, welcome to how to import a part from Blender through Unity into Kerbal Space.
This is Tyler Rise, or just Rise Space.
Program. I've done a video sort of like this before.
Hang on, let me pause this for a second. I gotta watch a tutorial here.
And there are some differences. I really wish I didn't have to make this video because it's gotten a bit harder, especially to go up here, Package Manager. Okay, so here's Package Manager, and we see a whole bunch of packages, but well, we want the ones
nice,
that are in
Jared.
the project, and Text Mesh Pro is here, and so we click Remove. Okay, and that's because the KSP requires an older version of that, and so we've gotten rid of that. And back here we see download this release, the specific one that they want to use, and it is a Unity package. Keep in mind that we have not actually imported part tools yet. So first things first, let's unzip the Unity package out of this one. This is the newest one. And I guess I'll just overwrite what I have here. I have the 1.9.1 there. Or this one from 2017. Well, hold on. I might want to keep this one. Let me just rename it temporarily. Alright, so we've unzipped the part tools package, and then in here we can go import package And here we see that package and open, and it'll decompress. And
We did
once
this
it
last night, didn't we?
you'll get a window like this, and we just import all the
Yes,
things.
I did do that. All right, cool.
Okay,
Sweet.
and once that happens, we'll see a part tools folder, plugins folder, squad core folder in our assets.
That's so
Next
squad
up,
core.
we will import the other package, custom package, and there's a Text Mesh Pro.
No, we didn't
And
do
we'll get
that.
this updated one, and maybe that's better for 1.10. Hopefully, it's not incompatible with 1.8.1. And we've got all this stuff here. Import. Note that there's a unloading broken assembly thing down here. Can cause crashes at runtime. We're gonna fix that while this is importing.
Okay, Flacken, we'll see.
Remind you that there is another step here. It says import custom bundle and then disable validate references from KSP asset compiler and KSP assets in that folder. And hopefully that'll fix the problem.
I'd rather post this.
Okay, so plugins, KSP
3 years
assets. It's this KSP asset compiler. Validate references should be off. Well, it's already off. This one needs to be off too. So there's KSP assets. Don't forget to click apply. Fine. Taking a look at the console. Yep, console.
Let's go over here.
You will want to animate and send to open source file. Part tools, shaders, auto light. Go KSP, bump specular, and well, I see some of the streakiness that they're supposed to have. The shininess 1 per. Now there's another problem, and that's the gimbaling. So I'm going to create an empty and call this the gimbal. And you can also have as many gimbals as you want. You could gimbal the whole thing. The gimbal vector is also the blue one. Pull up the... For some reason the collider didn't import with the stuff. I guess I must have left it invisible. Well, I can show you how to deal with that. Let's go back to Blender for a sec here. Make sure that the project gets updated with this new FBX version. Well, it's our InVision, so we broke the prefab. So hold on a sec.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go figure this out. Okay, so I've added a mesh collider component to that piece, and then mesh renderer. Don't render it. Cool. That's what we got to do. I remember now. Go there, add a convex mesh collider, and then do not render the mesh. Then go to collider 1, add mesh collider, convex. Do not render that mesh. Okay. Hey Alex, what's going on? So now, let's delete that. Delete that. That's not doing us any favors. Okay, so let's look here. What can we add? 3D object, cylinder. Edit glider. So, yeah, you can... Okay, I'm getting confused because the collider is showing up as a sphere, which is interesting. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what that is. It's a capsule collider? I don't understand. So, what we could do, guys, is there you go. Pretty sure that'll do it. And it ended up, well, quote unquote, being tapered. So what you have here is a game object as an entity. It's rendering as a cylinder, but the collider is a capsule, which if scaled down turns into a sphere. Interesting. Yeah, that should be fine. 5311 on the x-axis. So duplicate this. I wouldn't want it to stick out too much. I'm wondering if that'll work. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't. But maybe we want to center this too, just to be sure. 5325. Then over here with this next guy, set that to minus 5325. Why are you using Unity 2017? I need to for Kerbal, dude. Yeah, we have to use a super old version of it. So we add mesh collider component, convex, no problem. Go here, add mesh collider, convex. So this would be hinge, dowel, collider 4. Down here, hinge, dowel, collider 5. Is there one part in particular that you really want to build to replace a Kraken not correctly used part? I'm sure there is, JDG, but I haven't thought of it off the top of my head. Mesh colliders have to have a mesh to work. You added sphere colliders. It's enough. Oh. You think it'll be okay with that, dude? Okay. The rest of the part has colliders on it that I made in Maya. The ones that, like, it's made out of a bunch of different convex mesh colliders. And Alex, if I'm looking at this right, the spherical colliders are surface modeled. So the spherical colliders, yeah, basically this part has RCS ball colliders built into it. I think. How do we export this as an MU now? I don't remember. I mean, we're gonna have to do the colliders on the other piece, but... That's with part tools? Yeah, I just don't remember how to do it. I parented under the shape. We could make a new game object if you want. Actually, you know what? That is what I'm gonna do. Let's create an empty, set empty to 0, 0, 0. Hinge dowel group. Or we could just call it master, sure. All right, there we go. Is your favorite operating system Windows 10 or 11? I don't care. I don't. I just don't care. If it does what I need it to do, it's fine. At the top, check under assets to see if part tools is that. So. At the top or at the bottom? Oh, failed to create convex mesh from source sphere. Sources most likely got too many smooth surfaces. Please reduce the surfaces of the mesh. All right. Oh, that was when I made the mesh collider. I got it. Yeah, I got you. Just got to make sure that it's not rendering that spherical mesh. It's just a collider. It's in master component, KSP. Part tools. Uh-oh. Hello? Hinged owl. By textures, texture format, PNG. Write it. I'll write it back to the Maya projects folder so I know where it is. Didn't write. All right, I gotta check a tutorial video. I know of one. It's an old one, and it might not work anymore, but. I don't even know if I could find the damn thing. It was an old, super old video that I used to learn the first time. It's probably gone. Let's go back over to the Rise video.
As painful as that is. To 64% for stock. Basic to have the post. Yeah.
That's up.
Signed. Add component physics. We're gonna add the mesh collider. Okay, so now they each have a collider on them, and now we can bring back the gimbals. And I'm gonna once again pair them up with the correct chambers. Okay, so now they're all matched with the right gimbals and thrust transforms. And they have colliders. Okay, so now, well, I don't know if they look right, but we'll find out. Okay, now right. Okay, so it's written to the folder that I told it to write to. And so if I look at KRE, no, it's KSLV. We will see the .mu file, which is the model file, and then the normal map and color map for, or texture for the 3 different materials. And now we're going to have to create some text files. So create a text document, and well, depending on whether you're doing this in stock or with other stuff, I'm just gonna create a text document that is a CFG file. It has to be .cfg, and I name it the same as the model file. Yep. Okay, so we've got that as the, that's gonna be the.
So my part tools isn't exporting. Okay. Hang on. D parts. It. No. 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 I don't know what that is. Whatever. Like, and there's no difference between what I'm doing and what's going on there. There's no difference. We could take that, copy it, set, go in here, paste that, select folder, and it's, you go to set it again, and it just defaults to deep exported parts in the KSP common folder, which is weird, but all right. I mean, whatever. D parts. There it is. Whatever. Departs, boss. Departs. There it is. Now we got to give it a config file. So we'll do exactly what hinge dowel .cfg. You know what? I don't like doing that way. The way I used to do it is you go into just squad, right? And you go into parts, arrow, air brake. Just copy that damn file. The part, put it in here. Rename the air brake file. Hinge dowel. Dowel. Right, open that up. Open with. And then you just go in here and change everything. We don't need cargo part. We don't need to look at constraint. We don't need an arrow surface. Actually, you know what? A better thing to, you know what? Get rid of this. A better piece to copy would be a structural part, because that's what this is. So get rid of that, and let's just go back into Kerbal, game data, squad, parts. You go into structural, just find a I-beam or something, or a panel. That's fine. Structure panel. Copy that. Go back into KSP. D parts. Go here. No. Open with no. Whatever. Yeah. See. Easy. Easy peasy. Hinge dowel. Category structural. This is the EJSA hybrid tech upper hinge. Manufacturer Eric Johnson hybrid tech. This is a part for reinforcing the G11 hinge with hybrid tech dot. Let's make it 100 kilos because it's a heavy piece. 100 kilograms, that's fine. And I don't give a crap about the rest of this stuff. Fuel crossfeed, I do want that. So you can crossfeed on this part. Hinge. Hybrid tech. Yeah, that's search tags. Category, yeah, structural. Structural would be fine. What is the folder you want to put the exported files into? Yeah, don't worry about it, dude. It's fine. Cargo module. Oh, no cargo module. That's it. This will be fine the way it is. So file, save, go here like this. Hinge and hinge dowel. So go into Kerbal, go into game data. We're going to make a new folder here. EJSA. Parts. Hinge dowel. Paste the parts. Game data. Okay. All right. Let's minimize that, minimize Maya, minimize that. Are we good? I think that's it. I mean, these are just structural pieces, so they're super simple. It's not going to work. You need to remove the auto load, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Did I miss anything else here? Oh, up here. Yeah, I got it. What were the dimensions of this part? Why do you keep asking me that? You don't set your dimensions in here. You can set oh, we got to set the attachment nodes. Balls. All right. I can do that in Unity. Hold on. Create empty. John, I'm not really interested in doing that right now. Positive 3-1 on Y. Okay, we could just have it use the same attachment as the panel. We need the node stack top, so we need another node here, and we need to set its position in Unity by using the same game object. Go up here. 423. 423. All right, save. Because if I had done that, if we'd sent it like that, it would have the same attachment points as the panel. Mode.mu. Oh, yep. HingedOwl.mu is what we named it, right? Yep, there we go. CFG is pulling from the right thing. $10,000. No. That's the entry cost for a campaign, and that's how much they actually cost. Crash tolerance 100. Braking force 2000. Braking torque 2000. Crash tolerance 1000. I don't know if it'll read 2000. That might break stuff. We'll see. Basically, I want this thing to be made out of titanium. So you know what? Let's make it heavier. Let's make it 500 kilos. Now it's cast. Now we just made it cast iron. This thing is not going to break. Do you want the node size to be 0? Oh, yeah, one of those numbers is your nodes, aren't they? It won't? You set your braking to 15,000? I think the G11 has attachment 1. I think that one, that's for attachment. This is fine. It's all over the place, Homing Pigeon, yeah. There's plenty of documentation on this. I think we're good. I think we set that config file right, so... Copy, KSP, game data, EJ, parts, hinged owl, paste, replace. Have you seen the newest U-boat game? No, I haven't. All right, well, this is the first part. Hold on to your butts. Let's see. Let's see if we see my name flash through down here on the loading screen. I think it already loaded it. I asked about the Canadarm yesterday. Do you know where I could find its exact dimensions online? They're in the shuttle handbook, Alex. Yeah, it's in the shuttle handbook. The shuttle operations manual. You used to be able to just Google it and find it. Now it's a little bit harder to find, but it's still out there. You saw it, JC? All right, cool. Cool. How do you define what the part does? I don't understand the question, Pacey. What do you mean? That's what the CFG file is for, and modules attached to it. Yeah, you'd have to attach different modules, like what Pudman said. It's for the G11 hinge. Alright, well, it seems like the game loaded and it didn't get angry at us. Not yet, at least. We go. Yeah, you gotta. That's what KSP Part Tools is for, Pood, right? It's coming back to me. Oh god. The collider box is... It's rendering the collider. It rendered the collider, dang it. But the collider is right. It's right. And wait, let's see. Can we attach a hinge to it? That's awesome. We gotta figure out a way to not do that, but you know, it's good. Here, put this in here, and then put that in there, and then put my hinge part there, and then node attach it, right? And then just to be absolutely sure, we absolute snap. If you absolute snap, now it's on your hinged axis. Ready? Ready? Cool. Oh god, the attachment is ass. It's attaching like a... Oh god, it's trying to attach like a panel. Oh god, no, my surface attachment point is awful. Ah! Okay, we gotta fix that. So check this out though. If we do this, guys, right? Look, right there, not selecting any part. Right there, it highlights my piece. And then this way highlights the piece too. Oh, dude, we got the spherical colliders to work. Look at that nice smooth edge. Yeah, we did modify the panel.cfg. Yeah, a surface attachment node is in the same spot as the damn panel. Listen, like if we took the panel and did the see how the panel kind of rotates, like, and you're trying to attach it on the bottom edge, this thing does the same thing now because we didn't change it. Now, why did it render the convex mesh collider? So is the sphere the collider or the collar or both? What are you talking about? I just parented multiple collider boxes. All my collision boxes are working, Tessa. Yeah, that's really good, actually. Now we got to get the other piece. Would it also need another node on the outside of the top surface? Thought of that already. See what I'm talking about? See what I'm talking about? Yeah, baby. Got to get the other piece. Oh, that's so cool, man. If you're making modded parts, can the reusable shuttle and mobile launcher finally happen? Hold on. I think the colliders need to be in a different layer in Unity. When you select the collider in Unity, look for the top right layer. All right, well, cool. That's working. What we could do is a recompile. A recompile now would fix this if we need to make any updates or changes to the part. So, but recompiling has to be done in the main menu. Last, please. Isn't that cool though? I've been in and out. Can you summarize the significance of this part? It's hybrid tech. Weather guy. All right, let's holy crap. Unity. Here we go. In Unity mesh renderer in the inspector, click the gear. Remove component, mesh renderer, remove component, sphere mesh, remove component, remove component. Hinge master, part tools, write a new one. Okay, go in here like this. Go into KSP, D parts. 341, that's the updated MU file. Go back over here, go like this. Game data, EJ, parts. There's the thumbnail for the part. It auto-generated a thumbnail. Go in here, replace hinged-owl.mu. Minimize that, go back into KSP, go into the debug menu. We gotta go to database, reload the DB. It's gonna take a second. Last two. You remove the mesh filter, do not remove those. I'm very confused. What did you tell me to remove? In Unity, the mesh renderer in the inspector, click on the gear and click remove component. Oh, for the spheres. Yeah, okay, I got it. Going too fast. We'll just recompile one more time. It'll take 2 seconds. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. All right, let's reload one more time. Fix the surface attach? Nah, I'm busy. About now, you should be putting that stuff in a repository so you can easily go back if you break something. All in good time. Trade secrets, my son. Yeah, we'll do. So Weather Guy, this is one piece to a two-part system that I'm building out right now. Okay, so that top piece obviously goes, it kind of seats on top of the G0 hinge and it has pins coming out the sides, right? I want coca, I gotta go poopy. Right? Go into structural. There we go. It didn't render the colliders this time. The colliders are still there. Excellent. All right, so see that? I have another piece that goes with this, and that piece what I'm designing it to do is attach here, and then you attach the hinge to it, and the bottom piece seats on the bottom of the G11 hinge. If we go in here and we hit same vessel interaction, and then that bottom piece that I haven't put in the game yet, we hit same vessel interaction on that as well, it's a hybrid tech hinge. Instant hybrid tech. 2 parts. Instead of, you know, getting my thermo bearings out and, you know, going in here, the spectra bearings or the thermal bearings or whatever, we're basically, we're making our own hybrid tech parts. So where would the thermo bearing be? Full thermo bearing right here. So watch this. We can just test to make sure this collider, see if this collider works correctly. What we got to do is absolute snap there, and go in here, select that. This isn't exactly going to work because it's not the... Pretty sure that's not what I want. It's very unhappy with whatever's going on here. Yeah, I think that's just from reloading the database in the game, Topic. I'm pretty damn sure. But yeah, the other piece is kind of gonna look like this. But yeah, that's the first piece. So now that works. Okay, cool. We figured it out. Now what we got to do is we got to go make the collider for the other piece, which is gonna suck. So we can X out a KSP for now. It looks like a Lego. Thank you. I think we can X out a KSP. Let's go back into Maya. That's the piece that goes with it, dude. See? That's the piece that we just exported. This is the piece that goes with it. And then there's your hinge. It's designed, they're designed to go with each other. Hey, Monblen, tier 3, 33-month resub. Thank you. So now we got to make the colliders for this bottom piece. So for the main hinge model. No, not that one. We need clevis. We need the clevis piece. This one. Weather guy, do you see how this is, see what I'm talking about? See how this is all going to jive together? We got to make a collider that's going to hold this piece in place. It's going to suck making this. think honestly the best way to do the gliders would be to take these trapezoidal polygons and just make, like, separate each one of them, make each one of them a convex mesh glider. I'm pretty sure that's the right way to do this. Would it be easier just to mod the G11 to do a higher braking strength? No. This isn't about breaking the hinge, Katra. It's gonna suck not making it more. What's up, Etal? Make multiple replicating the thermometers. That's right, Mutter. But we have to get the gliders. We want collision for the outside and the inside. I'm seriously contemplating just chopping this thing up into a bajillion pieces. And then making each, like that right there, making each one of those work like our thermometers. Honestly, I think that's the best way to do this. Anyway, Etal, how you doing, man? How's the Las Vegas, team doing? The Vultures, right? Yeah, make each one of them a box. Pretty much. Since the inside is sphere, you might be able to handle it with a simplified V. Poison, yeah, that could work. Good man. I'm a sports game nerd now, I guess. All right. I think the fairing gliders work the same way. Yeah, I think you're right, Raid. Move selected objects from that. Just make sure, I just want to make sure I don't modify the default part. Okay, so let's break this down into easy pieces. Okay, move that over there for a second. Let's go poly modeling, make a new sphere, right? We want to go here to vertex, go into wire mode. Can we vertex snap to there? Yes, you can. This is an easier way than what I did before for at least this part of the glider. All right, cool. So this is hinge, clevis, glider 1. And just to be absolutely sure, we set its origin point to 0, 0, 0, hinge, clevis, glider, go there, freeze the transforms like that, good to go. All right, that's one down. I'm trying to think if chopping this thing up or just doing what I just did a bunch of times over and over and over again is the right move. Yeah, it's Alex has been playing out of the park baseball 25, which is like out of the park baseball 25, and it's Alex. I'm not saying it to parrot you. This is a really good way of explaining it. Out of the park 25 is like Hearts of Iron, but instead of war, it's with baseball. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty neat game. Like it's a grand strategy baseball management game. Yeah. Yeah, Joe, we're not symmetrical on the radial axis so much, but yeah, all we'd have to do is make one and duplicate it a bunch of times. You're right. It's exactly like that. I think you'd love it. I like baseball. I don't think my chat likes baseball, dude. I don't, sports in this lot don't, unless it's auto racing, but I don't know. Yeah, kind of like that, Creeper, yeah. Jose Canseco! Baseball! Baseball's better than soccer? Based. Based and pastime pilled. Alright. Sorry. You know I like baseball. That's why we don't talk about it. Yeah, you filthy Yankees fan. Filthy. Baseball is better than Ship 26. I mean, yes. Yes, it is. Select the 4 faces. Separate, fill the 2 holes, done, repeat. Then you can mirror it to the other side. You could actually mirror it both ways. Yeah, Mutter, we could... I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, I'm just gonna duplicate this just so we have another one to go and mess with. Now let's take this, go to faces, delete that stuff right there. Want to delete that stuff right there. Maybe think for baseball, at least you don't got cricket. I don't know anything about cricket, to be honest with you. I know that you throw a ball and the games can last forever. That's about it. Nah, Judge is the real deal. Hibbit. I like Judge a lot. It's a shame that he has pinstripes on. I like that dude a lot. He's a good baseball player. Keep it that way. Oh, okay. I don't remember if there's like a way to extract certain polygons, but this way works. See that? Thing's gonna end up looking like stators on an electric motor when we're done. Okay. I think it's mesh separate. Yeah. Yeah, no, you have to find a way to split the split vertex. Whatever. This way is fine. This is probably the stupidest way to do this, to be honest. But for whatever reason, my brain is potatoing on an easier way to do it. But this won't take very long either. We just have to break it down into smaller pieces. this is the only way. We're gonna have to sack some poly count here on making this thing right, you know? But that's okay. Can you explain what you're doing? I'm making the collider box for this piece, Broncos, but in Kerbal, you cannot have concave colliders. So you can't have a collider that looks like this. You can only have convex colliders. So what I have to basically do is make one of these an individual shape and set this to be all the collider boxes, right? It's not the best way, like I said, it's really not the best way of doing things, but there's not really a better way to do it. And in general, so... This shouldn't take very long, though. I could, because I'm pretty quick at modeling. No. Like, once again, we don't have to worry about UVs or anything with collision, because they're not, these collider boxes aren't rendered anyway, so. So, we gotta go into here, mirror. See, these pieces are gonna make up the collider box. This is the hit box. I'm making the hit box for the part. Transporter 11 will launch 116 payloads. Cool. Like I said, there's probably a way better way of doing this. Probably split vertex, split all vertices on this thing, and then separate. But this way works just fine. And then I'm just using a mirror. I'm using a mirror command to basically duplicate it over so I can have both sides of the collider box. I suppose we could just duplicate it, but mirroring will put it in the exact position that I need. So it sets the transform for this. So if, like, see if I manipulate every single one of these parts, see how the gizmo, the control doesn't change. The origin point of every one of these colliders is in the exact same spot as the base part. So yeah, this will make this a little bit easier to manage when we go to tool around with this in Unity. So duplicate this again. Same exact piece, same thing. Delete the faces. This is the only real good way to make a dowel pinhole that I can think of utilizing convex colliders only. Like, I don't really have a... I'm not sure if there's a better way to do it. Maybe there will. Maybe there is. Who knows? Someone wants to make a rope. Would you combine several mini hinges like this to put it together? That's what I did when we play in Kerbal, yeah. Oh, crap. Too much. I selected too much. Missed it by that much. Like, once again, this is not the best way to do this. Or, you know what? I keep saying it's not the best way to do this. This is not very... You shouldn't make hitboxes like this unless you absolutely have to. Like, in this particular case, we have to. There's no really other good way to do it. Like, you shouldn't fudge sliders and make individual shapes like this unless you absolutely need to. Can you just cut the model in half and center at the center of the hole so you have two halves? No. I was waking up this morning. Did we manage? I got here on time. Yeah, dude. Got here on time. We could probably get away with not doing the append to polygons here. Honestly, we could probably get away with it, but kind of already there. It's because you caught yourself at 10 before things got out of control. You're not wrong. Are you making a hinge because a rotor would be more parts, or because, are you making a hinge because a rotor would be more parts or doesn't align perfectly? Look. That's a G11 hinge from Kerbal. We exported the model. The parts that I'm making are parts that attach to the top part of the hinge and the bottom part of the hinge. So you place this part down first, then you place the hinge on top of it, and then you place this on top of the hinge. The way I'm developing these collider boxes, the way I'm making these hit boxes, it'll hybrid tech for you. I've made the hit boxes on this part do exactly what thermometers do when we go to make hybrid tech in KSP. See? That makes sense, dude? Yeah, we don't need that. Put these in their own group. And these are all just dead transforms. Dead transforms, we don't need that. Hinge collider's dead. We don't need that. That's the collider piece. Hinge clevis collider 2. Hinge dowel collider group. Yeah, those didn't work, so get rid of those. Oh, yeah, that's an extra piece. This is hinge, clevis, collider, group. So that's Hinge Glider 1. Copy that name. Hey, thanks for the bits, Sun Temple. This is just, once again, just a little tedious, but... I like making sure all my parts are named correctly. It's a little weird, but... So I'm naming each part and then moving it into position. You can just overwrite the name by just pasting Glider 1 and it'll just put it in numerical order for you. 18. Some of them might be a little bit out of order, but that's okay. See, if it detects a duplicate name, it'll just put another number behind it. So that's 20. We go here, we paste Hinge Clevis Glider 1. And it'll become 21. There we go. Cool. A trick way to do this to save some time would be before I cut this thing up, naming the part Hinge Clevis Glider, and then every part that I duplicated would just inherit that name. But yeah, we could have saved ourselves some time doing that. How big is the rod? I don't know. I based it off of the hinge rotating piece. It's a little bit bigger than an RCS ball, I think. Yeah, see, we have... The glider on this is absurd. We might have to go back and optimize it, but I don't think it'll be an issue. Now, don't get me wrong, guys. You don't have to go in here and name every single thing. This is just going to make it easier to organize this when we go to put this in the in Unity, because I'm going to have to we're going to have to line all this stuff up in Unity, and it's going to suck. But that's okay. That one doesn't have faces. Well, I suppose we'll test it to see if it works. But will it kill Kerbals? It depends. The naming convention is so out of order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Yeah, because there's 16 sides. Hey, Max, what's going on? All right. Yeah, this is gonna get a little bit tedious here, but hinge, clevis, glider, 0. That's fine.
Kesä oli kuin kuuma lehmän henkäys. Sitä pois pesemään pyörillä poljettiin.
Give me 1 second, guys. I want to keep track of this. I want to make sure I don't export the same part twice. So I'm not looking at chat for a second.
Päivistä ei oo kuin rippeet jäljellä, mutta aikuisuuteen jotain parempaa. Niistä ammentaa. Oli laudassa lohikäärmeellä sininen pohja. Amerikasta asti taaloilla tilattu. Tenniskentällä kevään ensimmäinen paljas kohta. Yhdessä hypyssä kesä pilattu. Radan varren metsään kaljat piilotettu.
It's Finnish, guys.
Ja paljain takamuksi junia tervehdittiin. Ennen kaupunkia kypikassi ja malluaski. Joku lukiolainen se parhaankin maniski.
Maniski.
Ei saa menettää peliä. Pitää muistaa tytölle hymyillä. Ja noista päivistä ei oo kuin rippeet jäljellä, mutta
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Slate, 41 sub. Thank you.
Pysäkillä joku oli mua vahvempi. Se on helppoa, jos on mukana kaveri. Metsän läpi juosten oksat piiskas naamaa. Mutta enemmän sattutti olla pelkuri. Ja kun vähän kasvettiin,
Okay, other side.
korkoinen maksettiin.
17.
Ja noista päivistä ei oo kuin rippeet jäljellä, mutta aikuisuuteen jotain parempaa.
18. Almost done.
Niistä ammentaa.
Annetaan mennä.
9. 30. 31. Last one. 32. Save. Cool. Okay. Now, Unity. Unity! My projects. KSP assets, scenes, Levis Collider, 0 to 32, copy. Okay, so take this piece. That's the mesh. There we go. Oh yeah. Nice. Let's create an empty. Hinge. Levis master. Cool. We zeroed it. Okay, now I'm gonna just toggle visibility on it for a second. Now we just gotta do this 32 times. And then zero everything. It inherited the damn names. No, 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 no. Some of these don't have the shape, but we'll see. That's 11. No. No. Once again, this is what I mean. This is a horribly inefficient way to do this, dudes. But there's not really... Like, you would never make hitboxes like this unless you absolutely had to. Then we have to go through and make a convex mesh collider for every single one of these pieces. How's that, dude? How's summer car? Did you guys... I kind of stumbled upon an idea of playing summer car and drinking a beer every time your character drinks a beer, and it's, you know, it's... I thought about it, and it's not really a smart way to do things, especially on a Wednesday night. It's probably not a good way to do that, but also it is pretty damn funny. Yeah, that's basically, for the most part, what I did last night. It was an experience. You have to get all these damn things in the right group.
Olen nyt aidossa Lapin erämaassa, paikkana Riuhkonperä. Katselen täällä luontoa. Luonto on hyvin kaunis tänään. Minun mielestäni ainakin. Se on aina hyvin ylveän näköinen.
Just double check me, chat. I don't think I've made a mistake yet, but it's just annoying to have to do this 32 freaking times, or 33 times every time I want to change one thing. But like I said, it's not the efficient way to do it. Like, you would never ever make hitboxes like this unless you absolutely needed to.
Myös yksi lintu on vätviäinen ja kruippa. Kruipan tunnistaa kelmeästä alaäänestä, kun hän kutsuu soitimelle naaraita. Se on jotakuinkin tällainen ääni, että
Mutter has a shortcut. Drag them to the left panel, not the 3D view. Oh. Oh, cool. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not really looking at chat, dude, because I'm worried that I'll make a mistake. So I'm like laser focused on this. But yeah, dragging him to the left probably would have been good because it would have placed them at origin, Mutter, huh? Saved me some time. Good to know for next time, yeah?
vauti.
Makes Finnish bird noises.
Mähmä.
No niin, tytöt.
Now I have to add 33 mesh gliders to this. So add mesh glider, convex. Select them all. Ah, mint. You can add in, you could add in bulk, and then we got rid of the mesh renderer. Good. Good. Oh. Is this a part for vanilla game or a mod? What? Wouldn't making a part for KSP not be vanilla anymore? I'm designing it to work with the hinge though. If that I think that answers your question, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm not really sure what that is. Kosta engeli. You can't make concave gliders in Kerbal. They have to be convex, so you have to do it this way. I know, like I said, it's not the best way to do things. So add... How do we part tools again? There are spherical gliders. I know, I'm using spherical gliders for my dowel pins. There we go. Hinge, Levis. Set E parts. Select folder. Texture format PNG. Write it. Levis.cfg. Okay, so now we got to go in here and we got to mess with the hinge clevis, module part, author EJ. Got to change the MU clevis. Scale factor, nothing. We got to figure out where its attachment nodes are. One thing I noticed, and we'll have to check in KSP since they were all selected. There's nothing in the mesh section. Not sure how KSP will handle that. I mean, that's what we did for... I did the same thing that I did for the upper part of the hinge. Minus 313 for node attached top.
Marko Kahjon tarina tuokio, että pahoitteluni kaikille nälkäisille, jotka erehtyivät. Viisas koira. Olipa kerran koira, joka oli omistajiensa mielestä viisas.
Minus 425.
Tälle komensi, että istu, niin tämähän sitten...
You'll see, this is where the attachment nodes are going to end up. 425. Good, 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 good. That's the lower hinge. Hybrid tech, hybrid tech, hybrid tech, hinge, hybrid tech, save.
Siinä viisas piski, ihmetellään ja ollaan niin ylpeitä, että...
How do you add nodes? There's another node stack, like 4 node stack 0s, node stack 1, node stack 2, not just node stack top and bottom. That'll do it. How do you focus with the Finnish gibberish in the background? Do you not like it? I'm zoning out, dude. Does this form not please you? All right. Sorry. No? No? Alright, fine. Copy. KSP, game data, EJ, parts, folder, hinge, Levis, paste. Am I missing anything? I don't think I'm missing anything. I think we're good to go. Okay. Let's rock. And roll. Yeah, we can roll too. What about pitch or yaw? They don't say pitch and yaw. Maybe they should. Let's rock and pitch. Let's rock and yaw. Let's rock and roll. Yeah, no, I like the roll part. I like things that spin. I like things that spin. Hey man, will you be watching the Blue Origin tour for Space News from Tim or enjoying that off stream? Got to enjoy it off stream. Tim doesn't want his videos replayed. Which I respect that. That's fair. I like things that spin. I like things that... No, Ernox showed that to me. Hellfish. You're welcome, Fritzy. He let you know. I like things that spin. That's what... They become a red mist. That's what the washing machine is for. I like things that spin. Coggers, coggers, coggers. It's pretty coggies. Oh, I like things that spin. All right, so there it is. I didn't get the attachment point exactly right, but that's okay. But because origin point is the central pivoting axis of the hinge, if we took a G11 hinge, did this, and that's, yeah, I got that right. Damn, pretty good. Right? Now, the colliders are working. Now we just absolute snap that, and it's perfectly centered, baby. Okay, okay, okay. Does it work? I don't know. It should. I mean, we haven't textured anything, right? But now hang it off Chungus and see if it bends. All right, that's fair. I like things that spin. I already UV'd it, Mutter. It's already ready to go. Alright, here we go. We'll put this on the truck.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Just texturing. Yeah, Jadam. Or yeah, Deadbringer. Jadam with an 8-month resub. Thank you. So, all right, we'll leave SVI off for a second. Okay. Now, what should we do? How should we do this? There it is. Just not the me Hornet. Maybe we should. If we texture it up and I texture it to look like the hinge, it'll look really nice. I'm just trying to think of a way that we can show that it's stronger, Mutter. I'm not 100% sure how we would do that. You know what? I know a good way to do it. Help getting the crane craft file out. Get the cranes. Get one of my crane craft files out and just replace the hinge. The Chungus pad? Yeah, baby. Was thinking if you tilted it with a massive tank on it, if it would bend or not. Yeah, baby.
ennätystäkin on tullut tehty siinä. Sosser.
Good enough test, I suppose.
Joka viikko treenaa olympiatasolla 1 sekunnin nopeus. Sosser. Joka viikko treenaa olympiatasolla 1 sekunnin nopeus.
Jeb.
Pumpsets tekee topless volleyball. Se ei ole niinkään kyse siitä, että osaa se juttu, vaan siitä, että hallitsee se juttu. Ei tarvii olla hyvä, vaan voi olla parempi. Pari maailman ennätystäkin on tullut tehty siinä. Joka viikko treenaa olympiatasolla 1 sekunnin nopeus. 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 Joka viikko treenaa olympiatasolla 1 sekunnin nopeus.
I'm not 100% sure why my parts don't highlight when you select them. It's probably because they don't have a texture, if I had to guess, but... But you have a glider. Yeah, I'm not sure what that's about, dude. Yep, SVI is enabled. Yeah, you probably should do this before you got the crane boom, like, out, but whatever. Hey, Slackster.
Go and throttle up.
How strong is the part that I created? It's basically cast iron. Pretty strong, dude.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
What is this, an ICBM? No, it's a crane. It's a crane, and I made a custom part for it. It's two custom pieces. They're pieces that attach on either side of the hinge, and if you turn on same vessel interaction, I don't know if you guys can see it. It's hard to see because it's all one color, but it basically reinforces the hinge and prevents it from moving around. The robotic parts in KSP are kind of wiggly, and yet we have a gigantic freaking boom here with a bunch of hydraulics on it that's being held up by one G11 hinge. Export it? What do you mean, Max? Yeah, I did, Joe. Yeah. Like, what about stock robotic hinges makes them wiggly? Physics joints. It's PhysX. The PhysX joint system is a wet noodly piece of poo-poo. I need this part. I need this part. Give me a second, man. Could you use it to make a functioning ICBM? Of course I could. How are the tolerances? Alex, it's not moving. It's hard to see because everything is blue. That thing's not moving around. The crane, though. Try to pop it. We would need to get something else out here. Look at the side with the sun. It's moving around just a little bit. That's tolerance that I put into it, though. Dude, that's nothing. That's nada. That's not a lot, man. You could say you blew it. You blew it. Well, this crane's only as good as how much counterweight it has. We have 9 tons. That's like an inch. Can you give me 13 millimeter? Can you give me a ½ inch, please? Yeah, we need to make one of these for the pin, so the pin doesn't move around. So 2 of these combined are insanely strong. Yeah. We're running 9 tons of counterweight. EJ, since the inner is using a spherical collider, you could tighten that tolerance now. Yeah, we just adjust the size of the sphere, right? Is there a reason you never did this before? Never wanted to make modded parts, Broncos, but yeah. We don't need to worry about that no more. I never wanted to, because they were going to update the game, right? So there was no point, because if they updated the game, they could break something. I didn't want that. No, like I said, don't need to worry about that.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
70-month resub. And you said you needed time. I did need time, man. Will you make your parts available? Sure. I don't see why not. I gotta figure out a way to host them up and get people to download, like find a good place to download them. But yeah, sure. Well, we gotta texture this thing, but it's actually working really good. Dude, we could up the tolerance here, no problem. Now, here, let me show you what I'm talking about. So I have same vessel collision on the hybrid tech hinge right there, right? Watch. Watch this. Watch what happens if I disable it. That's what it would be if it was just the hinge by itself. But since we have it back on, see it click back into place? No hinge drift, baby. No hinge drift. Nothing. No, never have to worry about that again. Isn't that cool? And we can up the tolerance. We could up the tolerance even, we could make the tolerances tighter in here, and you'd never have to worry about a hinge drifting ever again. At least in this thing. But that's the thing. We can make more parts. I can make these parts do anything. We could make specialized hybrid tech parts. So, big SSTO fix coming up? But how well does it warp? Alex, you saw what I just did. I time warped it. Do you think there's any timeline ever where I would have time warped this in this configuration in the past? No, I'll do it again right now. I don't care. Watch the hinge. Doesn't move. Everything else around it moves. Hinge stays fine. I'm good, Nazalik. Yep, rock solid. Look, watch. It does not move. It doesn't move. Everything else moves, meaning I would have to strut this damn part. The lower hinge part, the clevis, needs to be strutted to something. Do you even really need the G11 hinge if you're not even using it in a powered configuration? The G11 hinge makes it so it's one part, Buck. If we didn't have the G11 hinge, it would be Kraken tech, not hybrid tech. So, I mean, you could use this with Kraken tech where you'd have to undock it, right? But the hinge governs the movement. The G11 governs the movement, and my hybrid tech part constricts the movement to what it was originally intended to be. Yeah, it's thanks, Limbo. We've opened up a new door here. But yeah, dude, that thing's not moving. Everything else is bending. Every like the pin, the rotational servo is bending like crazy. Dude, airplane cargo door hinges. Dude, any type of hinge. Anything. Pads, cranes, whatever. Doesn't matter. What we really need to do, Chief, is figure out how to put cables in this bit. Excuse me. Is that a crane? Yeah. KSP 1? Sure. Yeah, of course it is. Might be good to test with 2 separate vehicles. Yeah. You could do spin launch now. I could do we could do anything, Home and Pidgey. We could make a screw jack. Seriously. Like, we could make a rack and pin. So, like, if we wanted to make a launch pad and we wanted to make the transporter rector go up, you could just we could model a pinion gear and then a worm and just whoop, whoop. No problem. We could do anything. Yeah, Chuck, we could make whatever. Make an AT-AT. Yeah, see? It's just a clevis and a pin, that's all. That's what we did. Huh, interesting. The parts are highlighting in here. So, here's what we could do. To prevent that thing from moving around again, we could just strut it. Just strut the mother. Actually, the best place to strut this would be up here. So new hybrid tech part each week. Well, Hilness, I budgeted myself yesterday, today, and tomorrow to finish this. I mean, we could just texture this thing tomorrow and call it a day. But I was worried about assets and taking time. Like, clearly, if it's just a simple part like that, I mean, guys, we exported 2 parts. We made 2 parts and made 2 different things, right? Hey, drummer. Give me 1 second. I'm making an adjustable counterweight so we could center the pin. The pin is the rotating axis of the crane. Let's do some slight modifications here. Nice, the import worked. This is going to be a whole new game now. 4 and 5, dude. You got to see it working. It is. It's cool. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. All right, set the no damping, very slow traverse rate, target extension. That should be good, but we got to be careful with this thing. No, doesn't want to do it. Okay, well, it's all right. You know what? I don't want to do that way. We'll just add the tanks in Mirror Sim. I'm not sure how that one hydraulic cylinder is going to fare with this, but we can make a sleeve for the hydraulic cylinder so you'd never have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about the cylinder bending, but it's all right. Do you know what's real about me, chat? This must be 75 plus parts. We're at 207 parts right now. This is what I basically did with this crane is make an adjustable counterweight. We can move our center of mass around, especially if we take the ore tanks out of here and transfer the ore to the back. See, this will make it so the crane doesn't deflect on the pin as much. The thing is, though, I'm not sure that hydraulic will be able to hold all that. It's definitely going to bend, but that's all right. Stuff happens. The all-new K200 telescoping crane 2B from Kriebher. Wait a minute. We could make a lattice crane. No, not a good idea. Nope, not a good idea. Cranes are a rabbit hole. Cranes are a rabbit hole. That's not a good idea at all. We could make that CC8800 part. We could make a parts pack for it. That would take a while, guys. That would be hard to do. I'd prefer to just make supplementary pieces and then build the crane in here, but you could. We could do it. All right, so what I'm going to do this time, we're going to take Jeb, and I'll put Bill in there too, right? And we're going to drive the crane off the runway, and then we'll put something else out that the crane can pick up, and will really test some strain on that hinge. Have you designed any air-to-ground rockets? I don't make weapons systems. Well, the brakes work good. No, it's a... So is that an actual robotic hinge or just a bearing? No, it's hybrid. There are two parts that, when you turn same vessel collision on, it turns into a collidable hinge. It prevents the hinge from drifting, Drummer. It's reinforcing the hinge so the hinge doesn't noodle around. Lock that. Lock that. Auto strut. Auto strut. Yeah, we'd have to re-engineer some of the wheels down here. You gotta get weight off the wheels with the crane, or else it's not really gonna work right. There, that snapped some of this back into position. All right, so let's just leave that like that. Leave Bill and Jeb there. And let's go grab something that we can try and lift up. We have up to 9 tons of counterweight, guys. So should be able to pick up whatever. Anything. I mean, we can even adjust our counterweight a little bit within reason. It's probably not more than 9 tons, so... Oh, 15 tons. Well, just gonna have to send it, dudes. Just gonna have to send it. There's nothing I can do. So I assume you could make a transmission or at least gears to replace the monopropellant stuff. Absolutely, Rocket Guy. Oh yeah. Yeah, sure. I make whatever, dude. I make whatever you want. Any part you need, I can make it. It's not a problem. The exhaust-powered auto-gyro becomes way more doable in duty. Still a little bit of... We could tighten up the tolerances on that easily. No problem. Yeah, Flykin, it's good. It's actually working really well on its first test. Use action groups for the crane. Nah, I'm good. Everything hinges on that piece. Yep, that's right. One G11 hinge is holding us up. That's it. Well, technically 5. Yep. Why did you do that? You can't make concave gliders in Kerbal. That's the angle. 33.4. So this needs to be set to 66 to be straight down. What is that blue thing? That's a part that I just made, KSP1. It reinforces the hinge. They're actually 2 parts. It's the upper hinge and the lower hinge. They just attach to the nodes on the G11 hinge. And if you do that and you bring it out into the game and you hit same vessel interaction on both of the hinges, well, the upper part has a dowel. It has a cylinder sticking out, and the lower part has a hole in it. And that makes it so your hinges don't drift. Any Kerbal player knows hinges drift, and they drift a lot. It's quite annoying. How does the hinge know where it is? Well, because it knows where it isn't. Now for the X33 pad, I'll modify it in a second. Just want to see if we can lift this thing. I think our boom angle is too shallow. I think this thing, it'll tip the crane up. But, whatever. Pistons upon pistons upon pistons. Dude, it's the only way to make a rope in this game. I would love to make a cable, but I have no idea how to do that. I'm not smart enough to do that. A warm hug for your G11. I can do that. Okay, Kerbal attachment system has a cable. Can you use it to make like a pulley or something? Make a chain? We could make a chain. Sure. Well. Maybe. We gotta extend the boom. If we can get the pin to not bend, right, with the counterweight, we should be okay. Come on, baby. Be enough. All right, trick up our sleeve. Move that sucker back. All right, now take our cable length, reverse it. That front left is struggling. It's struggling a little bit. It's riding the struggle bus. It's riding the struggle bus. I'm gonna keep going with it. Just... Oh, that's rotation. No, that's not what I want. Oh, it's struggling. It's trying. Oh. Not good. Not good. Not good. This is not how you crane. This is not how you do this. It's so bad. This has happened in real life. People have done stuff like that. But hey, my hinge is not drifting. My hinge is not the problem, baby. Victory is mine. All right, that's good enough. That guy's about to get fired. Yeah, well, we were just trying to move the crane, obviously. Obviously. All right, SSDO pad? Yeah, SSDO pad? Yeah? Should we just retrofit it? How about the small SSTO? We go mess with that thing first. So some front outriggers. We'd have to make the part. Custom heat shield tiling, please. Okay. You have a bus posted on Kerbal X? I think I do, yeah. Oh. You covering the SSLV launch in about 6-ish hours. Maybe not. Maybe. I don't know. We need 5A launch pad R10. Time to make gears. Okay, so how many parts are we at right now? 976, huh? Oh, this would be tough to fix a lot of, oh. Oh, neat. You could make actual pins, cups, guides to slide into. Reduce each part that you currently have by 7. Yep, pretty much. All right, so this piece has both hybrid tech pieces attached to it. Okay. Let's get rid of it. Right? And then there's the double hinges here. One's for the transporter erector, and the other one... Oh, this design is not going... Okay. I have a solution. Man, these things... This took so long to freaking make. Okay. So... Let me take the TE, and I'm just gonna move that to one side here temporarily. 1, 2. Actually, you know what? Moving it this way would probably be better. Did you make a new save? Yeah, R10B. Yep. All right, we gotta separate the launch box for a second, and then we need my part. Yeah, I was afraid of that. You know what? Just get rid of those. Okay, that's for the launch box. This is a launch pad for an SSTO. It's a reusable launch pad in Kerbal. One of the big problems that I had with this launch pad, guys, was that the hinges kept drifting out of control. This part that I made, the blue part, fixes that problem. It makes it so the hinges don't bend. They stay put because they utilize same vessel interaction to make sure that they stay put. Make sense? Thanks, McDursey. Right on, dude. Yeah, this is an anti-banana disguise. Got something for you, Billy. It's an anti-banana disguise. That's great. Dude, is this cool or what? I'm into it. This is awesome. This was a good idea. I'm not sure who incepted this idea here, but good for you. And the good news is that these things seem to be taking the symmetry node pretty well. Stop it, baby. Oh, I don't know if anybody heard that. It is thundering. I think this is everything that we need. I thought it was my knee hitting the desk. No. No, it got Angie there for a second, dude. Okay. How far did the spherical collider stick out of the ends of the dowel pins? Not very far. Enough where absolute spacing wouldn't... See? You're selecting nothing there. We're basically right on tolerance. It's very close, but it'll be alright. They might ride up against each other a little bit, but that's okay. All right, now it's just the bottom piece here. Oh. Oh. That's how I did that, huh? We'll leave that part for simplicity's sake, but This would be the right way to do that. Have I ever told you the story of Darth Aegis the Wise? He had such a fundamental knowledge of the Force, he could do whatever he wants. Huh? No, I haven't. Oh, alright, okay. Sorry. Oh. We could engineer different hinges. This one was just designed to go around the G11 hinge. Dude. But once again, yeah, you don't necessarily need to use that. Oh, we need... Okay. And we were at 976 parts before. Yeah, 920 now. Yeah, okay. Last. The 2 TE dowels are a tick too low. Good eye. Thank you. Good eye, man. Thank you. Did you miss space news? Oh! What time is it? Whoops. No, you haven't missed space news. I kept sending you the time. Yeah, I kept ignoring you. I didn't see it, Ga. I was focused on this. I think this is right. I think. Are you my alarm tomorrow morning? Well, we could do a shorter space news, dudes. Sure. Let's do one last test with this. We'll see how strong this thing is. I have to remember how to put this thing on the pad. Oh, crap. No MSC after hours. That was last night, dude. Well, we're gonna die now. Thanks for coming out. I will tell you, that launch box... Wait. It's fine. Holy crap, that thing is strong. The hinges are still standing. I mean, they're basically... These hinges carry the consistency of cast iron, so I would really hope so. Yeah, geez, that in fact was not supposed to do that. Yeah.
Kesä oli kuin kuuma lehmän henkäys. Sitä pois pesemään pyörillä poljettiin. Ranta liian pieni ja siinäkin mutta pohja. Vain tehtaan hajua me yhdessä kirottiin. Oli häviäjä viimeinen ylhäällä.
The box isn't in the right spot. That's where the box needs to be. Pailista.
Ei oo kuin rippeet jäljellä, mutta aikuisuuteen jotain parempaa. Niistä ammentaa.
Yeah, the launch box wasn't in the correct spot, by the way, which is probably why that thing blew up. Okay, there we go. Okay. I gotta remember how to get the SSTO working. We need to undock it. That was the first thing. You have to undock it from the pad. But we probably should put the landing gear down before we do that, so it goes down onto its landing gear, and then put the air brakes up, and then we gotta move the launch box into position. This isn't funny, chat. Launch pads only act this way when they're scared. Sta pailista.
Se on helppoa, jos on mukana kaveri. Metsän läpi juosten oksat piiskas naamaa. Mutta enemmän sattuti olla
Okay. SSTO is good.
Ja kun vähän kasvettiin, kaikki takaisin korkoinen maksettiin.
That's the master rotational control. We don't want that one. We want to lock out master rotational control. Launch box rotational control. Hit 2. Initiate launch box rotation. Come on, baby. Something is not. Well, chat, everything is a spring if you're brave enough. Wait. Good eye, Alex. You know what that means, dude. We can make it. We can make like a trebuchet, right? Like just load up the spring with a strut and just boom, We can make a trebuchet. That's totally doable. Make a Kerbal catapult. Certified French siege engineering. Now go away, or I will shoot lettuce at you a second time. I fart in your general direction. I blow my nose at you, so-called Arthur King. Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelled of elderberries. The pad isn't in the exact right spot, but it's close. Okay. All right. Now let's try to put the SSTO on it. I haven't done this in a little while. Moment of truth. Snap! Don't blow up! I screwed up. I did the wrong thing. I did it wrong. I wasn't supposed to unlock that hinge yet. I don't know what the next procedure is. I think it may have been to lock this piece and put same vessel interaction on, but we might be able to save it. Hold on. Thanks, T-Money. Terves kanselle tukas pala. Tukas pala. Those hinges are doing pretty good, must say. Tukas pala. I mean, for what it's worth, dudes, yeah, this would have blown up. Yeah. Like, yeah, with the other hinges, we would have broken something. The fact that we haven't, or crack and struck the pad is pretty telling. So, lock that out. Go here, same vessel interaction, same vessel interaction. Okay, so retract the gear. This is fine. Yeah, that's what I didn't do. I didn't lock that. Okay, the SSDO is attached to the launch box. Let's just check our transporter erector hinge. The TE hinge should be right there. TE hinge is ready to go. Okay, cool. So, master rotational control enabled. Launch box rotational control is on. Rotation control is on. That's debug. The overclock is working. Okay, ready? Play. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. No, 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 no. I'd have to say they're doing all right, guys. Hinges are doing just fine. They're not moving at all. They're not moving. This is not sucking. Yeah, no, it is indeed not sucking. That's pretty good, dude. So is this going to be a test flight, return, and attach? Poison, you almost feel bad for planting the seed. Forgot to take the SVI thing out of there, so yeah, my hold down points are currently struggling to hold the vehicle up, but yeah, that's not great. That's not great. I had to, the reason why I added those to a toggle to an action group, guys, is because I had to fix my screw up of not doing the procedure correctly. Gotta fuel it. $215 L. $215. There's $215L. $215L. X232. X232. We should have 4 X200s. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, 6, because it's a bi-lobe tank. And then the... Mark II short. Okay, I think that's everything. Okay. Opening up the fill and drain valves on the K-33. Fill and drain valves are open. Crossfeed is enabled. Beginning fueling. I don't have the joystick plugged in, by the way. At least I don't think I do. No, I don't. Watch the hold downs. Yeah, the hold downs are probably going to break, and this thing's probably going to tip over. They're not seated correctly. We could model better hold downs. Just saying. Model better ones. No, we have to finish this hinge pack, dudes. We got to finish these parts. We got to model them tomorrow, or texture them tomorrow. I'm struggling with making UV maps. It's a rite of passage for any 3D modeler. Jody, it's pretty good. Yeah, we were able to get through the entire pipeline. It is holding these parts in place. It does not move. We're getting pretty much no strain on these hinges at all. Like, nothing, dude. Thank you for your help earlier. I appreciate it. Oh, you got gifted a sub.
This is space. I'm in space.
All right. In the interest of not wasting your time, we'll just do a suborbital. We'll just do a suborbital hop with this thing. I'll probably end up crashing, but I know those hold down points are gonna break. Okay. Stand by. TE separation.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
TE's retracted. Master rotational control locked out. Launch box is locked out. TE control is online. Reverse the TE controller. Transporter erector retraction starting. Yeah. One of the hinges is actually not lined up. I actually want to texture the hinges in the same exact style as the G11 because it's designed to go with it, you know? Josh, 88 months resub. Thank you. No, I'll release them. I just got to find a place to put them up for download. Sure, I don't see why not. You gotta lock this hinge out for this thing to work right. The website, maybe. Yeah. Key retraction is complete. Okay. Beginning engine chill down. Engine thermal conditioning started. Shutting out fuel and drain. Fuel and drain valves. Okay. This is a suborbital flight test. We'll fly with our control surfaces on. Yaw. Pitch. We need SATA keeping there. Actually, you know what? Lights. Control surface checkout. Okay. Set to control point. Control point is set. Actually, 89.8, which, guys, the crazy thing is 89.8 is exactly what my launch box, the launch box hinge is reading right now. If we go back down and look at it, it was 89.8. It moved around a little bit. But, dude, that's almost no deflection up the entire thing, which is pretty crazy, considering my hold down points are completely broken right now. How are the new parts? They're doing pretty good. Okay, suborbital hop test. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was very clean separation, good liftoff. Pad didn't move from what I saw. Vehicle's pitching over. Stand by for Miko. We have Miko confirmed. Oh crap, that's not in symmetry. We might need to open up the payload bay for a second. Body flap pitch controller. Okay, cool. Yep. Just close that. Pretend it's fine. Yeah, that's not working. Yep, that's not bound to anything. Hold on. No, you know what? I'll manage. It's fine. It's fine. Fine. Just set these to Set him to 85. We should be good. Okay. Heading alignment. Locking out gimbal. Safing the engine. Locking out gimbal. Nope. Heading alignment is good. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. You worried? I'm not worried. Ground altimeter is on. Okay, flare. You're coming. You're down. Pad's coming into render. Oh, a little bit of a carrier landing, but that's fine. The SSTO is righteous. This is a really cool plane. It's pretty rad, dudes. My summer. Tango Delta. Did the SSTO program get revived? No. I used this to test the pad. Oh. Control. K-33 is on the rollout. The real test is when we get back into physics range, see if we can put the pad in reset configuration. My summer. My summer. I'm just trying to get it to roll back to the pad, dudes. I got no fuel left. So, in case you guys are wondering, this SSTO that we made, I built it to be 100% reusable. 100% reusable. The only thing you got to do is get a crane out and put a new payload in the payload bay. That's it. That is it. Pad's reusable. Vehicles reusable. Everything is reusable. We're in phys range. We don't have the speed to get it up there, Alex. I wish, man. What does SSTO mean? Single stage to orbit, meaning if I had fully fueled this thing, Lord, it'd fly right up into space. Oh, Alex, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. Ah! Now, or else it's gonna crack and strike the pad like that. Dude! Yes! That's awesome! We broke it, so we can't reuse it, but hey, whatever. Alright, let's switch over to the pad real quick. Switch over to the pad. All right, so to put the pad in reset configuration, we need to disable or no, keep erector rotational control. That's fine. Launch box rotational control online. Master rotational control needs to be, well, that's disabled, and it needs to be in the zeroed position with forward. Okay, cool. So hit 2, take the launch box, play. I'm getting you. You're pounds out cold right now, you magnificent bastard. Cerveza. Question: Can we make new Kraken-proof landing gear? I can make any landing gear I want, Chief. My thing about it, guys, is that I don't want mod parts to look like that. I want them to look like they belong in the game. Stock alike, right? If we gave these things a nice healthy texture, they would look right at home. I tried to model them like the G11 hinges. It's just very simple. It's not... what I'm trying to do is make it look like it was made by the same person, even though it wasn't. I don't know who made the hinges. I don't know if it was Rover Dude or not, but guys, that looks right to me. I mean, you'll know it's going to align if that RCS thruster, if that peg fits into that hole. That's it. That's how you know. That's how you know it's aligned again. Kraken drive legs with 0 flex. Oh boy. Rover Dude was a developer for KSP 1 and 2, Pandorific. Yeah, he worked on... I don't know what he's up to nowadays, but almost there. Guys, it's pretty much aligned. We're a little bit off. It's that pin, that ball needs to be more seated in that pin right there. But I noticed the hinges are not aligned. Yeah, we did this whole thing with a misaligned hinge out of the SPH, and we had a more successful launch than we've had when we had everything lined up with hybrid tech. Just thought I'd let you know. Yeah, too bad we broke the docking port there with the landing gear. I don't think it gets much better than that, dudes. I really don't think it gets much better. Now I kind of want to do space news, but also at the same time, I kind of want to... Damn it. Get rid of the yo-yo strut too. I don't know why that did that, dude. I don't even know where that strut's coming from. Oh, idiot. You think so, Streets? I think so. Dude, some of these weren't even grandparents strutted. Wait, it's highlighting my parts now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, remember, some of these aren't even reinforced. They're just, yeah, sitting there. Yeah, Anesthesis, I think this is a good, this is good. This is good. Yeah. What do you mean, SKS? I made... So, SKS, you know how I was doing hybrid tech? Right? We'd have like a RCS ball with a bunch of thermometers around it and another one. We can make a hinge, right? That's like 12, 13, 14, 15 extra parts. It's a big pain in the butt, right? But if you just use the G11 hinge by itself, it's still a pain in the butt because that thing is a springy mess because of how physics joints work. Well, guess what? I made this part. We're still testing it, but the prognosis is looking good. See this piece? This is designed to go with the G11 hinge. So you take the G11 hinge, right? And you just make sure it's absolute snap. Make sure, that's very important. Now, I have a top piece like this. You put the top piece there, you attach it into position, absolute snap. And now, if you hit same vessel collision on these parts right here, now that's reinforced with vessel collision. It's hybrid tech. I made a hybrid tech part. That'll hold together real nice. Yeah, they don't break. This thing was bent and misaligned and it still launched the SSTO. That's what I was wondering, if the top and the bottom were separate. Yes, they're two separate parts. They have to be, because one has to attach to the top of the hinge and the other one has to attach to the bottom. And what makes them strong is that they collide with each other. Lord, what is my IQ? I have no idea, dude. Grapes. That's my answer. Grapes. Yeah, it basically clamps the hinge and then holds it together with a clevis. That piece is the clevis and that piece is the hinge. Did we do any axial force tests? No, Brian. We just introduced shear load and that's it. It's a hinge exoskeleton. Yeah. Can you put more nodes on it so you could attach your beams? These are attached to the pad, and they're hierarchically, what is that attached to? I think I attached it to this piece. It's attached to root part and then strutted to the beams. The beams are acting like a big strut. This is connected to the root part of the launch box, which is made out of flags now. And dude, we're 926 parts, dude. It was 970 something. We shaved 50 parts off of this design easily. Hi, can you build an arm like having those two parts connect to each other, rotated 90 degrees? Cesare, you could do whatever. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Here, let me show you what I first tested this thing on. A little while back, I made a telescoping crane. So like it's a truck with a crane on the back and you could move the boom around. Problem is the hinges kept bending out of whack, right? So the first thing I tested this with was that vehicle. I gotta find it. Give me 1 second. There we go. Telescoping crane 2B, 207 parts. See? I put the hinge in place and then strutted it, and it held just fine. Let me put it to you this way. Everything else on the crane broke or bent out of shape before that thing did. And our tolerances on that hinge aren't even... We didn't even dial it in. This is the first attempt, guys. It does move around a little bit inside of the hole. It moves a little bit around. We could fine-tune the gliders. Oh yeah, we could fine-tune the gliders. In fact, I'm probably going to tomorrow. Is that what you were asking, dude? Is this considered ITAR? This is very, very secretive. I gotta texture it. It's just blue. We gotta texture the dang thing too. I'm gonna try to see if we can lift the hinge textures and duplicate them tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow morning. Yeah, 976 to 926. Ship 50 parts off of this. You guys want to try it again without me screwing up the hold down points? No. Nopers? Nopers? Thanks, Gonzi. Yeah. Sure, but to space? Alright. So no space news? I really should, guys. I shouldn't get out of that routine. I know Hot Dog Smoke is amazing. It's finished though. EJSA moves on with new part tests despite missing texture. Shh. So call me baby.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, it's Mick, 45-month resub. On time, on budget, under textured. Right. Shy, yeah, you're probably right, but also I did. Look, man, I haven't wanted to play Kerbal in like 8 months, and now I really want to play Kerbal. This one, dude, these two parts change everything. Like, everything. Of course the launch pad moves. Why wouldn't it? Is the SSTO making a comeback? No. Sure it moves, but can it fly? Can it fly? Of course it can fly. Once.
Discovery.
Oh, Vargon, you have no idea. Public servant, 72 months, resub, 72, 72, 72, 72, 72, 72, 72, 22, 72, 72, 72, 72, 72, 22, 727. We'll see how resistant this is to torsional load. Oh, balls. Jackal, last please. Are you going to... Will you make a panel section ramp into a single piece? Yeah, maybe. Are you going to make a weaker or less optimal variance in order to upgrade better parts during career mode? I don't know, maybe. I gotta move my launch pad around. Give me 1 second, okay? My launch pad got snagged. Okay. Could you make stronger landing legs? Yeah. Why did I try to be gentle with this thing? You know what? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Instead of sitting there and trying to parallel park my launch pad, we'll just restart in the sake of time. Trust me. Trust me. I'm a doctor in Kerbal. No. You're a doctor. Deal with it. Yeah, melon farmer. Now what did I teach you? Get out and look. Hey, why don't you Goof Buey. Get out and budge your shoes. Golf. Gopher. Gopher. Why don't you gopher? Ha ha ha. Yeah. All right. Sea launch pad in the future, possibly. Massachusetts has a doctor of thugonomics, and now they have a doctor of Kerbalnomics. Reaganomics! How long did it take to build this? Dan, I developed this launch pad and vehicle probably in about 2 months in mid-2021. 2 to 3 months. I built this launch pad and vehicle in career mode with no revert saves at all. No save reverting, no nothing. You put it out on the pad. If you want to do a test, you put it out and you fly the damn thing. If you don't get it right and you crash and the thing blows up, hopefully you can recover the parts. With no mods either. The big one crapped the bed. The big one crapped the bed because the hinges weren't strong enough to lift its bigger brother up. That's the problem. That's what happened. Starting to think you should just build a helicarrier. I gotta get this pad over to that flat ground over there. Then we go. Actually, could you do that? Helicarrier? Yeah. Guys, who did that? Who was the YouTuber that did that? Stratton Blitz? Stratton Blitz made a helicarrier, I'm pretty sure. No. Come on, go forward. All we need is to get these landing gear to the edge, and then the mass of the tanks will push this thing down. Almost there. Almost there. You know the game is freaking out when the wheels are doing the moonwalk. See, when they're doing the moonwalk. Loosen up! Serious, you know what I watched the other day? I watched Rogue One. Well, I've seen it before, don't get me wrong. It's my favorite Star Wars movie. But damn, is that movie good. It's so righteous, dude. That's such, dude, that's Star Wars, man. Andor is also very good Star Wars, yes. Rogue One is just so righteous, man. It's so good. The whole battle at the end is awesome. It's perfect. Like, dude, perfect. Yeah, exactly, Saris. It's so good, dude. It's so good. Starkiller Base is so awesome. Oh, dude, I forgot how awesome it was, man. You may file when ready. Episodes 1-3, Solo, Rogue One, 4-6, the end. Yeah, Aaron, that's the general consensus around these parts, dude. I watched the Empire Strikes Back. Well, I fell asleep to it yesterday. Yeah. The asteroid field. So the possibility of successfully navigating an asteroid field is approximately 3,720 to 1. Never tell me the odds. So good, dude. No, we're moving it with jet engines. But sir, Solo's pretty good, dude. Solo's a little bit on the underrated side from what I've seen. It's a little corny at times, but bro, you get to see the Kessel Run. You've never heard of the Millennium Falcon? It's the ship that did the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs. Andor is awesome, Pins. Andor is fantastic. Rogue One is awesome, Dominic. You should watch it. It's really good. I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, me too. Now, this thing was easy to get down off the pads, but I'm not sure how we're going to get it back up. The previous. They use Never Tell Me the Odds as much as they use the Wilhelm scream. Nice. Yeah, guys, the reason why I got Kerbal Constructs and put this stuff out here is so we could roll a pad out here, but honestly, rolling the pad down the hill and rolling it over here, we're not going to get it back up. I think we have to get the pad from the... We have to go from the SPH and then just roll it across the Space Center and then turn around. I'm pretty sure. You could place a spawn point? How do you do that? I agree, Ando. Yeah. Yeah, it's such a good flick. I am... Force the Force is one with me. So good. Oh, man. Why don't you just make more of that? Just make more of that. Please. Just make more of that. The Emperor is not as forgiving as I am. You may dispense with the pleasantries, Commander. I'm here to put you back on schedule. I tell you, this station will be operational as planned. The Emperor does not share your optimistic appraisal of the situation. But he asked the impossible. I need more men. Then perhaps you can tell him when he arrives. The Emperor's coming here? That is correct, Commander. And he is most displeased with your apparent lack of progress. We should double our efforts. I hope so, Commander, for your sake. The Emperor is not as forgiving as I am. Same way you had a building. All right, cool. Show stored buildings. There was another way to do this. How I don't remember, dudes. How do we get Kerbal Constructs going? Do we have to be an EVA? We have to be an EVA, don't we? Yeah, you need to be in flight mode. Okay, cool. Yeah, if we put a spawn point out there, it'd be much easier. The reason why I put those out there is so we could do stuff on the runway in mission mode and not have to worry about the pad coming into render range. That's all. So the idea is that you could do big SSTO stuff and small SSTO stuff kind of at the same time. Yes, there's a bigger one. The Clevis works just fine. Yeah. Let's take the truck for a spin over there. Shit. Tervas kanselle tukas palaa. Tukas palaa. Control K. Kaikki mukaan. This is Satakipine by Rowski from the My Summer Car soundtrack. Control K. Oh. Crap. I don't know what it's called, dudes. Tervas kansella tukas palaa. Tukas palaa. Thank you.
kutsuu radio-ohjelmasta. Olen nyt
Now in the menu on the right, click Make Launch Site.
Riuhkonperä. Katselen täällä luontoa. Luonto on hyvin kaunis tänään. Minun mielestäni ainakin. Se on aina hyvin ylveän näköinen.
You just always want to put it a little bit. Okay, site name.
Saa aikaan ihmeitä ihmisen sydämessä.
KSC pad 2.
Kuten kärviäinen.
Save.
Ja
Save.
rantaleepikko.
Are we good?
Myös yksilintu on vätviäinen.
Yksilön.
Ja kruippa. Kruipan tunnistaa kelmeästä alaäänestä, kun hän kutsuu soitimelle haaraita.
Save changes.
Se on jotakuinkin tällainen ääni, että vuoristoissa elävät
I'll go to the map here and see if it's there.
kuten viiriveiviäinen ja yleinen kätväräinen. Lintuja molemmat. Ja suurriistasta mainittakoon sellaiset kuin
I don't think it is, man.
Vauti ja mähmä.
Oh no, it's there.
Pienpetoeläimistä mainittakoon sellaiset kuin
All right, let's see.
Säippä.
Oh, smoke. It's I've heard not good things.
Ja lintuja näkyy ympärillä paljon, muun muassa sellaiset elikot kuin
It's not there.
maanainen ja teisko. Teisko elää lähinnä
Nobody wants to hear your poetry. SHP? What does that mean? Yeah, it's called comet hellfish. Yeah. Oh, okay, survey slave, I got you. How'd the part turn out? It's insanely strong, Bearlicious. I just got to texture it and then it's good to go. It's really strong. Kerbal Constructs works across reverts, Ando. Pretty sure. Check.
Syksyn myötä kylmä tuuli puhalsi. Kaakosta liekkiin ja se sammutti. Ensi lumissa toi teillä meidän paikkaan, koska enkeli. Koska enkeli. Kesän kohti taivaan rantaa laski. Vain aurinko enää meitä syleili. Tunsin kuinka sun huule tarvii enemmän kuin pystyn antamaan. Hänen nimi oli Pedro. Hän oli tumma kuin etelän lämmin yö. Sun jalat kuului hänelle Syksyn myötä kylmä tuuli puhalsi. Kaakosta liekkiin ja sen sammutti. Ensin lumi satoi, teimme meidän paikkaan loskaenkeliin. Syksyn myötä kylmä tuuli puhalsi. Kaakosta liekkiin ja sen sammutti. Ensin lumi satoi, teimme meidän paikkaan loskaenkeliin.
All right, let's try this. Post-insertion. Well, okay. Dancing aside, I'm pretty sure we proved here that we can, I'm pretty sure we proved here that we can make parts fairly fast if they're a simple little piece. I mean, we got to texture it still. We'll do that tomorrow. Dinner be stupid! Dinner be stupid! Sorry. I don't know why I thought of that. The finished B-52 is nice. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Will Marvin ever make a return? Try going the map view from the tracking station. Okay.
Tämä ääni ei suinkaan tullut ruokakellosta, vaan nyt alkaa Marko Kahjon tarinaa tuokio. Että pahoitteluni kaikille nälkäisille, jotka erehtyivät. Viisas koira. Olipa kerran koira, joka oli omistajien...
What are you doing? Yeah, it's just not showing up, dude. Whatever. We could try that another time. I would love if some KSP features got backported, like the dynamic music. The music was one of the best parts of that, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to get those spawn points working, but I was messing with the pad. Okay, what else do we want to see with the hinges in terms of, like, breaking things? Like, or at least trying to break it. We could do a hanger test. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's see it. Let's see what this thing can do. It's a good idea. Okay, so here's how we're gonna do this. Let's grab the S4512, right? Yeah, that's good. Right, grab the S4512. Okay. I might need to. Oh. Good enough. Okay, so we're gonna start that tank with nothing in it, right? Straightforward. Now we take 4 of these. We put them down at the bottom, and we put everything. We hang everything on there. There. And now we need Marvin. There we go. Marvin's ready to go. Dave, he needs some batteries to work though. And then we'll put some solar panels on there too. Have you ever given some thought of using the extended hangar mod? Nope. Don't need it. Okay, so the idea is that we'll introduce more and more fuel. Actually, we probably don't need this many struts. We'll introduce more and more fuel into this design over time, and we'll see what happens. Until it gets up to the full 244. You know what? Let's make this even better. We're gonna have to do that way because of same vessel, but it's all right. Grimlock, oof, I'm too late. I missed space news. I actually have been really hardcore playing Kerbal today. Yeah. Is there anything particular you guys wanted to discuss for space news? Because I'm kind of into this. I'm building parts for Kerbal. Yeah, I haven't done it today. Okay. What about Starliner? Starliner was pretty thoroughly discussed yesterday. Does KSP slow down the physics simulation, or does it sim less precise when the game can't run at full speed? Depends on how you set the settings, Jody, but you could do either one of those things. Okay. So we have our hinges here. Let's start moving fuel in, see if they strain at all. Oh, we lost one. No! Man. Oh, we lost another one. Now what happens when we do this? Oh God! I made a mistake! Oh. I mean, that's 244 tons. And it almost held it up.
Maailmanennätystäkin on tehty siinä. Sosser. Mä joka viikko treenaan olympiatasolla. 1 sekunnin nopein. Sosser. Mä joka viikko treenaan olympiatasolla.
They all snapped back together. Unreal. They all snapped back into position, dudes. And that's time warp. Dude. Dude, that's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome. I did fizz warp already, King. Oh, we lost 2. We lost 3. 4. We lost all of them. That's 120 tons, though. And if we tweak the collider on that, it'd be even better. They're pretty damn strong, dude. They don't really do good with tension, but anyway. All right, dudes. Fellas, I am getting a little bit tired. I'm getting kind of towards the end of my rope today. I've been going since 9 a.m. and it's 7 now, so we put in a good 10.5 hours of streaming. I think I'm gonna call it for now. That was awesome. We'll texture this hinge up tomorrow. Yeah, we'll texture it up tomorrow. Yeah, maybe adjust those gliders a little bit. I'll find something. Sorry for the MS Paint, but would this help rigidity and keep them from snapping out? Yeah, a little bit, Grav, but it's the collider box. If I'd made the collider box look like that, sure. No EOS 08 coverage. No, man. I did Maxer 2 this morning, dudes. All right, so we've successfully modeled a part and brought it into KSP, modeled 2 parts and brought them into KSP without any texturing, albeit, but we did do it. Yeah, yesterday, this was but a figment of our imagination. Now I put it in Kerbal and it works pretty good. There they are in Maya. Dude, this is only the beginning. We could do all kinds of cool stuff, man. We could really, really make these hinges stronger. But, yeah, save that. And I think, yeah, I'm going to pack it down. I'm getting tired. But that was awesome, dudes. Really fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it today. Sorry for not doing space news today. I will, yeah. So tomorrow we have Flame Trench. So tomorrow, yeah, you'll get Flame Trench instead of space news. But don't worry, space news will be back on the menu. It'll be back on the menu a little bit later next week. We're going to try to texture these parts tomorrow and go from there. Oh, hey. Yeah, Titan's here.
Just coming to say hi, bud.
Titan? Hey, buddy. Look at this boy. Titan. Titan. Where you going? He doesn't like me. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come see Daddy. Where you going? All right. Well, anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll texture up these parts, and then we'll mess with them even more. See if we can get that SSTO pad back working, I think. I think that would be good. What?
Did you get your hinge working?
Yeah, it works. First try. Pretty good. Alex is doing his baseball thing. I think we'll go raid him, dudes. Let's go raid Alex. If you're watching over on the YouTube side of things, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Once again, sorry for not doing space news today. We got a little carried away with that.
You did space news in the morning.
Yeah, I covered a launch and basically did space news. Yeah, that's a good point. All right. That's going to do it for me. Go raid Italics, and I will see you guys all. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. We'll texture that part. Then we got Flame Trench, and then Friday Night Racing. So, should be good. Man, is it already Thursday for real?
It is, yeah.
Man, this week's going by fast. All right. I'll talk to you guys then. Thank you very much for watching. Go raid Ital, and have a good night. We're going to have some skin in the game tomorrow. Yes. Yes, you are. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.